So we're going to pick up where we left off with the unwanted solicitors, our raiding colony. So we are a raider ideology as well as a pain as a virtue ideology. Um, Mostly good things on the last stream so far as progress, but we did have one major setback, which is we had our melee and our range specialist. We sent them out to deal with a psychic suppressor, and just I got caught by surprise that the mechs awoke earlier than anticipated. And that was bad enough, but it was potentially salvageable. But then one of the mechs got to our incredibly juiced melee pawn, and then just one-tapped them. Just gave a slap in the face, and that was that. Who was our animal person? Who was our animal caretaker? Krisk. Because we also did lose our Thrombo when that happened, because the Thrombo was with them. So when they both went down, you know, the Thrombo was considered abandoned. So we are sans animals. We also had a raid on our colony that did get into, it was a Shambler Assault, I believe. No, was it Shambler Assault? Basically, we had some raiders got into our ship. They didn't get too much done. They did destroy, I believe, as our butchering table. But they did kill the cat. So while we did manage to keep the cat alive much longer than cats typically live in RimWorld, it is still just a cat in RimWorld, which means its days were numbered upon its birth, because RimWorld cats, keeping them alive is near impossible. Because if you ever forget to feed them and there's any creature on the map, they will hunt it and often lose to whatever they're hunting. Almost everything that will hunt stuff will hunt the cat. And so it's just like everything the deck-wise is stacked against cats. So basically we're in recruitment mode right now that we do need to grow our numbers. I need to get a raid going here not too long, because I believe we're getting close to our conquest. Yeah, no recent conquest, that's 0. So we aren't taking a mood penalty yet, but we're about to. Hey, Kentaro, how's it going? Yeah, so I can't go to space to do that. But one of the things we're running into is a difficulty with the fog of war thing we got going on. Is it's making it really hard to navigate the world. I've got a big desert in this area. Like, I don't really know how big. It covers a huge area. But it means I have to kind of stockpile food just to go for it. Now, we're going to raid this spot up here as our next target. You like the mod that makes cats clean? I haven't seen that one. The cats just go around the house and clean stuff? That sounds like very not cat behavior. I feel like cats would certainly make a mess. Alright. So we're gonna pull up the rice, get this loaded up. Once it's full, we're gonna go after that logging site. And we're mostly doing the logging site just for the purposes... Sorry, we're just for the purposes of ensuring that we keep those conquest penalties off of us. We have been scarifying people up to the max needed. There's 10 days left on the prisoner camp. It's only got 2 pirates, but it does have a mortar. The odds are of that person being good are pretty low. Cats are the anti-clean, the only thing worse are dogs. Yeah. There's very few pets that don't make a mess. Yep. Well, Kraisk is trying to tame animals. Inspired taming. Do you actually have any real taming skill? Not enough for a Thrombo. Yeah, so we're pulling up all of the rice. That's fine. Oh, we got a new piece of art. Oh, I must not have... No, I got the zone set up. Wonder why you put the art out here and you didn't move it. Alright, where am I putting that art? It's kind of the same thing as last time. I said, like, jade art only. And they ended up getting, like, an obnoxious amount of it. Which is fine. I guess for right now, I'll put more art in here. It increases our wealth, which is something you don't want, but I don't worry about, like, min-maxing the wealth or anything like that. Okay. And that'll be that main room fully tiled and all that. You're waiting on uranium. I don't think we had uranium on this map, did we? No. Because so far, our whole ship is built out of uranium. Because we get enough of it to build that, and it adds a bunch of health. I didn't do that in the last couple runs, but this one we have been. Yeah, so at the moment, we stopped here to stock up food. Because once we start going down to the desert, because we're kind of lifting off and moving and lifting off and moving, we don't really get much time to get much stuff. Let's have you stop grabbing that steel. Oh, and didn't I make... Oh, no, that's right. You were split between hunting and all that. So I'm going to back you off hunting a little bit. So that way you can make sure you actually get the hauling done. Yeah, so we can have Kratos hunt anytime we're trying to supplement our food, or when we don't have a lot of other projects to work on. Because it does us no good if we get all this rice if we leave it outside. Like, Avenging Elephant will be cooking with it again, probably making pemmican soon. We can get that all sorted. Yeah, so we're hauling the corpses out here that didn't get butchered in time. Housekeeper cats, that's a mod? Yeah. Yeah, to me it's like, okay, it's an interesting one. It's just kind of funny, because I'm like, man, I don't particularly think of cats and clean. And we don't really need to give people more comfort, because we are a pain is a virtue ideology, which means comfort does nothing for us, good, bad, or otherwise. How are we doing on our power, by the way? We have a lot of spare power. I'm partly wondering if I want to go ahead and make these doors automatic just to speed up movement. It's a bit wasteful, but at the same time... we don't have spare stone. Yeah, it's usually very clean. Well, I mean, as the animals themselves, but usually they don't make the, you know, cats have accidents, pee, poop, all that stuff. Hairballs. They also can tear stuff up. Like, I'm not saying that they're, like, disgusting animals or whatever, but generally speaking, there's very few animals you have in your house that is a net positive to the cleanliness of your house. They shed. Dogs make more of a mess, but still. Like, you do have stuff like, you know, fish where the mess are is contained to the aquarium, or like anything you have in a terrariums, like, you know, different snakes and all that. What little mess they do make is very contained. Yeah, and that's not to like badmouth cats, just from the other people I know who own cats, generally speaking, they'll be like, yeah, now you have to clean up after the cat. So the idea of the cat, like, running around your base, cleaning up, I'm like, man, that feels very counterintuitive. Like, and cats also do the thing where if you have anything on a flat surface, they kind of, like, push it off the side of the flat surface onto the floor. It's just a thing a lot of cats do. So that clearly doesn't tidy anything up. That's fine. For whatever reason, they're prioritizing getting the corpses out of that zone and into the low priority zone. But that's fine. They'll get them out of the way. Then they'll move on to grabbing the rice. We're harvesting enough rice now that it's basically the hauling person's the bottleneck. Harbinger tree sprout. Cool. Oh, do we have the monolith on this map? I felt like we did accept the monolith here. Alright, inspired creativity, because we're still looking for chronophagy. I don't need it as badly now. We did lose our one person that was older. They were the one who got like one tapped in melee, unfortunately. But what I'm kind of hoping will end up happening with this is we can get the chronophagy lined up, start de-aging people. How are we doing on our mood penalty? Okay, it's up to -2. It'll go all the way up to -18, which will be pretty unmanageable. But I am noticing they're just about out of skeletons and that to call from up here. I do find it very weird that that's the prioritization order. Distress signal. Alright, that might be... Ooh, actually, better target. Yeah, so forget the lumberyard. We'll hit this one for the chocolate. Because we can both eat chocolate as well as it's a mood bonus. So we'll get our, get the combat we need to do out of the way. And then on top of that, also get our goodies out of it. And we're getting the last of this area all floored to be all nice. And I'm going to go ahead and keep flooring all of the ship because we can. It does blow up our wealth, which is bad, but, you know. Sometimes you just got to make the ship look really nice, ignoring the wealth considerations. Yeah, there's just 2 corpses left, and then we'll be good. Unfortunately, it's raining, so it's, like, destroying this food so incredibly rapidly. Yes, there's Lunar Bell. They've only got 1 more corpse to carry away, and then it's just going to be grabbing this stuff. Okay. And there's not much in the ship that'll accept wood for storage, just a couple shelves here. Alright. There we go, actually carrying the rice in finally. We got 2 people are mostly hauling at the moment. It's Lunar Bell is doing a little bit of construction here and there, but hauling in between. Mechanoid cluster. Okay. Yeah, I could just choose to ignore that for right now. We're not going to stay here long enough. It does have 2 unstable power cores that we could probably get relatively easy. But honestly, I'm not going to bother like going out of my way to collect a whole bunch of unstable power cores this time. The last run we did that, we did manage to get ourselves up to, I think it was 11 unstable power cores before we started having grav core power. And then, you know, I just didn't need the unstables anymore. But as much fun as it is... You're scaring me, man. As much fun as it is like a meme and all that, it's actually useful. I won't have to deal with making sure they constantly get repaired and all that. And like I said, we're going to be leaving very soon because we are going to slowly get angrier and angrier from the lack of conquest soon. So I need to get that conquest going relatively soon or I'm going to be in trouble. Alright, so what do we got and what do you got? Give me your Glitter World. I always want Glitter World. You've got a book on animals. I will take that. honestly half tempting to trade stuff away. I could get you the skill thing there, but we really don't need it that badly. Honestly, I might just take the glitter world and be done with it. We can't afford this deal. Oh, wait. I thought I had way more money. Sure. Psychic Soothe, why not? It's probably not the right decision, but it's the decision I'm making. So haul those in so they don't rot. Okay, we got prosthetics researched from the book. So that's good news. And right now, I don't think we have anyone who needs a prosthetic. The one person who was missing an arm, we got lucky and got an architect arm available. And so we're just set. Yeah. And let's double check. Everyone's got 3 scars on them. Yeah, we're good. Okay. So we're getting that rice in there. I just want to load up this thing till it's as full as we can get on rice. And then once we've achieved that, we leave. Because the more rice that gets stashed away there, the more I don't have to worry about it. And if we get lucky and we get some things to show up that are like farming sites to attack, that makes it so I also can put off dealing with more food for even longer. Hey, Wizards, how's it going? Thank you so much for the 10 stream streak. Catch the last 10 streams without missing a single one. So thank you so much for that. I do appreciate people coming back here again and again, checking us out. Let's have you not plant. Actually, where are you going? You're going to harvest berry bushes. Potentially in dangerous areas. Let's go here and cancel that. Okay, and that'll get you hauling as well. Because we don't need to be planting, I'm not staying for another round. Yep, you're continuing to cut brick. You got that one tile in the corner there, and then all of that... Oh, no, there's a couple tiles up there. Which are basically done there, so I'm going to go floors, slate. And none of that needs to be fancy floored, but I'm doing it anyways. Yeah, now everyone... Like, we got 3 people hauling in the rice now. Every time I see you go over here going for that slate blocks, I just have this momentary being like, what are you doing? Okay. And we know it's full the moment they drop any rice here. That means they didn't have a place available to put it over there. That's kind of what we're waiting on. Because we can get a good, like, 2,000-3,000 rice up here. That should mean I don't have to worry about stopping to go for more crops for a couple of seasons. And then again, like I said, if we do get lucky and hit some farming sites and all that, then I can go even longer because we're basically re-upping it without having to actually do growing. We did unlock hydroponics, we just don't have a place to build it. Nor do I have a power supply sufficient to justify it. Right now we're running on 2 chem fuel generators back here and a vanometric. Technically I could turn one of those off and be fine. I'm not bothering, because we're right about to put the bigger research bench in here, and that'll be like an extra 350, 250 power or whatever. It'll be pretty relatively quick that we get more of these. Oh, I still have you here? Get this out of here. Okay. Yeah, and right now I've got this turned off. I'm waiting till Pretzel here gets an inspired creativity, and then I'm going to have them try and make an obsidian longsword to use up that creativity, and if we're lucky, get ourselves like a masterwork or a legendary obsidian longsword, because that'll be basically an endgame melee weapon for us. Alright, getting pretty close to full, because they only stack 3 per section. And most of that's fully stacked. We got a couple over here that aren't quite stacked, and all this other stuff down here is stacked. Legendary obsidian is saying it shreds mechs. Oh yeah. So like literally I've got the obsidian for it already, and I've got the the thing set up to make it and everything. I'm just waiting till we have our crafter get inspired. Just to give us the odds. Now, granted, if I get a bunch of obsidian because we hit, like, the right volcano tile or whatever, then I'll just take my chances rolling the dice. Okay, Bioferrite Harvester. Shambler's Approach. That's fine, I don't care. Don't allow studying that anymore. Just keep on grabbing for a minute. By the time they get up to us, we'll be out of here. Because you pulled up the last of the crops. So it's just... we're just hauling now. And honestly, if they get close enough that I gotta back off, that's fine. I know we're leaving components on the ground here. I don't honestly care. I've got almost 200 of them. And every map you end up getting, like, at least 20, if not like 40 or 50. So as long as you're stopping to grab them from time to time, it's kind of a non-issue. There's microelectronics. Okay, so with microelectronics, what's going to happen here is we are going to start by deconstructing this workbench. Psychic drone low. Okay. Alright, they're officially leaving it on the ground, which means we're out of here. Okay, we're going to disassemble this bench, move these batteries over. Paid violence. We'll deal with the paid violence in a minute. Alright, so we are going after this farming location. It's going to give us chocolate, but the bigger thing is it'll give us conquest, which will avoid the mood penalty, because we probably are at -5 on every one, maybe a bit worse. But it will eventually escalate to -18, and it's really hard to keep a colony happy that has like a permanent minus like 15 or more. Like those, it's basically like having a permanently dead colonist debuff. Okay, so let's move over here. So trying to do is make it so if they attack us right away, we can force them to walk through the water. It's not important, but in the absence of some obvious like strategic position, it'll do. Okay, so let's go ahead and see what it says for the paid violence. That's for a Neopsite former. I mean, that's not terrible. So they would send something in the area of like 10 ranged enemies. And you've got 11 people here. I don't believe this group is the Yatkin group or whatever. They're not. How fast do you come? They'll draw towards you. They'll arrive in 4 days. That's going to be too late. By the time that happens, they'll have attacked us or we'll have to go out and kill them. Like, we won't be able to wait that long. Alright, what are you bringing to the table? You got 2 short bows and a bunch of melee. Okay. Let's get everyone ready. So the plan is straightforward. We aggro them. We retreat to our defensive line. Alright, let's get to our defensive line here. Because we got a bunch of sentry guns we've stolen. Might as well put them to use. We need to make that longer so they don't put their range putting cover along the edges. I should also put a door, and I'm going to queue it up now. Steel door here. So that way in situations like this, I could chase easier. Alright, so you got away. Okay. So what injuries do we have? You got a cut to the leg. I'm going to go here, orders, allow all. What do you got so far as potential recruits? Neurotic nudist night owl, jogger. Just straight up jogger. Who's good at melee. Hey, buddy, welcome to the colony. Oh, and cockroach here. Great memory, fast learner. Welcome to the colony as unwaveringly loyal. Boo. Fine. Okay. Meanwhile, you go ahead and we'll claim the doors up here. You take a quick little scout out. Yep, so we got a potential new recruit coming. Wait. Okay, you're on their way. I would have definitely taken the other one, but unwaveringly loyal is going to be a real pain to manage. So prisoner, convert. Yeah, because you're guilty tunneler. Oh, you're going to hate our colony. And some pemmican while we're here. Alright. So in the meantime, we can go over here and say orders. Cut some trees. Compact. No plasteel. Oh, actually, don't do that one. That's a death trap. We gotta walk the whole way out and around. That one's fine. That one's fine. Not gonna bother with those ones way up there. Steel, we're fine for the moment. We'll check ore. Why they gotta all be on the far end of the map? Alright. Okay, so we're patching up Mule real fast. Then Krask needs to go up here and patch you up. That'll be all our injured people. Yeah, like I said, unfortunately with Cockroach here, I would have absolutely taken Great Memory Fast Learner. Yeah, that is really good. Unfortunately, they're unwaveringly loyal. And later on, with Anomaly, one of the things that people underappreciate with Anomaly is over here, there's, I can't remember what it's called, it's like Mind Wipe or whatever. It lets you deal with unwaveringly loyal. You just straight up erase their memories. And they're just handled. It's really good. Oh yeah, you can actually convert easy too. So that means Mule here will be our brand new melee pawn because they're jogger, they're melee. I'm just gonna go ahead and do that. Does Mind Wipe affect skills in any ways? I don't believe so, that I recall. I don't think it penalizes skills. I want to say, because it was something like it costs a shard or 2 shards or something like that, so I want to say that's the negative. But shards aren't really that hard to get if you're going after it. Alright, we're not doing Arco Nexus, so we won't worry about that. But yeah, so like with Arco Nexus, usually the easy way to get it is to, you just go in and what's the word I'm looking for? You do like summon Shamblers. And the Shamblers will almost always drop a shard or 2. So you just spend a tiny little Bioferret, you summon the Shamblers, and then murder them. Actually, does it even cost that? I don't remember what the cost of summon Shamblers is. I almost never use it. Draw shamblers. Yeah, 20 bioferrite. Which is a good chance you'll get your bioferrite doing it as well. And we can go here while we wait for everything to clean up. Put a small fishing zone there. Yeah, so they should hold the chocolate back. Granted, you got people cutting brick and all that again. Alright, collection of valuables. Cool. Mule here is already almost immediately converted. And it might actually, if we have the time... Ooh, we're probably not gonna have time. I was gonna say, I might actually try and jump over the prisoner camp. The one mortar worries me, but with only 2 pirates, I think there's a good chance to be able to get an angle on the mortar where we either kill the people operating the mortar or the mortar itself. And then once you've got like the actual enemies gone, usually the turrets are not hard to deal with. There's almost always angles where you can either shoot the wiring off the mortar or otherwise. Okay, so this way in the future, I got a door I can run in from the side here. Or like in this case, if we wanted to make them chase, like have them chase in for the guns and run out, they go melee the guns, blow themselves up on them. Then just not worry about it. Okay. Yeah, and you've only got 8 resistance as well, so you should also convert pretty easy. Oh, also, I just realized, I don't have my stockpile out here.
Thank you Mahan Rai for subscribing for 16 months.
Thank you, Mohan Rai, for the tier 1 sub. That's 16 months you've been subbed to the channel. I really do appreciate that continued support. It means a whole heck of a lot. But yeah, no, it's always good to have you. And it does look like we did have... Like, the person got converted already, Mule. We've literally haven't gotten the cooldown from our ship yet, so we managed to down them, and in the time it took us to cool off our engines, already convinced them that they should go against their entire religious views of their upbringings and all that. We basically walked up to them and went, "Hey man, how do you feel about killing people and pain? It's pretty sweet, huh?" And he was like, "No, that sounds terrible." No, wait, hang on, never mind, I'm convinced. Alright, so we got a map here we can read. Reveal another town on the map. But hopefully, let's see. You've come to the conclusion that a single Pong Mechanitor is a struggle bus? Tips for making it not a slog? Well, that's easy. You just get more pawns, and you don't do a single run Mechanitor. Single run Mechanitor is a slog. Like, that's what it is. Because, especially early game, they have to do all the crafting, they have to do all the mining, all the medical, all those things. And yeah, you can get your little agribot, cleaning bot, and hauling bot out there, but anything that doesn't fall under those 3 is now that one person's responsibility. And you don't really get any more involved bots until you get up to standard mech tech. Which, if you look here, we get the Cyclops, the Pikeman, the Scyther. But the only one that actually frees up a thing is the Tunneler. So you just add mining. And then it's not till you get to like high tech that you start to really properly feel like stuff comes off, because then you get a medic and all that, and you get the fabricator. At this point, by high mech tech, you're usually in pretty good shape. But yeah, it's just... The issue is, like, the basic one, you just are lacking people to do a lot of stuff. And then the bots, while they work 24/7, they do have to stop to recharge, so it's like you get a lot of work, and then you get a long break, and then a lot of work, and then a long break. So you almost want to double up on a lot of those mechs just to get the work moving along. But yeah, I know it's just Mechanitor doing that as a solo thing where it's just the one guy is it is a slow run. Yeah, and then you have to kill the Diablos with turrets, militars, traps, and one pawn. Yep. Yeah, no, it's definitely a challenge run. But it'd be kind of like me being like, hey, I'm going to do a run where I'm going to be tribal ritualists. What can I do to make my research faster? It's like, well, you can have a couple of benches and just make sure you have a lab or whatever. But otherwise, the only way to really speed it up is to not do that setup. Is ultimately what it boils down to. Okay, so they should haul the chocolate in here soon. That's the reason I'm not actually having them work on anything else right this second, is I'm just giving them a chance to bring stuff in. Because you still have half a day till we can take off. I do want to at least bring the chocolate. I don't really care about the pemmican and all that laying up there. Gas operation, then there's harpsichord. Okay, they're grabbing the chocolate now. And at the moment, they're not loading into the ship because the ship is full. But what should happen here... security for aristocrats. I can't do that even if I wanted to. I don't have... Like, they have to have a room qualified enough for that person. And I can't really make my ship bigger, so that's not happening. Yeah, so relatively quickly they'll be able to craft some stuff and all that. Anything here we can have you craft that's worthwhile that'll free up a spot? Not really. The EMP grenades would be potentially worth... that's actually probably something I should do. Let's make one round of EMP grenades. LMGs for everyone. LMGs aren't bad. They're not usually like what a lot of people go for, but they're definitely not terrible choices. You might actually almost... You're barely going to be away from being fully recruited and converted in the time it takes you to recover from your injuries. Yeah, no, the LMGs are really good, especially if you stack them. Like, LMGs are one of those ones that almost feels like if you're going to bother with LMGs, just go for LMGs. Yeah, so you're making the EMPs, which you can put on that shelf. That's freed up a couple tiles there. Alright, so with this, reinstall that battery over there. Reinstall this battery over here. And then we'll destroy this bench and put the high-tech bench in place. Oh, let me guess. Yeah, alright, we're dealing with that thing. I had a fire in my building for... That'll be an interesting one, but okay. Yeah, we're getting clothes in here that are worn out, so I'm trying to quickly get that chocolate loaded up. By just doing stuff that'll attrition some of this out of here. Okay, so we got the EMPs. They're now in that shelf, brought in. And you've got no more wood out there. You trim up a couple more trees. Because they won't put the wood up here. We've told it it's not allowed. So if we don't see wood on these shelves or up here, it means we're out of it. But then we can put the fire there, have them burn those spare clothes that are up here. And that should help. Okay, so deconstruct that workbench. I'm going to go ahead and just tell you to do it now. Deconstruct that chair. Reinstall it over there, and then production, high-tech research bench, and there we go. So once I get that built, we'll have the better research bench that'll eat up a little bit more of our power. That should also clear a little bit of steel. Yeah, we just got another stack of steel out of here. Yeah, those are set to critical, so they should eventually haul that chem fuel back down here anytime we've got openings. Okay, and we got our new research bench all hooked up. Okay. So, bills. Burn apparel, do forever if it is not clean. And bills, burn apparel, do forever if it is below 90%. It's not utility or armor. So with that, we can start burning that apparel, which is opening up more spots, so we get the chocolate drug in here. Because then we'll hit our next target. And then also we can quest failed for the rescue. We don't care about it. Yeah, so go ahead and disable those. Not the Vaxstone. But once we get the floor put on here, we'll just, we'll also suspend anything with the slate, because we'll have floored up the entire ship. Harpsichord, standard GravTech. Nice. Who needs clothes when you can lather yourself in chocolate? I know, right? We got our priorities. Okay, and now they're all fishing. So let them pull up their first round of fish just in case we get good RNG. Otherwise, we will, we'll move on. You're watching the VOD last night, and during your break, the clips didn't have audio? Oh, yeah. No, that's just because of the way I have them go through the audio channel. It's the same thing the music goes through. So unfortunately, during like on the VODs, the audio doesn't get committed to the VOD. I probably could switch that, honestly. The reason I keep it that way is a lot of our older clips have music in the background that does trigger the stream to get muted. And so my choices are I can delete those clips so they don't show up in the reel. Or just the VOD gets muted. And unfortunately, it doesn't mute just that individual seconds that the audio's playing. It usually grabs more. Alright, so I would say... Actually, let's figure out where we're going. So I can go for the distress signal. That'll give me goodies. I don't really need to hit either of these wood camps. I don't need wood. So I can hit this thing. And hope for some goodies out of this. But we are going to try to make our way down to one of the Grav Core locations. Unfortunately, a lot of them keep spawning in the extreme desert, which is fine from like the heat side of things. The place that's causing me problems is with food. That you land there and you're not bringing in any new food. And then you go on to the next place, you're not bringing in more food, and you get the idea. It's just... you slowly attrition down your food supply. You don't think you've ever actually gone to a distress signal? They can be really good or pretty meh, really just depending on the tech level of the people that are there. Because sometimes I've shown up and they'll just have like assault rifles and all sorts of stuff laying around and you can just jumpstart your tech. But then there's a lot of times where Yeah, so like this one, yeah, they got some pretty low tech stuff. And they got a bolt action, so that's an okay one. We also are able to reform our ideology. So we're gonna go here and say reform. And just like we did before, extreme scarification. Alright. Let's grab our people and start doing this. Okay, we're just going around trying to wipe them out. Yeah, so get you here, and they got a couple over there. And a lot of times when you're wandering around here, you'll get a an ambush that spawns in more. Yep, there it is. So the ambush is going to be up here, so if we run back this way... we should be good. Alright, so you got one minor injury. Not even a bleeder. So let's deal with the last one here. Okay. We are literally recruiting a melee pawn right now. Arbiter Tree Seed. Yes, I'm just peeking these doors. Oh, you have a wood-fired generator? Got some jade. Okay. What does scarification mean? You deliberately put like scars all over your body. It's kind of along the lines of like body modder kind of stuff. But in RimWorld, what it does is it slightly reduces the total hit points of whatever part gets scarified. And it also causes pain, which for most of the time is terrible. But as a ideology where pain is a virtue, where they get like a bonus from pain, it actually low-key gives them like a permanent mood bonus. As long as they've got the scars, because they're just always in pain. You're gonna read the map. Ooh, there's more obsidian there. Alright, so zones. Dumping stockpile. Go here. Do not allow rotten. Do not allow... come on. Human-like corpses. I'm gonna go over here for regular stockpile. And set priority low. And pain is dangerous, right? Because they go down easier unless the ideology raises the threshold. Yeah, pain does have the negative of they're more likely to go down, and they can also... you can die of pain in RimWorld. RimWorld, you can hit a point where the pain gets high enough that it kills you itself. Alright, let's make sure there's no ores we carry around here. I'll queue that up. I'm not too worried about it. That's the edge of the map, so let's not worry about it. We should go for steel soon. Got uranium ore, so let's grab that. And that. Alright. So you here have only got 3 resistance left. That's fine. Are any of you going to get back up? No, you are super dead. Probably dead, probably dead. Yep. Plasteel? Didn't see any plasteel. When I do compact, that's searching for machinery, which is components, plasteel, and steel. Plasteel will show up between these two, because it's alphabetical. And then ore will show uranium, and I believe it will show gold and silver as well, because until you mine it, it's silver or gold or uranium ore, and then you mine it, it becomes the other stuff. Let's go up here. We can claim and uninstall the sentry guns. Pretty sure that's also a real-life thing. It might be death from shock or something like that, but it's basically pain overload. I have no idea. What's the search bar key? Oh, for me it's Z. But I use a Dvorak keyboard, not a QWERTY keyboard, so it might be different for you. Z is the default? Gotcha. I end up just clicking on it most of the time. It's kind of funny that depending on what my use case of stuff is, there's some stuff I spend the time to like memorize all the shortcut keys and use them heavily. Yeah, that's not an ancient danger. And then there's some stuff that I'm like, yeah, I'm just gonna click on it. It's fine. I just got back. What does your pawn have? What traits? You are steadfast, and you're basically kind of an all-rounder. You can cook, you can plant, you can animals, you can craft, and you can shoot. You got an Architect arm because while we were recruiting you, because you were taken as a prisoner and recruited, you may or may not have gone uppity, and we may or may not have had to convince you to settle down. And there was an arm that was forfeit during the process. But it was like right before we actually finished recruiting you, we had a caravan show up with an Architect arm. It was like, okay. Now we don't have to worry about not having an arm. Yeah, so Mule here is getting pretty close. Yeah, you're 1.4. Honestly, by the time this is done, we'll already be ready to go. Let's see. Being left old title behind. 1 week of chill nothingness. Heatwave and EMI mech cluster at the same time. Overreacted. Sent the full force of her dinky little building with only turrets outside. Yep. And then while you're away, you have like a Shambler or Assault or something just rips your ship apart because you sent too much. Yep, it happens. And most of the guns they have here, I'm not too worried about. They've got some decent stuff like pump shotguns and that. That's still fairly early game stuff, like not really worth putting much attention to. Right, go grab that. Get the little spot of plasteel they got laying there. Yeah, and we're gonna go ahead and make Mule into a melee specialist. Like, right away. Let's see, your next run, you're going to go baby mode and just tame dinos. There's nothing wrong with that if you have fun. Is a Beds R Us shop? It's a Beds R Us shop. I don't get what you're saying. They have a lot of beds? Yeah. Like Toys R Us? Oh, you're talking about this? Yeah, I mean, it's a base. Do the flesh walls keep growing, or can you safely ignore them? In stuff like this, you can ignore them. The only place you can't ignore them is there is an event that is the flesh heart. You do not want to ignore the flesh walls and the flesh heart too much. Like, it is one of those ones you can let them grow until you're ready to make your move. Because the Flesh Heart has, like, you get 3 nerve nodes you have to destroy and then research the things that pop out of it. So until those have appeared, you can kind of mostly just ignore the flesh, like the flesh wall growing. I really need... We'll tuck that in there as well. We really need to get more stuff there. You always full clear them hunting for loot. These maps have really good stuff. Yeah, no, I mean, I cleared the important stuff. Yeah, you can technically have a cluster in there. The odds are pretty minuscule, though. But inside the buildings and all that, yeah, absolutely. Like, if this one were to have any nerve stuff, it'd be someplace like here. But, I've never seen them out here, like, anywhere not nearby. Yeah, no, the nerve cluster gave us a shard, and I don't remember. There was something else it gave us down here that we grabbed. It wasn't a huge thing. But that's just it. Sometimes you get really big wins out of it. Sometimes they're pretty eh. That's just the nature of it. But yeah, no, I've definitely had where, like, Harbinger Seed. Yeah, that's what it was. This one down here gave me a Harbinger Seed. Well, let's grab that obsidian as well before we miss it. We have not quite enough for 2 long swords. Like I said, I've been trying to wait till Pretzel here has new recruit mule. Alright. Let's go ahead and latch these doors open. And we'll give them a chance to put their clothes on real fast. And before anything else, we're going to go assign role, melee specialist. Okay. And we'll go down here. Recreation, work. And they are a doctor. And they're going to lose their ability to craft. That's fine. And they'll actually be our dedicated hauler. Melee doctor, they're so dead. Pretty much. Alright, but with that, let's go ahead and get them named. Alright. Go here, and this is going to be Infinity Simplex. Now, the thing we need to come up with is every one of our colonists are based on unwelcome solicitors. So, if we look at our colonists, we've got, you know, where's your... You got the car insurance one, the car warranty one, the aluminum siding person, the handyman sales person. We've got the prolicizer. We've got the canvasser. Did you shelf Vintage Story? Just asking. Always love watching your streams of RimWorld. Yeah, for the time being, Vintage Story was a lot of fun. But, like, even from when I started Vintage Story to, like, the last stream, I did, like, 4 streams, and it was pretty consistently downhill, even with raids. So while it was a lot of fun, it didn't do badly or anything. But it did seem like once it got past, like, the new thing, a lot of people were kind of like, alright, not really their jam. Which is fair. And it was one of those ones that, like, off stream I've been playing a whole bunch. Oh yeah, the call center? We'll say telemarketer. Telemarketer, I feel, is a good thing. That covers that. Telemarketer. Okay, now we need to get you a melee weapon. And unfortunately, the Zeus hammer didn't happen. So how much is it? Okay, so it's going to be 100 obsidian. All right, we'll let you... We'll let you knock that out. Okay, and Pretzel's the one doing, because they're a crafter. Okay. We're gonna go ahead and let them make an obsidian longsword. That did eat up a bunch of our obsidian, but it is kind of one of those things where it's like, you know what, I'm going to be waiting on that, which means we're definitely going to get the creative inspiration right away, but I don't have another melee weapon laying around right now that's any good. So at least getting them a weapon is going to be good versus, you know, not having one. Alright, Basset, you have a good one. You're using your best doctor for melee a bit. because the higher you had gun shooting, but passion for neither. Then you had the epiphany, it was like, why the heck am I risking my best doctor at the front? That I've had so many runs where just you'll always get your doctor and your melee like passion will be the same person. You have like tough, nimble, medical, and you're like, come on, man. You know I need to put this person on the front line, but then my doctors are always hurt. And the doctors are the ones you need treating the hurt people, so it doesn't really help a lot of your cause. Give him a log? Oh, the log does so little damage. I've definitely done that naked brutality a number of times. If, like, I don't get a chance to make a melee weapon, I'll quickly grab a log and give it to a person. Because it's a little better than punching and kicking and biting. But it's pretty bad. So let's just get the obsidian longsword done. That'd be a group to mess us up. I might be able to jump all the way down there to the ancient stockpile. I'm not super sure about that, but we're going to make our way to the ancient stockpile. Because if I can get that going, we can get our ship to be a bit larger to give ourselves a bit more room to work. Hit the Neanderthals, maybe? Because it depends on the numbers, and I can't tell in advance. Because if they come out and there's like 20 Neanderthals, there's a very good chance we just die. Okay, so we got a good quality longsword. That's not terrible. We can go ahead and let's see. Is there anything else we want to make while I got this? I could make the harpsichord, but right now it's not going to do us a whole lot of good because we got nowhere to put it. Anything else you're grabbing we care about? Oh, you're snagging the beer. That's fair. Snag all the beer you can. So the last, we did a chocolate and beer run, is what we just did for our colony. Also a bit of jade there. As all heroes need. We're definitely not heroes. Currently, our melees have 2 Zeus hammers, a mono sword, and a plasma sword. Yeah. The plasma sword, I don't like. It's good, but I've had that setting things on fire get me in trouble way, way more often than it's helped me. That absolutely gets you in trouble a lot in RimWorld. Fire bad. Especially, you'll make the mistake and give the plasma sword to a sanguiphage, and they'll walk up and they'll hit something, and then the fire starts, and then the sanguiphage runs away because they're scared of fire. And you're just like, buddy, I'm gonna need you to work with me on this one. Wait, are mechs immune to plasma sword? No, it still hurts them. It just doesn't have the fire effect. They're immune to the fire component of it. But I honestly find because the other thing that fire can do is you hit them, and once something's on fire, they no longer have collision, so they'll run through your front line into your ranged people, and then the fire will go out, and then you've got like an enemy who's good at melee in your ranged people. Alright. I see we're dropping the uranium out there. I mean, we do have 500... Well, no, it's going to count that. Yeah, we got a decent amount of uranium. Sure. Let's go ahead and move on to our next location. Yes, we want to launch. Alright, so I can't get all the way down to the GravCore thing. So I'm going to take a random one of these landmarks that we don't know what are, and we're going to land at that. So we're jumping at things that we don't know. You hate that collision loss so much, that by itself means you never use fire. Yeah, I would be okay if they lose collision with other neutral and enemy pawns, but I don't feel like they should lose collision with your people. Because one would assume your person could stand in the way and, like, kind of shove them back kind of thing. Okay. Oh, we got a dunes. There's a whole lot of nothing on this tile, except there is a stockpile. Alright, so he took minor damage on the ship. The zones. Dumping zone. Stockpile zone. Is there a better melee weapon you can craft than longsword or uranium mace? Generally speaking, the obsidian and bioferrite longsword are the best you can craft weapon-wise right now. Like, the obsidian being the best, but bioferrite being a strong competitor. Alright, so we got the GravTech engines. Can't do much with that until we got vac suits, but it is a prereq for the GravCore stuff, so not super upset about that. Cool, we'll get a little bit of steel and components. What a map? Yeah, this is the Dunes map. So it's extreme desert dunes. So if you ever want a map that's just open space, the Dunes will give it to you. But, it is hot. What is your not a cult like here? Hey, sweetie, how's it going? Inspired recruitment. You don't have a single obsidian? Yeah, you get that from lava tiles, and they're not always on lava tiles. But yeah, I know we, if you're looking for an emote, I don't have a not a cult emote. We literally had our previous challenge we were doing, we called, I think our colony name or our faction name was Not a Cult. You know, when we started our first map was like the cult compound or the cult, you know, cult headquarters or whatever. And I don't really have an emote that's along the lines of Not a Cult. I probably could. Going well, you just got done with some meetings, so now you're free. Nice. Good to have you. And I haven't been able to catch. Are you still streaming these days? Like I haven't managed to catch you on in a while. Like I don't know if we overlap or have anything like that going on. Basically asking because if you do, I'm going to shout you out. But I also didn't want to do that if you're like, oh no, I don't do that anymore. There's a lot of people who come and go. That lockout mechanic in hacking is annoying. It's fine. Usually get locked out once, maybe twice. Yeah, I mean, you usually start at 9 p.m. Hawaii time. Gotcha. So in that case, what we're going to go ahead and do is I'm going to do a shout out for the Hello Sweetie. He's another fantastic creator on the platform. Been playing some Power Wash Simulator and all that stuff. But not a lot of people wake. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I'm usually not able to catch your streams because of schedule. Like, actually, absolutely fantastic bean and all that stuff. Definitely worth someone checking out. Playing some Power Wash Sim and all that good stuff. So if you're looking like late evenings, like, because that's not Pacific time. That's a couple hours after Pacific time. Late evenings, like in what would be, you know, late for not quite Australia, quite a bit after West Coast US. You can find it over there. Alright, so we're almost in. And we're going to pop down here. And there's a good chance, if we're lucky down here, we could snag ourselves some good stuff. Now, the thing I gotta remember is I'm used to just leaning on the shield belts really hard to deal with hunter traps and all that. We don't actually have any shield belts anymore. We had one, but that person was the melee pawn who died before. And they died off map, so when they died, it was just gone. Nor can I craft it. And we also have the problem in this colony that because we attack everybody, We don't have many people willing to trade with us for some reason. You're 3 hours behind, PSD? Yeah, and I was gonna say it's a pretty big gap. Alright, so who is our researcher? Parker. So you start working that door. You get here. The rest of you get ready to support. Okay, well you get out of the way. Shoot it. Oh, that is not what you want. Alright. Scooch on over here and just run away. And try and catch it at the door. Okay, no injuries so far. We do have wasps over there in the corner to deal with. So let's get you here. Okay. Didn't even get hurt. Alright, that's gonna have to do. Okay, no sentry gun. There's a sentry gun right there. It's gonna have you not step in there. You're still hacking that, so we'll have Pretzel over here hack this. Actually, we'll have you hack the door first. Then Parker will hack this. And the hope here is that Parker will hack that terminal and get that to be disabled. Meanwhile, the rest of you get down here. Okay, that'll be another annoying one. Alright, so what we're gonna do here. Come on, aggro. Get to step into the room. Okay, that went perfectly fine. Alright, so these boxes can have some really good stuff. But you need to change your ship planning again, so you finally learned how to put 4 anomalies in one room. Yep, okay, so we got a big old stack of Glitter World. That's good news. I'm a little worried about the sentry gun, because that range, we're going to take hits right to the face. We don't have a shield belt, so if I stand there and let it explode on me, meleeing it, it's also going to hurt a lot. But this is perfect for this. So we can have Parker start hacking that. You go up here to deal with this door. The rest of you offer support. And actually have Pretzel start working. Well, let's wait till Parker gets the door so it can't trigger on the door. Nothing we care about in this room. I'll take my chances. So Pretzel start hacking. So we're hoping is that sentry gun gets disabled. Turret reprogrammed. Heck yeah. Blast door opened over there. Okay. Alright, so Parker can start working. Oh, wait, Parker is the one I sent up here. So Pretzel could start working on this. Oh, the door's already unlocked because we hit the thing earlier. So Pretzel, you open the box. You can position here. And the rest of you just pile in back here. Alright, you get into position really fast. Okay. So that is the one nice thing about having the melee specialist. So that opened the blast door right next to you. I also didn't check this body. It's junk. That door's also opened. Okay, so you go hit the nest. All of you run over here. Lunar, you go and pop open the medical box. And also, hold all those doors open. Hold all those doors open. Alright, so this is always a kind of an annoying situation, is when you have these little walls here. Because there's not an angle where it can get shots into the room. Oh, there we go. I was like, there's a nest, but there's no bugs. Excuse me. Alright, so that's going to be a little annoying with the zigzag there. Try and move them all over here. Come on, poke your nose out. Okay, you got their attention. Back off. I appreciate that one's trying so hard to go around. I would say, just for me to potentially intercept it when it gets to the other side. Do you finish it? Alright, you get into position here. Get ready to do this all again. Is there a chance for ex-lovers to reconcile in RimWorld? Yes. I've had a colony where we had a couple got married, and then one had a mood break where they attempted to murder their spouse. Their spouse, who they attempted to murder, was my primary melee pawn, and was like fully bionicked out and juiced and like super duper strong. So basically got just absolutely clobbered into the dirt. And then after a long time of absolutely despising each other, they slowly warmed up to each other, and then ultimately got remarried, and then actually had like a happily ever after. Which, if your spouse tries to murder you, don't work through it. That is not one of those, oh, we had a squabble, let's work through our differences. No, it's like, nah, man, they tried to murder you. That's done. That's forever done. This is weird. You got like a weird generation with this piece of granite right here. What have you tried to murder each other? You're probably still not good for each other. Yeah, it's like, I got this like weird spot here. I almost feel like there's gonna be... Okay, yeah, there's just like this weird 2 pieces of granite there. It didn't have anything behind it. That's some like weird generation there. Okay, so what we do here is we're gonna go here and really quickly see component. Is there any component boxes we missed? No. Is there any safes we missed? No. I don't care about the metal boxes, so we will say exit the stockpile. Everyone's getting out. Items. Grab the food, grab the jelly, grab the medicine, grab the smoke leaf, the flake, the yayo, the go juice, the luciferum, and forget the rest about it. And get flashbanged because I didn't expect it to be that bright. And I'll just see all the junk start piling up around here. Okay. And did we miss anything of value? Medicine's all gone. Drugs are all gone. Yep, so if there's anything missed, it's nothing I care about. Okay, so they're going to take a minute to drag all that crap into the ship. And then once the engine cools down, it'll be good to go again. Yeah, so that wasn't a bad find. And Luciferum, that'll put us up to 26 Lucy. I'm gonna want more than that before we put someone on the Lucy. Oh, you need to be scarified soon, don't you? Yeah, you're really upset about that. We'll get this drug in here. And then once we don't have, like, good stuff laying on the ground outside, we'll, get those scars queued up. Oh, yeah, that's right. We moved up to extreme. I got a lot of scars I gotta queue up. Well, the good news, there's nothing else for them to do on the map once they get this brought in. So we're just going to get these scars rolling. But we're both stuck in a hellscape planet and your spouse made a mistake thinking you tried to leave them for a sanguiphage. Can you work that out, right? I mean, you could actually remove almost all of that and just say, hey, you, like, the spouse made the mistake to think there was infidelity occurring. Yeah, I mean, you can, genuinely, people can work through actual infidelity. That takes a lot, though. And a lot of times, most people, that's just not a thing they can ever get past. Because it's one of those things that, like, once your trust has been betrayed, a lot of times you'll have that, like, voice in the back of your head being like, you know, but is this legit, or am I just being tricked again, that kind of thing. It's really hard to rebuild trust if there's been that kind of thing in there. And it's not that you can't work it out to have, like, a happy, healthy relationship, but that's just kind of something you have to accept, is that level of trust is never going to be the way it once was. But they tried to murder you for it? Yeah, no, again, I wouldn't forgive murder personally. For me personally, I wouldn't forgive murder. Obviously, video games are video games kind of things. But in real life, if someone tries to murder me, they're never giving, like, there's, like, it's not, like, under certain circumstances, I could see that I would forgive it in the sense that I wouldn't, you know, seek justice or whatever on it. But as far as, like, having that person still in my life, nah, I don't care if you're family, I don't care if your relationship. We're talking murder here. The person tried to kill you. There's bars that you say this is beyond acceptable. You've never been in a relationship, but you can forgive someone trying to kill me, but because honestly, that's valid. But infidelity, no. It was attempted murder, give them a break. They didn't follow through with it. I mean, if there was no, like, actual outcome, what are you even whining about? You know, the no blood, no foul, there was no blood. I don't agree with any of that. The attempt does count for something. And to me, it's significant. What if they left for their own colony of mechanoids? Should you forgive them? Are we still talking, like, attempted murder kind of thing? Because, again, it doesn't remember, like, the stipulation around it doesn't matter. The only way I could, like, forgive someone attempting to murder me if I happen to be attempting to do the same to them. At which point, we have a much bigger problem. Like, at that point, it's just self-defense. But, like, any of the surrounding stipulations irrelevant. The point is attempted murder. Like I said, there's some things that in my head you just don't forgive. Someone attempting to kill you, you just don't go be like, hey, bygones be bygones. I don't actually care about the quality of this, so we can launch again. Alright. Strange signal, we'll worry about that later. Okay. Yeah, so we're on a little bit of a timer with our food, so let's not drag this out. We did get a couple of scars done, so that's good news. Attempted murder, that's divorce territory. Can't stay someone that incompetent. Oh, the problem was that they failed to see it through, not that they attempted. That's certainly a take, I guess. Alright, so we are going to go down here and get the ship parts. Now that we're down to the whole thought process about RimWorld logic, I'm not even being RimWorld logic here. My comment is just, it doesn't matter what the stipulation is. If someone attempts to murder me, that's done. RimWorld, I would forgive an attempted murder in RimWorld, because that's just, they were sad and a dice roll happened. So, like, that's arguably very forgivable. If your partner replaced their limbs with flesh tentacles when you already expressed how you don't approve of Void Study, would you lead them? Yes. Yes, I would. Next question. Oh, right. This is the one that has the 3. Okay, so you got 3 different entrances. So this is actually a good place to get some good stuff. It takes time. And a decent amount of time to do it. But that's fine. Okay. So with this, we hack all 3 of those. And in the meantime, well, it's unlikely we'll stay here long enough. I'll tell them to go ahead and grow potatoes over there. Because the soil here sucks. So let them try. In the meanwhile, let's see if we got anything good on the tile. We can mine those components. Those components. Not too worried about. We're going to want steel soon. It's just the big problem with the steel is just it could take up a lot of space. And right now, space is something that we're kind of hurting for. Alright, that'll be the normal one. Do not allow rotten. Do not allow human-like. Then our actual stockpile out here. And low priority. Yeah, no, you're all good. It comes up every once in a while I'm streaming. I don't actually have, like, a big issue with, like, the cannibalism thing. It was the problem I ran into was just because I stream RimWorld so much. It is one of those things that kind of follows you everywhere. And so, the way I would put it is, I don't have a problem with the jokes around it. It was the volume. That, the way I was typically describing it was, imagine you had your high school friend. And they said a your mom joke one time. And people got a genuinely good chuckle out of it. It was like, it's a well-delivered your mom joke. Solid 10 out of 10 delivery on a your mom joke. And so they made that their entire personality for the next 20 years of their life. That's kind of the reason why I do have it, like, do the little filter thing. And for the record, all I do is I made it kind of a pun. So it just replaces where you say cannibalism or something along that line, it'll replace it with tacos. So as a way of being like, hey, this isn't a thing I'm going to time people out for or anything like that. It's not to that significance. But at the same time, it was when I was doing, like, other games, and it was just constantly coming up. I was like, I need to escape this. This joke is so overdone. I'm so tired of it. And again, when you're playing RimWorld where it's actually relevant, or Kenshi where it's actually relevant, that's fine. But it was stuff like I'd be playing City Skylines and getting cannibalism jokes. I'm like, please. Please. Just let me escape it. It's not a mechanic in that game. Be like, up, facing bankruptcy. Time for cannibalism. It's like, what? Now switch, so when someone mentions taco, it mentions cannibalism? No, I don't want to encourage it. But yeah, so is my gentle way of being like, hey, you know what? While every game has their tropes, sometimes those tropes, sometimes you need a break. Because it's one of those things, like, you don't want to time someone out and ban for that. Because you'll have people, it'll be their first time tuning into the stream. You know, it is a thing in the RimWorld culture about like the whole cannibalism memes and all that. And so you could sit there and just finish having someone like go a little too far and be like, "Hey, could you like tone it down? Like it's pretty tiresome." And have the wrong person hop in right there, first time chatter, drops the message or whatever, and then, you know, they just happen to come in when you're already kind of at 11 with your frustration with it, and then you time them out or ban them, and they didn't know. You don't want to do that to them. But at the same time, it's a gentle being like, hey, you know, these jokes do get tiresome. As someone who does this, you do hear the same joke again, again, and again. It's fine. It is part of content creation. You're gonna hear the same jokes again and again and again. And again, and again, and again. And again, and again, and again. And again, and again. Which is fine. But yeah, no, it was mostly when it was following me, like, I would be doing stuff like playing Farm Sim, cannibalism jokes. I'd be doing stuff like playing City Skylines, cannibalism jokes. Play Planet Coaster, cannibalism jokes. And that's the part where it started to actually frustrate me. When I'm playing RimWorld, it's not that big a deal. Does that mean the
Yay.
V word is censored too?
Something something your mom.
Thank you for the 100 biddies cookie. I'm not sure what we're using for the V word in this context. Because I can think of a lot of things that the V word could be, that some could be really bad, and while I don't have like an explicit thing against them, V word that rhymes with or. A V word that rhymes with or. I'm missing it. Not banned, but don't get weird. Yeah, that's honestly the one we had. Like, you know, I'm not upset about this at all, and please don't take this as an invitation for it. I'm honestly happy that it's been a long while since we've had, like, anyone pop in and get, like, creepy over the top. Like, it wasn't very often, but every once in a long while we'd have someone pop... Bananivore? I have no idea what that is. But, like, you'd have someone just, like, unhinged pop up, be like, can I suck your toes? And you're like, what's wrong with people? Why would you do that? Which usually the easy response is you don't even engage, you just go, and ban. It's like, man, herbivore? But yeah. No, it's, like, every once in a while, you'd have someone who just, like, gets super, super gross. And that is one thing that I really feel sorry for women who stream, because they deal with that at such a higher level than I have to. Like, we would get, like, once every couple of months where some, like, super weird person would come in, and, like, it's one of those things that they would start out here and they'd say something like, that's a weird way of phrasing that. I'm not super comfortable with it, but that could just be a language barrier thing. And then it would creep in a little farther, be like, alright, that's not great. But again, it's not overtly, like, getting weird. But again, it does feel like this might be something I need to stop with. And either one, you know, they keep pushing, and then you're just like, alright, hang on. But usually it's like, you kind of don't escalate fast enough or something, I don't know. But then suddenly, it just goes from like, okay, this is a little weird, a little uncomfortable, to just straight up to the max. That they just didn't get the rise out of you they wanted or whatever, or they just turned off their filter. Alright, we're gonna learn a lesson, because that's how someone died last time. Because the person who was hacking over here shot past and just immediately blew out a lung or whatever. Okay, so you got you got a little nick on you, so you go ahead and tend to them. Meanwhile, you start hacking that door, and you queue up to hack that door. Actually, let's look at the total health, because you are... Yeah, so those are nice light hits. Okay. So grab all you. Pile in over here. Don't go through that door, that's Infinity's job. And pop that box open. Strip that body, it's got beer. The rest of you get over here. Alright, this is gonna be another annoying one. I do hate that the scarab just ran right on by without any issues. Alright, so get down there. You didn't take any new injuries because a lot of things just ran right past you. We'll get that destroyed. Chat, would you invest one bandwidth into a burner for a little bug exterminator mission? Exterminator mission? Don't want to go full centipede burner because that's a huge investment for bandwidth. That is useless for other mechs. Yeah. Okay, so we got the grab core thing. Surprisingly, no trap in that room. Usually when you pop into one of those rooms, it's almost always got like a hunter drone or wasp or something in there. Okay, we should also go here and say, hold these doors open. Hold those doors open. Alright, so this will be another spicy one. So what we're going to do is we're going to have all you bunch up way back here by the door. And hold that door open. You're going to poke your nose out here. Okay, you got its attention. And you are just going to run down here. And sorted. So let's get that one. Because we want to locate all the loot we can. And then we'll get people moving out of here. Tech sub core. Excellent. That means the next time we get a big tech, we can do that. We got components down here, so let's go ahead and pop that real fast. Meanwhile, the rest of you get in position to deal with this door. Alright. You can microwave back up and not sugar-free Coke. Alright. And for you... You nothing you care about... Oh, you go ahead and strip that body real fast, because they're the one with the beer. Okay, so we got a sentry gun back there, and a hunter turret over here. So you all get over there.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
Okay. Alright, so the trick here is I gotta get that sentry gun without taking too much damage. Now, the problem is I don't have a shield belt, which is my preference, is to just use a shield belt to tank it. Because the odds of anything going wrong is very low then. All right, this is going to be messy, and I know it. It's also packed in that corner. I'm going to boost the accuracy. Okay, so you took a solid hit. Alright, so it's just a hit to the leg, luckily. Meanwhile, you start hacking that door. Yeah, so it's a little risky. There's always a chance we popped around that corner and got one tapped in the head or whatever. But having a lot of other tech and doing many laps and all that, that was what it was going to be. So... you'll hack that next. You're fishing in Guild Wars or Guild Wars 2? Gotcha. Yeah, the good news is we are wearing full-on flak at this point. So even when we have situations like that, the chances of it one-hitting is not really high, versus like if you're just running around with t-shirts and dusters and all that. Man, this place is full of bugs. Okay. You're hacking that door. We'll get all you in position. I guess here, there's not really a good spot for you. Even if they're incapable of medical, they could still drop it for someone. Let's see, once you can sustain it, usually you assign pawns to carry herbal medicine. Yeah. I probably should. I know my doctors, I always give it to them. Like, unless I just, like, forget to set it kind of thing, but... I'll usually always try to have my doctors carrying around medicine. There's a sentry gun in the corner in this room, but I don't need it. So, this door is off limits. Okay, and with that, we can go unassign all you, orders, allow, do our quick check, component boxes. I opened up that one already, and I opened up that one. And then we can go over here and say safe. Alright, so with that, we will go to exit the ancient stockpile, grab all the stuff, items, grab the meals, grab that, grab the grab core, grab the grab plates, grab the tech persona core, grab the beer. And so the good news is we actually got the primary reward of this tile in one. We are going to check the other stockpiles, though. I've gotten a lot of really good stuff out of these random stockpiles. You know, Archotech limbs, bionics, unique weapons, all sorts of goodies. Meanwhile, because people brought it up and I haven't been thinking about it, get everyone to start carrying medicine. Okay, so we'll wait till this research is done, and then the moment we get another research... Oh, I should also have quests, strange signal, accept, do that. Alright, should appear somewhere. There you are. Allow them to go back to studying it. But yeah, like I said, what we'll do is the moment this research finishes, as long as it's something that's like over 1,000, I'm going to pop that tech prof core. Oh, I see. You still have all that queued up. I'm not too worried about anything out here rotting. Okay, so For building ship stuff, what I can do real quick... One thing I should do is I'm going to go ahead and extend that out to make it so the stuff has to come more into the area. But we're going to want to expand stuff. And that's kind of where the big question comes in. Because I'd like to expand this way. Oh, the other thing I need to do, that's right, we needed to expand this room out. So it's going to expand, like, here. Your breakout. 10 animals on a Yatkin. That's actually pretty sad that that's your highest stat. And you're still not treated? I got 2 people with doctoring skill, and they're just not getting it done. I guess we'll allow you to tend to yourself in a pinch as well. Alright, so they're hauling all the stuff back. I'm gonna keep letting them hack stuff. Yeah, and you're mining and all that. That's fine. Okay, so getting the important stuff brought into the ship. Speaking of tox generator, if you leave tox packs in your freezer and blow up the tile leaving the grav ship, does it count towards polluted area? I would assume it does. The same thing that dropping tox packs on someone tile counts, even if they're like still fresh or whatever. I'd be very surprised if it didn't count, I should say it. Okay, so deep drilling, so let's go ahead and get that tech prof and immediately use it. Because that means for the 2,000 research, we'll just pop it immediately. Cool. And yeah, I could have waited for some to be like 12,000 or whatever, but then it's just wealth sitting in there. And we could just get it done. Okay, so everyone's back up and running. Are you any of you getting food to eat? No. Alright, that means get into the next tunnel. And we will queue that up. We'll leave it. I was going to have it sealed, but... Alright. So Parker could start working on this. Best you can get position here. Can you go pop that door? Okay. So Pretzel can go here, and then Parker can go down there. And I guess the rest of you just stand around for a minute. You just had the Empire once it dropped 73 all the way minus 50 because you left the top looted. Oh yeah, no, it's dumping pollution will get you a pretty severe penalty. The bigger scare is sometimes they'll trigger a very high value raid. So you can get yourself in really big trouble because just you dumped a bunch of pollution and suddenly it throws the world at you. And my understanding is if you leave triggering it, it can cause them to trigger the raid to hit you on the next tile, so you'll arrive to a really nasty raid. I don't know if that's true, I haven't personally experienced it, but I've heard that rumored by quite a few people. Actually, you're still working on it, so let's get you in position over here. So from now on, your tile is pollution-free by getting the tribal faction. I mean, you could do that, trigger tribal raids if that's what you want. It's not a terrible strategy. You could still get in trouble by the sheer number you get hit by, but all in all, there's definitely worse. Blast door opened. It was the one you're working on the whole time. Love to see it. Okay. Alright, with that said, chat... Actually, never mind. What am I doing? Tomb is picking up dinner. I was getting ready to, like, run downstairs and do the, like, let me go get my dinner sorted out thing. It's like, oh, wait, never mind. We already have a plan for dinner. It's already handled. So don't worry about that. We're good. Because we're getting ready to do this vacation soon, like, for the next day or two, we're going out of our way to have, like, no dishes or anything, so... You know, just no getting... that's not a great place for... Well, actually... With those rocks in the way, that might actually be fine. Okay, so you got blast door open down here. Yeah, so I want to pop into that room. I want to kind of all hands on deck that room, so we can get that hunter trap out there. Smash out whatever's left in the fridge. Yeah, we've got most of it. The only thing that is still in the fridge that would have been nice to get sorted is we have a bunch of yogurt. Because Tomb likes to do this for lunch, and every once in a while do those for, like... Every once in a while do those for, like, my breakfast or whatever. So we're just not going to have them all done by then, which is fine. Not that big. Alright, so you move down there, and have you pop that box open. Chris will start patching you up. A masterwork growth fats. Okay. Cool and all, but probably not something I'm going to worry about. Yeah, so we got one door left over here. This is probably the last door on this side, and then that room. We're just quickly patching you up. Right, nothing here for you. So in that case, you run up here. The rest of you pile in there. Yeah, and I got that door, and then this area. We want nothing in the fridge, but one bell pepper, some honey, and yogurt. Yeah, no, there's... Not that one, but there's definitely been times where, Okay. There's been times where we've had, like, you know, a bad storm coming and all that, and the power dropped. And being like, okay, we gotta get rid of as much food as we possibly can. What can we make happen here? Alright, so this is gonna be a little annoying real fast. What I'm gonna try to do... Cool. And with that, we don't need to go in that room to deal with the hunter drone now. So you all go all the way over here, because that's the last one to deal with. Before we will allow all. Yeah, so we restricted the one that we left the hunter trap in. It has this little wall here, so I figured I could snag it. That's the reason I had everyone up here, was in case it aggroed, I'd set the doors to close behind me, run up here, and then just get out of the way so hopefully friendly fire doesn't happen. It's real bad when you start losing a large number of colonists to friendly fire. Still have more doors. Probably be facing mood breaks in not too long. This one's not been too good. We got a little bit of drugs and a bunch of packaged meals, which aren't bad, and a little medicine. So all in all, not a terrible one. But there's been nothing particularly exciting in here either. Versus, like I said, sometimes you get lucky and you'll find one of those... Oh, I mean, we got the book, which is not nothing. But it's for research growth fats I probably won't end up using. So it's fine. It'll be a recreation thing, they'll then take a research off the list of things I have to worry about random research choosing. And if it does choose, it'll at least speed it up. Okay. So with that, we're good. We can choose exit, everyone out. Items, package meals, we got 50. So, I mean, that's not nothing. That's a lot of package meals. But otherwise, the rest is junk. So that was a big old snoozer one. Okay, that's fine. Sometimes you get hungry and just raid the fridge and eat all the things that, like that. Olives, tomatoes, leftovers. I've certainly done that where I'm like, I'm in a munchies mood, but we don't have, like, something that's really a solid munchies mood option. It's like there's no like chips or whatever. And so you kind of look at the fridge and you're like, you know what? It's like, we've got this. You know, sure, we've got these things here. I really need something to go with them. But I'm in a munchies mood. They're gonna go bad if they don't get eaten anyway, so let's just go ahead and snack. Yeah, so what we're going to do here is we're going to widen this room because I have a mega screen TV just sitting over here. A leathery stranger. Okay, so you're the one who makes people explode. You're psychically dull. You do have some passion for medical. You know what, Ollie? Despite my better judgment, welcome aboard, friend. The leathery stranger stares into space and speaks in monotone, as though he hardly sees anyone or anything. He refuses to leave, insisting he is only interested in your colony. He says that he can help. Animals are skittish around Ollie, as he has the unnatural power to deform flesh of living creatures, causing them to erupt into piles of twisted meat. Ollie claims he only uses his gift to butcher animals, but it's clear he could easily butcher a person. He may be useful, but you sense there's something he's not telling. Yep, welcome aboard. Did you lose interest in factory meals? No, I like factory meals. Usually with those types of food programs, this is going back even before they sponsor channel and everything. Usually with a lot of that kind of stuff, I tend to be in the approach of, I'm going to assume they're a metal horror, by the way. What I'll usually tend to do is I will get the meals for a while, but the problem I tend to run into with a lot of them is they start to get kind of samey. That after you've been getting the meals for months and months, you just want something a little different. And this isn't even factor. It's almost all of these different types of groups that there'll be just kind of certain flavor profiles I'll have to them. None of them are necessarily bad or anything. We're not going to name Ollie yet. Ollie is going to have something going on with them. They could be dealing with crumbling mine or bad organ, or a bunch of different stuff. So we're just going to go ahead and let that kind of sort itself out. In the meantime, once you're done hacking that one way or the other, let's do a conversion ritual and see if we can't convert Ollie in one. It's about 20% chance. You're celiac, gluten intolerant, so some things are really expensive. Yeah. Terrible conversion. Cool. Alright, for right now, Ollie, you stay up top. Because, well, actually, what do we have? Yeah, no, that's fine. Ollie, you... Oh, never mind. You got locked out right before you finished. That's fine. Here. Hey, Ollie, seal the entrance. And Ollie, seal the entrance. Because then I don't have to worry about those things being loaded and all that. Alright, so we'll haul the stuff in. It'll take a minute. You know, that's fine. I don't think the meals can be contaminated with metal horror. I could be wrong. Like, you can produce ones that are. I don't think the ones the creepy joiners bring with them, are eligible to just automatically be that way. I had people rumor that. Okay, well, it's at least these ones. I'm not going to put priority on it. Those are going to get lost. We weren't even expecting to get those done. Alright, so we're getting all this stuff built, expanding our ship a bit. You can go talk to them. Alright. Healthier. What do you got going on? Did you get food poisoning? Is that what we got going on? Oh, you're high. Honestly, I'll trade with him anyway. We'll trade at, like, much worse rates and all that. Go ahead and take our heaps and heaps and heaps of drugs. Give me your medicine. We don't need the book anymore. Ooh, alright. You do have some weapons to offer us. I'm kind of feeling like I want to take the chart. Well, let's try and make the charge lance happen. So take the insect jelly. Not the drugs, you need them? Nah, we're good. Take the harbinger tree. Take the beer. Take the bolt actions. They got the marine armor. This one's partially worn out. I mean, you know what? That's probably a mistake, but I'm going to go ahead and do it anyways. Well, I mean, that's 90%. I shouldn't get rid of that. I don't know why the person's switching off of those so quickly. Alright. So with that, we dropped 2 charge lances. So let's go ahead and upgrade from bolt action to charge lance. And don't worry, people we just traded with, we will certainly not be using those against you in the immediate future. Okay, so here's what we got going on as well. Another thing Here, we'll move your light over there. Another thing I want to get done here is we got the grav core for expanding our ship. Now, in order to expand forward at all, I'm going to have to move the grav core up. Like, I'm going to have to put it in here. I could see converting, like, this kind of area into a hospital, and then extending this out here, making more of a barracks or whatever, or potentially putting, like, the barracks off to this side, having some middle room here, and then, you know, whatever. It's just the issue of we have a bedroom, and getting things set up without hopefully taking too many mood penalties. Oh, Ollie does construction? Ooh, okay. Well, if Ollie does construction, we can make Lunar our new dedicated mining person. So they'll mine, then they'll construct, so that'll help get that going. Alright. So, let's reinstall you out to the edge. And reinstall you over to the edges. And then once they get that moved, I could probably put the mega screen TV there. You always are calling this on the spicy leaf drug policy because it seems to make them chill out, helps deal with moving. Is there a reason you don't do that? Is it bad? When you're saying the spicy leaf, are you talking smoke leaf? Because by all means, for mood management, the drugs do really well. Like, they're very effective. The big thing you gotta watch is, like, smoke leaf, for example, it hurts their consciousness and their movement, which means you're kind of just losing your pawn's ability to get work done just regularly, routinely, just losing like 30%. And that does add up after a while, that you're just continuously like taking that minor hit to things, especially if like everyone's starting to do it. It also like, can be really bad if they're high going into a fight. But using them for mood management, that's pretty common. But yeah, for me personally, I consider smoke leaf of the recreational drugs probably the worst. Psi-T is pretty benign, does almost nothing. So if I'm using it for recreation, that's my go-to. Beer is not particularly awful. It can cause cancer, liver cancer. That can be a problem. But, you know, that's usually not too bad. The bigger thing is also just addiction. If you end up triggering addiction is awful. Because you have to keep feeding it. Otherwise, you end up taking, like, a 30-35 mood penalty. Like, it's a really severe mood penalty. Okay, get rid of the blight before it spreads. There you go. Didn't know that can do that for a long time. There's stuff you can do to massively mitigate it. Smoke lowers productions, yeah. Also, if you're injured and you light up, their conscience drops too low, they can drop dead. Yes, you can actually kill a pawn by getting high. If their consciousness is already severely penalized. Okay. So, I kind of want to poke down there, but I also kind of don't want to deal with this crap. You're an Inferno Centipede. It's really not a bad mech cluster when you think about it with these. We do have our EMP grenades, and this is honestly one I could easily plunk. Though they do have a drop beacon. It's more I'm looking at this being like, okay, I've already got the goodies off of here. Yes, I've got one more of these we can explore. Maybe it'll give me some medicine. There's also a possibility that these people aggro it. Let's go ahead and schedule our people to stay home. And see if they run into it. If they run into it, we'll chase in after them. Or if we see them moving that direction, we'll chase in after them. Well, actually, it doesn't even activate for 4 days. We can get this done and get out of here in 4 days. Because even if it activates, this shouldn't start doing anything for a little while. Okay, so you start hacking that door. Okay, they're leaving. Which way are you going? If they're going across there, we're going to play it safe. Okay, it looks like they're going north. Alright. What does the mech beacon drop? Yeah, it basically adds more mechs into the situation. You just don't know what it's going to throw at you. So it could go in there and then drop like 2 scythers and you're like, alright, that's a nothing burger. Or it could drop in and drop like 2 blaster centipedes or whatever and you're like, oh, wait a second, hang on. That's actually pretty bad. So it's the unknown. You also have, it's similar thing, you'll have the mech capsules. That you can have mech capsules that they're the exact same idea. Some mech is going to be showing up, but you just don't know what it's going to be. Okay, chat. I think my wife is home, so I'm going to quickly run downstairs and welcome my wife home, stretch my legs, do all that stuff. And I'll be back here in just a couple minutes because she ran to grab us dinner. So I'll be right back, but thank you again so much for tuning in. I'll be back in just a couple minutes. And I do hope you're enjoying the stream. So we got 33,000 users on our malware. You heard me.
We broke an atmosphere and we're descending towards the landing site. Is that a building down there? What do you mean you can't identify it? Hold on. No turning back now. Positions, everyone. Touching down in 10, 9, 8. It's coming from the building? Change course. Set thrusters to full.
So, you're still picking me up, right? Right? Still getting a ride? No? Yeah, so if you didn't gather what the... Hey, you know what? That gave me 100-something science. Do you know what that tells me? The suffering of my people is worth every penny of it. The gap to see the full damage. Oh, they're probably popping through that gap. I'm just trying to get the ones that get all the way down here. This is gonna get you killed. I mean, I have to deal with it. It's just a shame I can't shoot them through it. Actually, tens of thousands. Hey, Doc, how's it going? It's fine. See? It's just going to the core of the planet where everyone will die. Oh! I was not expecting that. You are correct. It does do a thing. You just gotta hold it long enough. To work. Oh yes, please. Please face that way. Yes, please. You right now, right now. Oh, thank you. Thank you for removing yourself from the entire rest of the horde. I can't tell. Do you have a gas mask? I cannot tell. I don't think you do. You do have a gas mask. You are just the best zombie. Did I ever tell you you're my favorite zombie? Did I ever tell you? This zombie right here, I mean seriously, guys. You seen this guy? Best zombie in the world. Straight up. Even brought me a snack. That's fine. Solving the problem, chat. Solving the problem. What is this magic? We're just delivering a truck that drives really badly. Yeah, unfortunately you got beat up too, so... Is it just like because I had an expensive colony earlier? It's like, no, we're just gonna keep this going. Just no, never let up. Just keep it going. Ambrosia addiction, why not? Let's add it to the pile. Disease gutworms, okay. What is this? Oh, good. Ducks join. I actually would like the ducks. The ducks would be lovely. Rare thrombo. We're gonna leave those alone. They're gonna eat all my plants. It's deeply upsetting. So yeah, so I am trying to just continue. It's freezing. Can we have a heater? No. Oh, I see. This is the... Oh, it's not freezing because you need a heater. It's freezing because we have a giant ice cube in the room with you. That is not the button I wanted. This is why games need an undo button. I know this spot should be safe. Oh, okay. Safe from above, I should preface. There's probably another zombie that was chilling down behind one of these machines. People doing the exact same thing out there, and I honestly don't care. No, please don't make me have to get the forklift. Come on. It counts. Yeah. Your child will be 100% safe in that treehouse. I wish it kept the treehouse up there, and we could build a bridge that stands. But it takes an engineer to build the bridge that barely stands. All right, I have a potato harvest. All
And what you're looking for.
very sad Santa Claus. Just be like, yep, world's ending. Gonna watch it burn. Hope your days go well, cause I'm gonna die, and I'm gonna watch the world burn. I'm not gonna make the world burn, it's just gonna watch it. Yep. That is one burning world out there. Alright. The Long Dark. Such a wonderful game that left me so salty. Just because it had been, what was it, like 2 years, and they hadn't done the last episode? That's fine, we don't need to... Because it's my fault that I sat there and, you know, I was like, oh yeah, we'll do another playthrough, they're gonna have the last episode, we can finally finish it. Didn't bother to look up that it didn't come out yet. Because I assumed in 2 years they would have gotten that done, which was not a safe assumption. Like, good game. Really good game. I usually when it comes to like survival games, I'm like good survival versus bad survival. I hold it up as a very, very solid survival game where I'm honestly pretty harsh on Green Hell. I actually can't stand Green Hell. Green Hell solidly aligns with like, here's the thing I don't like survival games to do. Everyone's doing their follow age, seeing how long people have been around and all that. We've had some people been here for a while. Ooh, that room sucks. I'm kind of hoping what will end up happening with this room is we'll be, that we'll get one of the hacking computer things. Because we can get one of those, we have the chance of it triggering that turret and turning those two things against each other. But yeah, that's going to be a bad time, because most likely, if Infinity pops into this door, we'll take the hit from this while that aggroes, and it won't be able to get them away, so they are going to eat a shot or two in the side and the trap. That's a legitimately dangerous place. Yeah, so we'll see what happens there. Ideally, we find a security console or something. We'll have you hack this door in the meantime, because that at least gives us options. Okay. We might actually just be able to go the whole way around and just ignore that room. Okay, so you start working your way down there. Because yeah, from the looks of this, I can get to this side and this side. So while that room is a bad time, it's a bad time I could probably just straight up ignore. Yeah, no, there's a possibility I could get from this door and maybe trigger that to come after me without the other one. All right, that's the whole building. Okay. That'll do. So we can figure out where the heck the ladder out was now. I thought it was down here, but I'm not seeing it. No, genuinely, there you are. Okay. I genuinely want them to give us an option to make the underground a little brighter. Alright, so they shouldn't be able to go into that room. That's the only room we didn't get the traps out of. So nothing good down there, but that's okay. I have no reason to kill that trap and everything. You don't get material from the hunter traps. And there's just a lot of things that can go wrong and not a whole lot of things to benefit them. Yep, and we'll just unload all this. And we can just leave here before that mortar goes on. And just not deal with it. Okay, so the next thing I need to figure out is how I want to expand the front of the ship. I got 162 tiles, and I can put in our grav core thing on here. Now I've got that one all the way out into that extremity. I could certainly duplicate that over here to make that whole area available. I don't think I want to build back here yet. I could also see potentially extending back here, so that when we get our bigger engines and all that, I could have like the big like engine to sell thing in the back here. And then maybe I can put like a ritual room or something like that. Attack job. You're willing to give me a triple rocket launcher, compact weaponry. Okay, it's 4 wasters. I actually do want, I do want to do that. We got 10 days. So let's load up this, go to our next place so we're not sitting here where an auto mortar could get bad things happening to me if I lose track. Alright, so we're good here. Let's get out of here. Okay, so we got a grav core thing here. 1 second. What do you have on you? You have a drug stockpile. Now you also have the ancient complex. How are we doing on food? We're doing good. How long is the food good for, though? About a season. We don't want that person who is a Yetkin that like no stats. That is a drug stockpile. That isn't nothing. Yeah, I think we'll jump to the drug stockpile. Because I've got plenty of food for right now. We'll do the drug stockpile really fast. And then we'll send our people off to deal with the site that's remote. Because it'll also reveal a little bit more map, give us a bit more idea what's going on down here. Grab nausea. That's all fine. So we'll go ahead and queue that up. Zone. Stockpile. Dumping stockpile. Oh, I shouldn't have parked that far up. I was going to do that. That's fine. So what I can do back here is we can uninstall that sentry gun. We put the grav core thing on the back and start extending this back for purposes of putting down more engines. Actually, alright, so we can start here by laying this down and putting the grav field extender back there. Basically, get it to the maximum range straight back we can. Because like I said, then what we could do is we could build this back and just make like an engine area, maybe another storage, maybe our fridge. Alright, so we got a raid coming. That is a thick raid. Looks like it's primarily just baseliners. It is a thick melee-only raid. Okay. Alright, Ollie, I didn't really want to arm you, but I really kind of feel like I want to arm you. Get your gun, get it now. Yeah, the big thing is I don't have a position I can make them fight where I want, so it's just going to be, like, wide open. But we should be able to do a good amount of damage before they get to us. We do have some solid range going on here. They're going to have no cover. Oh, you still have the nausea. Come on. I need you with the group. And we're still dealing with the... Okay, the grav nausea is about to wear off. I need you to stop throwing up. We got stuff we gotta do. Psychic Slaughter, it's one of the creepy joiner abilities. It'll explode someone into a big wad of flesh. It basically, you can target someone and just kill them. It's pretty short range, but... Let's just lean in on all our buffs. It's gonna get real dangerous real fast. I need to be close enough that those charge lances can fire as well. Okay. Yeah, and that's the whole thing. I don't think we can have a good fight from there, so I'm hoping we can soften them up enough before they actually start the attack that I can just finish off what's left. We've honestly wiped a good number of them. Okay, we're good. I was repositioning Ollie to try and psychically slaughter, do the psychic slaughter to anyone who... Yeah, you're surprised I took a lot. I've noticed with 1.6, it does seem it takes way more to get people to drop. Alright. Like, it takes way more before they finally do escalate. Oh, you all need to be unrestricted. That's why stuff's not getting done. And let's make sure we go to our dumping stockpile storage. No human-like corpses, no rotten. Wildlife, if you find the time, just kill it, because why not? You've got nothing better to do. Okay. Okay, it'll get you way over there in the end. We can start extending the ship out. We just found our place we can just claim loot from. Okay, so right now I'm just going to close that in. And we're going to start building more ship back here with the intention of moving the engines back. Now, downside is none of these things move well, but we can worry about that in a minute. The entire hull is uranium. I just have so much spare uranium, I haven't had a reason to not do it. Okay. So I've got this. Alright, so I've got 100 panels, 100 tiles left that we can move this. So right now I'm going to be lazy in my approach. Okay, that says it's going to cost me 94. 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, and 100. And then we can worry about walling stuff off and all that. Your base of the ship? Yep, that is what Odyssey is all about. You're doing spaceship things, spaceship shenanigans. We're just taking all their weapons I don't really need. Shoot Frenzy, don't care. Alright. Because then the plan would be to enclose this, move the engine straight back here. We'll want to disassemble these shelves and replace these with the larger engine stuff. You just thought you were building a funky base? Oh yeah, no, that's, honestly, with Odyssey being out, I think we're actually not going to see that many people running kind of the colonies you normally see. Like, there's just a lot of draw to getting to the ship stuff, because the exploration of the map is, like, really fun, really cool stuff going on with that. Okay. You love hopping around for resources? Yeah, no, it's just, there's a lot more opportunity for interesting engagement and all that with Odyssey that just didn't exist before. Just do it so the diagonals are fine. Going back to a normal colony feels weird. It does. It does feel like, oh, I'm just kind of stuck here, I guess. Okay. Yeah, so definitely want to get rid of these. Like, right now, we'll hold on to them. Alright, meanwhile... Never mind, we have Shambler Assault. Oh, you two are right by the edge of the map. That is not good. Okay. Get people out of here as fast as you can. They're aggroed, so that group's going to probably come a little bit faster. Alright, so it's not actually that many. Okay, so we're faster than they are. So let's run up to this group over here, try and knock them down. Well, these ones... Yeah, so I might be able to engage them in almost 4 waves. You're not killing them nearly fast enough. Why are you able to just, like, run through all of my ranks? Literally disabled my entire range people by just beelining through the whole group. Where are you shooting? Okay, all the ranged people pile on in. Let's put those sentry guns to work. Okay. Just got a couple stragglers here and there, and then we should be clear. And meanwhile, we need to go over here and say zone, dumping stockpile over there, and low priority. I'm hoping we can kill these before they actually damage the ship meaningfully. Okay, we got one reanimating over there. Pretty sure we just shot that door open. One of the charged lances, I think, missed and hit it. And we got another one reanimating. And how are we doing on our injuries? You're pretty messed up. Okay, so it's literally just Infinity, which is no surprise. You are the melee pawn. Yeah, so you get inside, Chris get inside. Okay, orders. Is this anomaly? Yeah, all the things like shamblers, all that, that's all anomaly. Anything that isn't straight up animal, mech, or like human being kind of fights Well, be anomaly. You need to stop tending to yourself. You are bleeding everywhere, and is not doing you any good. Let's get you in there. Chris could get you patched up. All right. It's the only one you don't have, and you don't plan on getting it because you don't like scary. To be fair, I'm not much into like the horror theming kind of stuff as well. But I would still say Anomaly is really good for introducing just a nice variety of content. Like ignoring the horror SCP kind of thing, like just very genuinely, it's one of the few DLCs that give us entirely different encounters. But I also totally understand people are like, yeah, but I don't do the scary, and that's honestly reasonable. Please stop standing on these corpses. I know you want to sweep, but also it doesn't do anyone any good if you get lung rot because you're standing on corpses. You are a 19-year-old. Okay. So you've got a threat following you. I'll probably want to accept that, but we'll give it a minute. Because it could be a terrible pawn that we're just going to immediately banish. And then we got to figure out what the threat chasing them, if that's going to be something we're going to have to nope out kind of thing. Stop trying to sweep the corpses. Stop trying to sweep the corpses. Remove the corpses first, then sweep. So you're gonna get lung rot. It's a real bad time. Not as bad as it used to be. Lung rot used to be a pretty much guaranteed dead pawn. Nowadays it's very manageable, it's just inconvenient. Okay. I got distracted, I missed the person. Well, that's fine. They're probably gonna be a garbage character anyways. They usually are. Alright, so what we're going to do here is I can now build larger... I'm pretty sure we already got it. You can now build the large chem fuel things. I don't have the steel for it. Okay, never mind, we aren't going to build it. So when we hit the next tile, we're going to go ahead and get steel. We're going to replace these with the bigger things. We can run power back here. I don't know what we're using this space for quite yet. Part of me is contemplating a fridge. So put like wall here, and then the vac doors, and then just have this be a freezer back here. Like we could certainly make this a freezer in the back. Probably should actually make it a freezer in the back. But if we make it just like this far back area, that'd still leave me room to do stuff along the sides there. Alright, so just kind of waiting for you to heal up, because you're my melee pawn. Because it'll pop in here, get that done. Then we've got a thing where they want me to send, I think it was 6 people, to do a paid combat thing. Oh, also, put that in your home zone. Put this in your home zone. Put this in your home zone. Expand area. All of this is going to be just considered safe. It'll clear it up when we go to the next area. That's fine. Okay, how are you doing? Alright, so let's go ahead and begin another scarification. By the time that's done, Infinity Simplex should be all healed up. And then we'll let people grab their food, and then we're going to drop into the drug stockpile to get our drugs. And then our next stop will probably be moving back towards where we can get, Oh, no, we're pretty okay on food. I didn't realize how many meals we had. I was just noticing that our raw ingredients is getting low. Okay, everyone stops for food. And everyone pile on in. Okay, and everyone pile up behind you. You're not fully human, aren't you, though? You're a baseliner. You're as human as it gets in RimWorld. Do you order your scarification packs delivered by HelloFresh? Okay, well, apparently there's a sentry gun in there. If we're quick, we might be able to take advantage of this. Let's back off and let them finish sorting that out. Because that's going to explode. And then you can run back in here. And you finish the job there. Okay. Let's actually scoot you up to avoid friendly fire. You don't have anything we care about, so you go start hacking that. You make sure they stay down. Alright, now Infinity Suplex can run over here. Bring the support with you. Okay. More Glitter World, love to see it. Okay, nothing on them that we care about. All of you pile up over here. There'll be way more meals we get, so that's good news. So we've got more Glitter World, more package meals, more package meals. Honestly, even ignoring the thing, like the main thing you're supposed to get out of this one is drugs. Even ignoring that value, which you shouldn't, because they give you a pretty big pile. Okay. Let's not have you go in from this angle. You got this door down here open. So what we're going to want to do... Oh, man, there is not a place... So your best place to getting shots done in here. You all pile up in that corner. So we're going to try to do here...
Thank you Kakagringa for subscribing for 1 month.
Please hit it. Please hit it. Please hit it. Oh. Hey, Cocker thank you so much for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month, and you used it here, and it means a whole heck of a lot that you would use it here. So thank you so much for that. I do hope you've been enjoying the stream and all that good stuff, and I hope you enjoy your advertisement-free emotes, as well advertisement-free viewing, as well as emotes. Ooh, we're getting that right down to 1 tile from being in melee range. Or explosion range, whatever. The thing where it hurts. Mech Resurrection Serum. Love to see it. I don't even have someone to resurrect right now. That's just a spare I can hold on to. You been enjoying it? Feed your addiction when you get tired of playing occasionally? Yeah. Well, that's a whole big nothing burger. Okay. Yeah, it's gonna be a bummer that I got only one more stream after this one until I'm gone for about 2 weeks. Celebrating me and my wife's anniversary, but I'll be away. Okay, so we've got the wasps here. I really need a better way to deal with these wasps. Yeah, so it kind of sucks. There's not a great angle to get this done. I do that like every other time. I go to step out and I misclick and it doesn't actually get me out of there. Yep. Yeah, man, I have to actually stop. It's something like 13 years or something like that. I just have to stop and think about it and be like, okay, hang on, I gotta do the math real fast. Wait a second. Oh, some gravelite panels. Okay, so I got these last ones stacked. But yeah, so we're gonna be doing that. So I'll be away for about 2 weeks. And then we'll be back. So what'll probably happen, as I mentioned at the beginning of stream, there's a game called Plan B Terraformer that we played, like, I can't remember if it was like the early access or the demo. I'm pretty sure it was the early access version right when it dropped. And it's kind of an automation game, except instead of you're building factories to, like, jokingly when you play Factorio, you start building the factory and you slowly start just killing the planet by turning all the water green and all that sort of stuff with all this, you know, the things. This would be the reverse of your terraforming the planet, slowly making it nicer. Like, I can't remember where it starts. It's something like, you know, it's just like this barren wasteland. And the whole Plan B mentioning in it, that's the idea. Is Plan A was save the Earth. Plan B is we screwed up the Earth and, you know, we need to make a new home. But it was a lot of fun, but it's kind of like this factory automation style game. But it's dropping in 1.0, like it's going from early access to fully released on the 28th. That's a, should we have a vacation command, like, put in the title? Yeah, that's actually not a bad idea. So let me wait till we're not in the middle of doing this thing here, just so I don't get distracted and walk someone into getting them killed, because I've done that. Nah, but you're not wrong. I probably should have a vacation command. Alright. Honestly, that extra dodge from the melee really comes in clutch. With my other characters without the melee specialist, we got hit like every single time we did those drones. In this one, I think I got hit out of like 4 or 5 groups. I think I only got hit like twice the entire time, which is certainly something. So grab all of the goodies we got out of there. We got a lot of goodies out of there. Alright. So yeah, let me go ahead and get the command made, because that's a good idea. So, new custom command. Vacation. Cooldown, 300 seconds. So it doesn't get spammed. And then we could do chat message, select. Rual and Tomb are going on vacation for 2 weeks from... what month are we even in? It's August, right? August 20th to September 2nd for their anniversary. Going on vacation. Going on in Alaskan cruise. Okay. So we've got the command there, so that should work. You start vacation for Path of Exile 2 on the 1st of September. Yeah. Ooh, is there not... There might not actually be enough room at the entrance. I might have to do more than one trip, because you see how it's piling all the stuff up here? Once it's full, it won't go to the second tile out. So that's the whole thing. So let me go ahead and update the title. Vacation done. That's not a bad idea. Oh yeah, no, I used to do that for League launch as well. When League would launch, I would end up taking like a day off for League launch or whatever. By that time, like, a lot of my work went remote, so I didn't have to worry about too much. Oh no, they did manage to get it all out of here. Okay, yeah, it's all out of here. Alright, so meanwhile, I'm going to grab you and make you haul that right away. Just in case they have some kind of raid show up that I gotta piece out real fast. I want to make sure that Mech Resurrection Serum gets stashed. Did you not treat Infinity? There. There really needs to be... No, seriously, I want you to treat people. Like, don't go to bed until they're treated. Oh, and that made me lose YouTube chat. Let me make sure we get them back over here. YouTube chat tends to be pretty quiet most days, but sometimes they kick off. That's a kind of vacation that gets you little sleep. Yep. Yeah, no, I definitely remember when, like, me and my buddies, World of Warcraft would come out with this, like, new expansion, and so we would all want to hop on that, so people would take off time. That kind of thing. I tend to be a person that I only end up taking, like, the weekend off kind of thing. I had one buddy who had, like, a lot of addiction problems that... Like, he didn't have any specific addiction, it's just anything could become addicted to, he probably would. That he'd end up taking, like, a week and a half off when he really couldn't afford to do it, like that kind of thing. I'm getting all this stuff. Like, by all means, take time off work, enjoy yourselves, all that kind of thing. But it was definitely one of those things, they're like, oh yeah, new thing launches, just go take a month off work. You're like, hang on, my friend, you don't have that money in the bank. Letting a little sleep, yeah, it's type thing. Your friend took a week off too. You took 2. Yeah, that's fine. Like, if you can afford it, like, that's the thing, being aware of your situation. And the individual in question, like, was having problems keeping a job and all that kind of stuff. Just, you know, they had problems. The good news is they eventually put themselves into rehab, and to their credit, like, they finished their rehab and all that, and, you know, like, at that point, they didn't need to be in it anymore, and they're like, no, they were like, I want to stay in it. Like, I need this. It's like, good on you recognizing that. Like, good on you for being like, hey, no, really, I know without this, I'll slide, so, you know, I'm gonna keep this support system in place. Alright, so everyone's all healed up, so quest, attack job. Alright, so... Of the items here, compact weaponry is the one I'd most likely use. The triple rocket launcher could be fun. I usually end up selling those, because, like, they'll end up sitting in my inventory waiting for an opportunity that I really do need it. And then something will happen, like a prisoner will break and go for it or something like that, or it'll just get attacked or it'll catch fire or whatever. Alright. We got the shuttle here, so Infinity has to go. And how many people are going? 6? And honestly, with the group we have... Who are... Okay, so you... Yeah, you all go. 'Cause that should be my... Yeah, that should be my 6. That'll leave Pretzel behind to keep researching. And I'll leave Ollie behind. They're a creepy joiner. And I mostly wanted someone I knew could kind of hold their own in a fight. That way, Oh, also, before I forget, drop your gun, please. Because you're a creepy joiner, we don't know what your deal is yet. So there's a good chance betrayal is on the schedule. Oh, is this going to be like all melee tox grenades? So they do have a sentry gun over there, so that's the thing to be mindful of. The shuttle's landing over here, which is perfect. Looks like a high pollution tile. Yeah, so we got one sentry gun down in that angle, and so far they've got nothing that's a real threat. It is a cold tile. Like, it's below freezing. It's not super cold, but it is a cold tile. Colder than I was expecting, considering we're in extreme desert where we got picked up. Yeah, I think it said there's only 5 people. No, I think it may have only been 4, and then we brought in 5. What's your deal? Why are you moving so slow? Oh, you're high. Yeah, I'll do it. I didn't even see who got this shot off. Was that Krask? Just immediately opening... Oh, actually, you died to an arm hit. Okay. It's probably one of those ones where they would have gotten down by pain, but there is a mechanic where enemies will get instantly down, or instantly die instead of downed. Okay, you anything we care about? Not really. Alright. And this is unfortunately one of those ones, I don't really have a good angle to deal with all this. What I could probably do is reclaim all these wires. You poke these doors real fast. Okay. So I was thinking we could do real fast is to get in position over here. We blast a hole in that wall. Alright. We scooch on down here. You poke that. Then all of you. I don't really need that battery. And we've sorted the place out. We can go set to load. Grab all of our people. Items. Oh, I probably should uninstall that turret and take it, shouldn't I? I will claim, uninstall that. Claim, uninstall that. That's fine. So uninstall those really quick and then we'll get out of here. Because I'll bring those with me. Cool, so now I can just go to the shuttle and tell them, yep, get out of here, bring all our people. Items, grab the food, grab the drugs, grab the steel, grab the fire foam, and that. We don't really care about the tox grenades. They do have some value and all that, but they'll just sit in my inventory. Because the thing to keep in mind is we are a raider ideology, so good luck on getting to trade with anyone. They kind of hate us. Mostly because we murder people. Ollie's got a free ship to run off with? Well, that's the concern, is if Ollie betrays us and, like, triggers Sight Stealer, and then poor Pretzel has to try and hold it down on their own. Not really a big concern, but it's always something on the table. Okay, and they should be leaving the tile any time now. Or even if it's not a betray, we just get, like, a really big Neanderthal raid or something like that. Oh, you were way up there. That's all it takes. Are we raiding you, son? Yep, raids are happening. Okay, so we got another sentry gun. That's 3 spare sentry guns they got. Your breakout. Not a very high skill on animals. We did get that fire foam popper. Let's install that just roughly center of our production room. So that way if something catches fire in there. You have a raider colony, and they always want to go raid stuff? Oh yeah, no, it's you have to raid. It's like every 15 days or so for moods and all that. But yeah, look at all the mood bonuses you get, though, from it. Like, for as much as they're a nuisance of constantly wanting to attack people, it's like, nah, I mean, they are happy as can be being awful. Someone likes, yeah, so we have pain as a virtue, which makes us like pain. It's idealized. We also have scarification, where they want to be all scarred up. And, you know, they like just really awful living and all that. You just have to have lots of scars, otherwise they take mood penalties for not being scarred. And the big danger on scars is it causes pain, which means they get downed easier because they're already hurting at all times. And then on top of that, they also have risks of mood problems from other things. Okay, so we got a grav core way down there. I do think we are going to start trying to move that direction, but I'm going to kind of, well, no, let's really try and send it. And the reason I'm thinking that is we're in extreme desert, and while we've got plenty of food now, it is going to slowly tick down. And getting food in the extreme desert is pretty rough. It's similar to doing Ice Sheet, where there's like next to no animals, there's next to no growing area. Yeah. Did you get everything from the bunker? Yeah, no, I double-checked. They grabbed everything of substance. We got like the mech resurrection serum, all the drugs. If we miss something, maybe we mix some package meals. Yeah, so it's one of those things, like, pain as a virtue makes your pawns way more manageable on the mood side. Like, way, way more manageable on the mood side. It makes your arrangements in your place much easier to handle. But it does have the negative... Oh, I think this is an Oasis map. It does have the negative of, you know, it does kind of hinder you in combat situations. So it's got pros and cons. It's actually, I would say, pretty decent, pretty strong. Okay, so you're saying Oasis is that? Increased animal life in Oasis. Alright, so we do have some nests over here. Yeah, you got 2 nests. Let's go ahead and choose zone, allowed. You know what, actually? We're not going to go with the allowed zone. Let's just kill these bugs and be done with it. I like to usually leave the bugs early on if they're not directly in my way or an immediate threat, because they can just bait raiders and all that. So even a raid that can handle the bugs, like no questions asked, it still works really well because you can just kind of split the raiders up between stuff, soften them up before you have to deal with them. Okay. Cool. So I got that one done. And there's no more down there, so let's scooch on over here. We'll deal with that second nest real fast. And that'll be good. And this is a dormant nest. It'll never reproduce, so I don't have to worry about it. Seems like too many cons for the way you play. Then again, you're less experienced in RimWorld. Yeah, no, it's definitely, like, it's one of those things you have to be more careful about the damage you take kind of stuff. That things can get out of hand real fast with it. But at the same time, moods will kill your colony. It's really easy for moods to just put you on the whole treadmill of break after break after break after break. So, like, if you have a colonist die, all those mood bonuses do kind of help you just ignore that. So it's pros and cons. What is your deal? Are you still high? Yes, you are. So yeah, where people mention the smoke leaf, this is one of the reasons I don't take smoke leaf very often. So like I'm in the middle of trying to do combat, but this person has a 10% move penalty plus the consciousness penalty. So if you actually look at the movement speed, they actually get a penalty for both. So it isn't just the 10%. They're actually taking a 40% movement speed penalty between the consciousness and that. And that's just rough. So poor Krace is just taking forever to do anything, because just nothing else wrong. They're just stoned. Quit trying to do like weird outflanking maneuvers. You're insects. Just run at me and die. Okay. I think it's running towards our sentry guns to go attack. Well, actually, I'm not. Okay, so you ran down there. Also, while they're doing that, we can go compact. Components. Components. Alright. So you're all good. Compact steel we'll worry about in a minute. We can go ore. Jade. Gold. I'm pretty sure it shows up as gold ore, so we're good there. Alright. So everyone's getting their stuff sorted out. The only one who took injuries was our melee person, which again surprises literally no one, because the melee person always gets injured in every fight just about. It's just life of being a melee pawn. So we got some stuff there. We're probably not going to grow anything here in time. I don't think we're going to be here that long. I will queue up to grow rice. And if they get it done, great. If not, that's fine too. And also queue up potatoes up here, since we got a bunch of rich soil. Yeah, because we're only here for 3 days. Most likely. But you never know. Sometimes you'll land, and it'll be like, hey, if you build this thing in the tile, I'll give you, you know, a legendary... legendary Zeus hammer, and you're like, alright, well, now we're doing that. Doesn't matter what was our schedule, because now this is our new schedule. We also have 50 Gravlite panels that I can build with. We can extend this farther back. Because that'll be the maximum range. Yes, that'd be 53 if I did it like that. It's a 46. Oh, hey, all of you, crash that car real fast. Because I'm just kind of extending the straight back with the intention of making a freezer back there. Oh, and I also need to go here and say dumping stockpile. And then regular stockpile. But low priority. Because pretty much I'm just trying to extend the ship as far back as we can. Then we can widen the back part out to whatever I need it to be. Monolith arrival. Not a great position for it, but we know that is what it is. Oh, we didn't look to see if there's an ancient danger. I do think they actually reduce the number of ancient dangers you see. to offset this fact that you can zoom around so much faster. I remember something I was reading about that they changed the spawn rate of Ancient Dangers. I don't think it's a bad idea or anything, because you can get pretty obnoxious with it. I'm wondering if I can close the engines in the back. I haven't been doing that. But it is worth doing. Okay, so you have money. So there's the stack of drugs. Give me your medicine. We have the growth hat books. I'm gonna actually get rid of the growth hat books if I can. Alright. So I would potentially consider the Zeus hammer. So there's a shield belt. I will take it even though it's a normal one. We could buy the cataphract armor and all that. I don't really want to do that. Yeah, I think we're good with that. Oh yeah, and we got all that stuff up there too. They reduced the Ancient Danger by a lot, something like half of what it used to be. Yeah, no, and it makes sense because you used to have to like caravan to them, and you only had like a maybe time, so you put a little bit of a time investment to maybe get the thing. Versus just being able to like launch and land, launch and land, launch and land. You could just get them pretty quickly. Alright, I'm actually seeing something I immediately want to change. Okay. So let's go here. Orders, Odyssey. Remove foundation. Let's get rid of this for a second. So what I am going to go ahead and do is I'm going to make an enclosed space for the engines. I haven't really done that much in these runs, but it is worth doing because otherwise the enemy can just walk up, pull out the whole engine as one big thing. It only takes them a second to do it as well. And really the only counters you have to that is to just not make it available. That also give me a place to set up my heaters and all that. Oh, sorry, not my heaters, my air conditioners. So give me the medicine. Take the insect jelly. We'll just give ourselves food poisoning. Take the... I don't even know where we're getting some of these clothes from. Yep, that's fine. Even take your meals while we're here. And I'll toss in a second duster. Yeah, so what we'll do is we'll make this go straight back. And just make like a little exterior perimeter. Oh, I see, Harbinger tree, that's fine. Because yeah, then what I'll do is I'll move the engines as far back as I can without limiting them. We could then put the AC in this area to cool off this space. And for right now, I'll just give them doors to get into it. But later on, we'll want to make them the vac things. Because we use the vac things, it's like a perfect seal kind of thing. You don't have to worry about losing a little bit of heat every time the door opens and closes. It's much faster to move around. Okay, can you go out here and haul those back, please? Medicine does me no... Oh, okay. That seems unnecessary, but alright. Tomboy here got close enough they lit it on fire, and then it kicked out a larva. What weapon are you using? Oh, you're just using an incendiary launcher. Okay, I'm honestly surprised it just didn't get past your fire and got to you. I found the incendiary launchers just to not be particularly reliable weapons for fighting without support of other weapons. They can be helpful in scattering enemies. Alright. The only downside is if I want to move the biochemistry bench, I have to take it apart. So they are having to climb over stuff to get back here, which is not amazing. But if we get lucky, because we already got the standard grav tech, if we get lucky and we get over here to the advanced grav tech, then we get the grav core power cell, and then power becomes as fast as I want to go after the power cores, which is pretty easy to justify. Okay, so grab the uranium walls. I'll put one doorway on the back, just to have an entry point. Then for this, yeah, so I'll be able to scoot it to here. Alright, so we go here. And that should be about where the engines can reach back to. Okay. And uranium. Was that to find a map that has uranium? I'm still surprised of all the factions that we haven't become enemies of the Empire. It just hasn't happened yet. We've not been exactly avoiding becoming enemies of the Empire. We just haven't had any chances to, like, raid any of their areas. Okay. So we're getting this big back area. And like I said, what we'll do is we'll end up making this a, making it a big freezer. So I can go like that for right now. And until we get, is it orbital that we get the vac doors? Yeah, orbital tech that we get the vac barriers. Until then, this is not going to work too well, but that's okay. But then we'll make all that into a freezer, get all that done. Like I said, then we can expand back here. They got all this space to work with on either side. And Iguana has chosen death. As they do. So that'll be good. That'll clear all the stuff out of here, food-wise. To make my life easier. Oh, you must have a component go. Alright, you're researching jump back. Psychic Agony. Alright, so now we know what's going on with Ollie. Ollie has the Psychic Agony thing. And unfortunately, you dropped your weapon and got rescued. So somewhere, we have a weapon that is downed. And I do not have a clue where it is. So I think you were in this area. A way to search for disabled? I've never tried. No. Can we search for weapon? Alright. Yeah, it's like a text search. It's gonna be in this area somewhere. There you are. The last DLC, the game got big, laggy, generating something during events. Wondering what that is. Oh yeah, so it's just with the way they've changed the map, when it generates new map icons, it's always been a thing in the game. Like if you went back to before 1.6, when the game would generate Chip to the Stars, you'd get a pretty bad, like, lag hitch right when it generated. It's just kind of the way it's been. I'm actually looking at this going, alright, minor change. So we're going to go over here. We're going to go to Odyssey, remove foundation. So I'm going to put one air conditioner here, one air conditioner there, so I don't actually need this space. These walls will go away. So I know I keep putting stuff down and picking it up, but that's fine. Bliss lobotomy, disruptor flares. Okay. Oh, don't keep insect meat in here. We don't like the bug. But rather they keep that outside so we don't bring it with us, because we have very limited storage that I really do need to expand on. So I don't really want to use it on stuff where people don't actually like. We can disassemble these two. Did we get our steel? Yeah, we got our steel figured out. So what we could do... We want to full-on deconstruct these? I think we do. Deconstruct these shelves. I'll start with one side here. And then kick the fuel out of this. And deconstruct that. And then we can go ahead and put the bigger one in here. Yeah, I'm not... That was someone who's like, save this person. It's like, but I don't want to save that person. Okay, so now I can get the large fuel canister. That's part of the reason I built it that way, so I already had planned space for it. Okay, because that helps with their jump range and all that. Now, one thing is these fuel canisters are actually way less efficient. So if you look at this one shelf here, that's what, 450, 900 chem fuel, and this is worth 2 shelves. So this amount of space in shelves is 1800 chem fuel, where that only carries 250. So you get the idea. These ones are a little bit bigger, but still, they don't store well. But you can't jump from the fuel that's not in your stuff. So we're gonna go ahead and let them work on all that. Harbinger tree sprout, that's fine. But I'm trying to quickly get those put over, because that'll give us more range and all that. We could do more jumps without people necessarily needing to have time to restock it. Okay, and we can build a copy of you. Plunk it down there. I guess at this point we can go to... deconstructing those sections of wall. Put the 2 ACs in there for right now. We have a grow zone right there. Put the ACs in there, and we can just leave them for like regular ACs for right now. But that'll free up a little bit more uranium to build. And then I can tell them to start putting down slate floor if they have the time. They can unsuspend. We actually have the slate unsuspended still. Flash storm. Please do not strike the chem fuel outside. That would be annoying to deal with. Okay. Oh, also, we did just figure out Ollie's thing. So Ollie will be staying in the colony. So, Earth Rush. We'll have to think of a unwelcome solicitor title for you. I don't think we had any fancy guns, so right now you just grab that bolt action you were using earlier. We can also go to you. We can let you be a doctor as well. And the reason for that is they have the negative where every once in a while they'll psychic scream. And when they do that, everyone goes into pain and falls down nearby, which normally is extremely annoying. But if you happen to be really into pain, it's just bonus. Messed up bonus, but bonus nonetheless. Floors, slate floors. Get that queued up so you can work on that if you don't have other things to work on. Okay, we can also go back here and now furniture. Which cast do they have? The one where you turn stuff into meat. Okay. Yeah, so we'll build our not freezer for right now. But we'll get that all set up so we can move all the food into this room instead. That does mean I want to go over here, and if marble is available on a tile, go ahead and make it. Do we wait for that to grow? I think we do. I think we give it a minute because we have a while till we have to worry about our next conquest. We'll need to get more scars happening. I've been slacking. Because you're all running around grabbing more ore and all that, which is good. Getting our steel back into good position. Yeah, it's fine. Is there marble on this tile? That's a good question. Yes. That does mean our crafters will be able to make the marble to build more shelves, get this all online. Like I said, we're not going to be able to make it a freezer yet. I'm going to need more material. But I can at least get the food drug in here. That'll be good. Because the moment we can get the food out of here, this will open up a ton of storage. And this then will let us stock up a bunch of food. And I guess at this stage, people don't have anything better to do, go hunt stuff. Because then you can make some pemmican. We have another tech prof. I know we got Death Rest. No, I think the thing that's going to potentially give me another tech prof for was a quest we didn't end up taking. So compact weaponry, not going to complain about that. Yeah, so that'll be fine. We'll take a minute to get our back area over here, get the storage built. We'll be able to re-up our supplies, and then from there we'll have to find our next target. So we could jump down to the ancient complex and start working our way over to that spot. Which it is interesting that this will tell me what tile it is, so that is apparently a lava field. And then the only other one we have is over there. Otherwise, we gotta zoom out, and I got one above us. Yeah, so we'll work our way over. If we're lucky, we'll get over that lava field, and maybe we'll be able to get some obsidian. We have like 3 people with inspired recruiting going on. Hey, Eunuch, it's good to see you. Hope you're having a good day and all that. Right, I need to be dealing with the scars and I keep forgetting. In fact, I'm going to just do it. Alright. Because we moved up to the point of extreme scarification. Yes, this is what someone who's actually gone through the process looks like. But you can see it's becoming a problem because the sheer amount of pain, they're up to like 30-something% pain to start with. It genuinely means they're all in rough shape constantly. I gotta keep working on that. That's the danger, is now it takes very little to knock them because they're at such extreme pain at all times. Which does make me actually wonder if it's worth taking the time. Normally I don't like getting the pain stopper. I do wonder if you put a pain stopper in, you know, someone with pain as a virtue, if there's a mood penalty for it. Because in theory they should have something like very, very against that. But if we're doing enough pain that then hitting with a pain stopper doesn't really matter because you're kind of finding a balance in the pain. That has interesting implications. Alright, so let's get the trace amounts of the fabric out of here. And the little bit of Devil Strand. Oh right, we have the Nutramine. We already got the thing off that. Biosculpting and Shields, I want that book. I'll take a melee book, so even my range people get a little bit of melee here and there. Get rid of the poor quality clothes. Go ahead and get rid of the flak stuff since they're not all good quality. Honestly, get rid of all these clothes that have been piling up. Okay, and for that matter, let's get rid of some of the gold, too. Okay, and there's nothing else we want off of you? Not really. I mean, advanced components of that, we'll take those. Why not? Okay. Or persona weapons with painless. Well, that's the thing. We want our people to have pain, which sounds weird. We want our people to have pain because we have pain as a virtue. My concern is, with how many scars we're getting, we might be starting to push to an extreme where that's still kind of a problem. It's just too much pain. Okay, and we will tell them to not build a roof over this part, and that should keep them from roofing in this area. Okay. Too much pain for too little gain. Yeah. Cool, inspired trade, that's fine. I'm not super worried about it. I'm actually surprised we have anyone willing to trade with us still. We've been just attacking people. I think what's happening is some of these bases we're hitting are actually making others like us because we happen to be killing their enemies and then, you know, then attacking them and pissing them off. So, like, weirdly, we're hitting not an equilibrium, but we're managing to keep everything from getting too bad. Just by the fact that we're kind of splitting everything there. At this point, you wonder how many autocorrect has learned, how many typos. Yeah. Oh yeah, no, I've definitely had that where it'll be like a word that you typo a lot. And then you have the autocorrect start autocorrecting to your typo, and you're like, no, don't do that. Don't attack me with my own inaccuracies, please. I have enough problems without you helping me. Shambler's Approach. Is it just the two? Okay. That's fine. Oh, and we're actually low on wood. Site Stealer revealed. Okay. That's significantly more concerning. Alright, schedule everyone back to the home zone for a minute while we evaluate what we're actually dealing with. You just beeline for it. The rest of you try and mash in here really fast. Was it just the one? Alright, get back to the ship. We did pull up a bunch of the rice. Go zone. Home zone. Safe zone. Alright, that might be what we... Why are you going through the stone doors versus going around the building? Yeah, so fix that engine and then we'll probably leave. It would have been nice to stay for that, but it's like, you know what? I'm going to do multiple rounds fighting Site Stealers. I don't have a place to keep them. I don't have more uranium on the map. We're basically full up on all the materials we care about. Yeah, this isn't done, but whatever. Like, I could harvest this and maybe get a little bit more food in here, but eh. Alright, so with that, let's get out of here. It's, like, and for the record, it's not even a big threat. Like, the Site Stealers are very, very handleable. They're not very difficult enemies. You just basically have to, like, camp out in your base until they're done. Rather than spend my time on that. Okay, do I go for this thing and then keep hopscotching over? I think we do. Let's go for the Ancient Complex. Every time you buy a new device, the first thing you do is turn off autocorrect. It'll get you. It's still, I think it's overall still useful, but there's definitely times you're like, man, autocorrect, you're not helping. That's fine. All right. The word suggestion above your keyboard? Yeah. Alright, so let's grab everyone. And while everyone's getting in position, we'll check what ores are on the map. So no components, but there is steel. And no exposed ore that we can see what it is. Hmm. Everyone opened fire, and everyone missed.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
All right. Okay. We will have you pop the box. So there's some uranium. All right, so range team, set up here. You start poking these doors. Usually don't find much of interest in the ancient complex. Once in a while, you'll get a win, unique weapon, something like that. Okay, one minor cut. That's fine. Nothing we care about there. Yeah, so just trying to quickly check the ancient complex first. Then we just deal with whatever, like ship maintenance, all that kind of stuff. Man, every single one of these rooms has had enemies in it to deal with. Tribal medicine? I didn't know you could get tribal medicine out of that. That's pretty funny. That is definitely not worth. Okay, so we'll disallow that door. It'll just make fire and I have nothing to gain for it. Okay, so what we can do here is we will trigger both of these to explode. And then for right now, we disallow this door. And this door, and this door. And let our people deal with their stuff. So not much in the way of ore on the map. We're not planting anything. I'm not staying here long enough. I will cut down some trees, though. And I will queue up a bunch of random animals to be hunted. Then we can go on here, zone, dumping stockpile, regular stockpile, low priority, no rotten, no human-like. Yeah, because usually it won't get through those cases. They're pretty resistant to fire, so we just let that burn. When it's done, it's done. We can worry about after that. Okay. There's no water, I think, for fishing, so we don't need to worry about that. Yeah, so now we just wait for that to cool off, and then we'll pop open those two boxes and see what we got. Did you actually get treated or not? You did. Good for you. And let's go ahead and do our scarring thing. I just need to keep up with this where we keep doing the scarring ritual. Eventually, once we get all the scars on, where everyone gets all 5 they need, it'll just stop showing up as an option. Alright, with that said, chat, I need to use the restroom real badly, so we're about to hit an ad break anyway, so I'm going to quickly do that. I'll be back in just a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in. I do hope you've been enjoying the stream, so I'll see you in a couple minutes. If you're ever wondering, chat, You shouldn't leave school in session in a toxic environment. Or don't mean like toxic like people are mean and not kind and all that. We're talking toxic as in like, you know, industrial waste. Also, children, you should have grown up faster. We talked about it. Well, it takes care of your overpopulation of children. Yeah, but it took care of it a little too good. What are you up to with that? Did you interrupt? Oh god. Did you interrupt my picture? Stop getting in the way of the camera. Oh, come on. It's perfect. Don't hit. That's not good. Alright, you know what we're doing? We're gonna go with this is not our problem. We want no part of this. Your jacket, ma'am, it's green, just like your jacket. You should buy some. Don't make me go back to my warehouse. You, sir, the zap. No, come on. Come on, buy the zap. All right, fine. All right, one moment. You were stores with this efficient in real life? Not really. I cannot see in the grass at all. No, I was really depending on you not being there anymore. I really need you to get away from my car. Oh, that's it. Well... No, when I turned to go north there and I saw that was a full-on horde, or like a full-on... Oh, that is all enclosed with large fence. We do not want to be in here. This is a dead end. Alright, looping back around. I was like, I want to take a peek at that bow driver. This is not the place to do it. That is tall fences on all sides. Hey, zombie, just ignore me, right, buddy? We can be cool. I don't really know how I'm looping back without going over where I just was. I guess we're exploring the dangerous way. Oh, that is way worse. Okay, alright. Oh, I may have just killed myself. Alright, we made it work. Hey, buddy, coming through.
Take a sip.
Okay.
What's the worst that could happen?
Back. The only thing I can do is get multiple. Which we will. So how stressed out do you think you'd be as Jeremiah Wiener in this moment? You're sitting here, trying to relax among the corpse of the things trying to murder you, and listening to this over your shoulder the whole time. I need you to move. Let me in. Alright. Can... Oh no, I can't get out. There, get out. Yeah, that's what I've done, is I've told them to get out of the way, and they're just all... Yay! I hate all of this. This was a mistake. No, 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 no. Okay. I'm still way not out of danger. Okay. That was really, really bad. Because I got cut off and I saw the bushes. And that was really bad. Thanks, everyone. Sorry. Oh, right. And I am back. Let's see. Yeah, people talking about the autocorrect stuff still, and we had... Does someone know what game he was playing where he played the kid in blue headcloth in the library? Oh, Story of Seasons. I think that's one. It's the devs who made Harvest Moon. It's what they went to. Basically, Story of Seasons is the old Harvest Moon people, whereas Harvest Moon is no longer Harvest Moon. It's a whole big licensing thing. But yeah, so we were playing Story of Seasons. I'm guessing it was the one where I was trying to take a picture that we were doing a dare drop, and I had to take a picture of one of the romanceable characters. And between, I think it was like her mom kept getting in the way of the picture, and then she kept stepping out of frame. So like it ended up being a challenge that took me a good little bit to do because I just couldn't get her to cooperate. Alright, so that should be fine now. So open that. Yeah, and that should be good now. Yeah, no, it's pretty funny. That's also the same game when I do, like, I try and do the rooster sound. It was the same thing. It was a dare drop that it was like, hey, do a sound of a barnyard animal or whatever. And I tried to do a rooster and it was tragic. Yeah, no, we haven't done Mount and Blade in a long time. Right, because they were coming out with the, we were going to play when they came out with the update that was adding the boats and all that, and then it got delayed. Because I enjoy that game, but that's definitely one that kind of falls into the same, like, 4X strategy kind of game issue, where they can be hard to keep people engaged. Now, that one does a little bit better, because you can get into the actual fights and you're, like, down in it, so there's a little bit more to follow. But I found after having a number of fights on stream that people tend to start dropping off. They've got mods that add Twitch integration, but generally, well, channels who do like lots of Twitch integration content, it's good. I don't. I find Twitch integration tends to be far too frenetic, far too chaotic. It's like, once in a blue moon we'll do, the RimWorld with like TTK or whatever, where you can do redeems and all that. I forgot to unrestrict you. I was like, man, you're just not doing stuff. So we got Luciferum and the Kind Gene pack. Okay, well, I mean, the Kind Gene pack is just gonna rot. But yeah, so it's like, it can be fun to do like the Twitch integration as a one-off thing, but a lot of the games where chat has any meaningful impact, chat loves chaos. So it ends up being very counter to the normal vibe we try and have on the channel. But it can be fun to do as like a one-off thing from time to time. Like I for myself don't enjoy watching the games where there's like Twitch integration going on where you can summon threats and do all sorts of stuff. Besides when games pull names from chat and auto rename pawns, stuff like that. Yeah, no, I can get into that. I wish Timberborn had that. Because, like, Timberborn, people really want me to name the beavers after them. But the problem is the beavers just don't live that long. They have a, they age out pretty quick. And so it just becomes this raw evolving door of just constantly dealing with naming. So it is one of those things that I always, like, people be like, oh yeah, you should turn this on. I was like, no, not for Timberborn. Like, I'll do it with RimWorld because people usually live long enough and all that. But Timberborn, they just don't live long enough for me to want to deal with it. Who's been born in the primordial chaos soup? Yeah, no. It's understanding. Like, having that engagement, being able to do those things is very entertaining for the people doing it. But I've just found, for again, my content is leaning a lot more on, like, the chill vibe, you know, people winding down for the end of the night, that kind of thing. That's or just, like, you know, background noise for while they're at work. Like, that kind of content is, like, one of the big draws of the channel. And when you have people, like, just summoning in rage, like, delivering new pawns, doing all this, you got a colony of, like, 32 people because people just keep summoning it. It's literally, by the time I'm done to stream, I'm just so exhausted from just everything being at 11 the whole time. And yeah, usually every time I do something like TTK, a lot of people be like, I'm glad you did that, also, I don't want you to really do that again in the near future. Just, you know, it's too much. You just can't watch, it's too high energy. Which is fair. Like I said, for me, I take it as, you know, one of the, like, a one-off stream kind of thing. Just have a chaos day. Hey, Anemone Rose, thank you so much for the raid. I do hope you had yourself a good stream and all that stuff. Can we get a shout out for Anemone Rose? But another fantastic creator on the platform. Plays a whole bunch of games, playing some RimWorld today. But has also done stuff like Project Zomboid and all that kind of stuff, so if any of that sounds good, you can go find it over there with Anemone. So thank you so much for it. You're at the Mech Hive, and you don't think you're going to make it. That's concerning. I do hope you make it. But yeah, no, the Mech Hive is definitely an endurance marathon. You don't just knock it out and move on. You got to be able to just kind of hang up there for a while. It just takes time. Okay. It's so different from the other endings of the game. Yeah, no, because it's like, you look at the ending, and all the original endings, like early on DLC endings, you know, are stay in place, wait, you know, survive 15 days, that kind of thing. As, you know, they just throw the wall at, you know, throw things at you. The anomaly ending is sort of that. It's a balance between stuff attacking you and you attacking them. Arco Nexus is just New Game Plus. And then very much the Mech Hive, I won't spoil for those who haven't seen it yet. You're definitely the aggressor on that one, but it is an endurance one. You're just going to be there a while, and it's going to get done at your pace, but it's going to keep slapping you again and again the whole time till it's over. Ancient Installation Trove. Alright, so we still got a little bit more time. But welcome in, Raiders. Again, check out Anemone Rose, fantastic content creator, playing some RimWorld, getting to the finale. You know, may or may not make it, so you're going to need to tune in to see how that all plays out. But yeah, for everyone popping in, I am Rual Storge. I do play variety games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed. You'll notice there's a past tense on that. But I am a variety creator. I do play a heck of a lot of RimWorld on the channel. I have 2 people who are being idle. We have idle people? Disgusting. Alright, I guess in the meantime, while we wait for the ship to recharge, I'm going to do one of these things. Making a long ship? Yeah, it's not any type of specific strategy. It's just as I get the ability to expand, or just expanding where I can make it work. Because then I'm going to widen the back up here a bit more. But the plan is to make this into a freezer, and more than likely I'll have like a little area we can come back over here, put some engines back there and there. I don't even know what those side rooms will be. We'll probably need a hospital relatively soon. Okay, so that's good enough. Let's go ahead and move out of here. We grabbed the goods we could, and there wasn't much to speak of. Alright, so we're going to work our way over to this grav core. We are using the Explorer mode mod, so we've got Fog of War. And so what I've been doing is just point of interest. Okay, don't know what it is. I could be landing in a volcano. I could be landing on a nice pleasant tile. I could be landing in an archipelago. We're going to find out when we get there. There's a fun little factoroonie. You made your ship pretty much as big as possible based on the spacing, but didn't fit in the mech hive. Actually had to cheese to get it to fit. Oh, interesting. Yeah, no, because I found most of the time it does go out of its way to make room for your ship, sometimes in cursed ways. That's a little concerning. Alright, so you've got what looks like a abandoned colony over there. Yeah, so just gonna go ahead and park it right down here. Yeah, no, because when I did the Mech Hive cluster, both times I did it, I basically had a ship at near maximum size. It's a nerve spiker there. Alright, so while you're running over there, let's get our stuff set up. So zone, dumping stockpile, low, no human-like corpses or rotten, regular stockpile, low priority. I don't anticipate we're going to be here very long, but I'll toss down another field of rice. And I didn't see there was an entrance anywhere. Okay. We can go compact. Well, that's an interesting one. Okay. An Obsidian Gladius, that's fun. In this case, I already have an obnoxious number of batteries, so we'll just deconstruct them. Okay, we'll order allow. Making a perfectly square ship, 43 by 43 dimensions. Yep, Borg cube style. Alright, so meanwhile, we already checked and didn't see any ores we were too excited about. We did see some components we queued up. Steel were beyond more than fine. That is not an ancient danger there. Ancient dangers are never damaged when they start. Something has to damage them. We're just taking a peek, see if we see any obvious ancient dangers anywhere. Even though the frequency they happen has been massively nerfed. Oh, there's some jade there. I didn't check for the ores. I should do that. Alright, so let's do this. So ore. Cool. We'll want that uranium. Alright. Well, that's all good stuff. You got all that working on. We can go over here and say tree cut, just do it. And you dropped face masks. Okay, I can get behind that. Make sure we don't have anything on this queue. We shouldn't have anything on the queue I don't care about. Yeah, we're fine. Alright. Was he also not getting through the mech hive in your first step sounds completely okay to you? Blanco literally retreated from his attack of the mech hive recently, back to the planet after the whole stream of sweating his way through fighting and losing 2 colonists. And he's the single most experienced player with the wacky challenges you've seen him string over the past years. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Like, I managed to knock mine out, but I was sitting on pawns that we had, like, deathless, coagulating, super fast healing, fully bionicked out, like, really, really juiced up people in cataphract armor the first time I did it. I don't think we had cataphract the second time. I think we were in recon armor the second time, but the point was, by the time I was there, like, we had stacked things about as much as you can stack things in my benefit. Yeah, so just an abandoned colony. Limestone and slate, so we're not going to get any more of our shelves built. That's fine. They'll get done what they get done. You witnessed part of the assault. You only caught the tail end of the disaster before he said, "Let's leave and try again." Is Blanco Bloody Dronco? Yes. They are one and the same. Alright, let's do another scarification. They buffed the mech hive too? In the latest patch? How did they buff it, by the way? I hadn't heard that. Because I could see them buffing it in the... There was ways to destroy the spawners, which I never did try. So I could see them getting rid of those cheeky strategies. I could see them escalating the spawn rates of the mechs. That'd be a rough one. Honestly, the stuff more out in the fringes. I don't even think if they buffed the mechs that much, it'd make that big of a difference. Because usually by then you're kitted enough that even if they were centipedes, you can shut them down if you really cared. I honestly feel like the balance they have between like the stuff out there with cyclopses and centipedes and smaller stuff as well actually does pretty good in making you underestimate them a little bit. Whereas if they were just straight up nasty stuff. You found it not too bad, but you cleared the map before breaking the MacGuffins. Oh yeah, no, I did the same thing. I full cleared the entire map. And then went through and started doing all this stuff. The final mech hive raid is now be 1.5 times as strong as of 8.14. Okay, that's not too bad. I never had those mech raids cause me too much grief up there, because by the time you're dealing with all those mechs, having a handful of mechs come after you is honestly not that bad. Like, to me, the danger was more the constant respawning ones. You can also get boss mechs in space now. Well, we had the, we had Diablos show up, and that's a boss one. And I think we also had, what was it, the Archon or whatever? Yeah, so I think... You said the 14th? I could have sworn... Oh, you know what? Well, hey, don't do that. It's supposed to not be able to put the ceiling up there as long as I didn't have that last wall. Yeah, no, because we dealt with the Archon thing, which is one of the boss ones, and we had Diablos show up. It might be maybe a certain wave they could. But you know that may mean you can summon them in space now? That could be, because I think you're able to do that... No, that's right. I don't think you could summon them in space, in general. Alright. And we'll definitely want to inch this forward so you can put a grav core extender here. So we could, again, extend this defensive position to force enemies down into it. Alright. But yeah, no, I definitely remember fighting at least one Diablos and one of the Archons during the Mech Hive. Now, oh, beavers? I don't care about that. Have a good time, beavers. And how much longer till you're recharged? 1 day. That's fine. And the next jump should be able to take me directly to that lava field. And then after the lava field, we'll probably take a detour to replenish our food supply. How are we doing on the conquest thing? Alright, so conquest is getting a little low. Okay, let's go ahead and begin another scarring ritual. Just keep those going. The marriage is on. Craig's proposed lifelong commitment to Lunar Bell. Lunar Bell agreed and the two are now engaged. Nice. I've lost track of what our romantic situations are in the colony. Because remember we had one group who got together, then broke up. Another group who got together actually followed through their marriage, and then one of them died. And I think we've had like 1 or 2 people have been floating around, like, I think got like engaged, then broke up, then got engaged with someone else, then broke up. Cool. Alright, we'll just do another one if you still got energy. Because all we'd be doing otherwise is laying down more floor tile, which is worth doing, but not really a priority. Yeah, no, I think when the DLC first dropped, you could get Diablos up there, and then I think they disabled it on the very first patch. Because it was a thing, if you got Diablos to the Mech Hive, like the summoner things there, where they would spawn new ones, the Diablos weapon could destroy structures, and it could destroy those structures that are otherwise immune to damage. So you could disable the spawners in the middle, which really trivialized the entire event. Because that, to me, was the part that actually made it challenging, is it was a big enough encounter you realistically had to go out, fight a bunch, come back, heal, do your recreation, go back, fight a bunch, and keep repeating that process. But in the meantime, you have that middle area where they're just summoning up until they get a certain number and then they attack you. So you kind of had to like keep going through there, clearing it out, which would cost you a bunch of time, and then go out, clear what you can, then go back and keep repeating that. You know, risking some Lancer getting away and potentially one pop in one of your people. And it wasn't too bad. It was just you had to be like very methodical with it. Is the way I kind of felt it was. Yeah, it's only 37. We'll probably just move on. We're on a clip, so it's gonna be that way for a while. It's really called Diablos. Did you hear that right? I might be mispronouncing it. But yeah, I know it's the first boss. That's fine, we're not breaking people out. Diabolus? Yeah, I just been calling it Diablos. There's a lot of made-up names in the game that, you know, like the Yetkin. There's like 8 or 9 different pronunciations you see of that one. Yeah, people call them Yetakin, Yetkin, Wookiees. Alright, so we were just trying to get a thing. You can't say that word, it's their word. No. Alright, so we got the platform pieces. Yeah, I think realistically I'm gonna have to land it right here. Brown Edekin. Oh, you always just call them Wookiees. Well, yeah, that's the thing. I tend to call them Yetkins. Because it's one of those things that, like, they didn't specify the pronunciation at first. So a whole bunch of people came up with their own pronunciations. And then they kind of circled back, just like, okay, well, here's what the pronunciation is. And it's like, nah, man, it's too late. You can't change it now. You let it go too long. It'll be whatever people want to call it. Okay. I'm just quickly setting up our zones and all that. We did get the... Oh no, it's a minor crash, not the grav sickness. Okay, never mind. Alright, so we got these 2 areas to check out here. That looks like it's an ancient danger down there. Alright, so let's go compact. You don't care about that, so Jade. Or... Let's get uranium down here. Uranium over there. And gold right there. Alright, so let's get our people together. And first, I've got this Jaguar, Cougar, whatever it is, right behind us. I'm worried I'm going to not pay attention, and it's going to come after us. So that's dealt with. So your door is right here. That looks like it's the hallway. He'll call it just like word vomit. Alright. I am not a fan of this set of hallways. Now I got shield belt again, we can just easily handle these things. Cool. That's easy to remember. Yep. Also, you presume you can only bring / summon that mech boss in the mech hive if you're a mechanator? Yeah, because you'd have to go through the requirements to be eligible for it. Alright. Okay, so you got a centipede burner, at least 2 scorchers, a cyclops, a couple of militars, a sentry gun up here. So this is the room that has the stuff we care about. What would be my best approach? This is the only door in here unless we make our own wall. So the ones I'm most worried about is that Cyclops can be a problem. The burner can be a problem because it can make us go run in and get ourselves killed. So let's hold this door. Because you're just going to let me do this without fighting back. I'm down to take advantage. Alright. There's another one. There's one down there. Ah, we got 3 of them in there. Okay, so that's a little annoying. So we definitely don't want to mess with this while this is out here. So What I'll probably end up doing here is first, let's scrunch you all up in this corner. And get rid of this thing. And that one. So we don't have pathing problems. Can you hold the door for a moment? Okay. Okay, you did your job. You made him angry. Alright, so that's a Lancer. So the hope here is that we can get one of them to head up here. Let's have Earth Rush do it. Okay. Come on. Chase. Oh yeah, come on. Centipede first by itself. That's what we love to see. No, you're too far back. You're friendly firing. All right. Cool. So I got the centipede down. Alright, so let's get you back out here, Thrush. If you hit him, you'd probably aggro him. There you go. You actually landed a hit. Let's back you off. I'd really like you to actually... Alright. Come on. Okay, that should work fine. I'm surprised we have any fire left. Let's get this out of here before it gets way too hot. Alright, so it's cooling off properly. Okay. Major break risk on Earth Rush because everything. Go up, get out of here. Meanwhile, we'll have you pop over here. Let's have Krask this. You are the sharpshooting specialist, whatever. Meanwhile, let's jump here. I didn't see that you had switched targets. Let's get you here. You're too far back. Krask, move, buddy. Okay, we're good. Krask ran past and got put out on the way up. That's the Scyther. That's fine. Nicely done. Like, walked to the room, immediately popped the Lancer. Okay, so we should be good here to start dealing with all that. There's no more enemies that are normal. You all get out of here. Actually, you get out of here too. So this room is off limits to you right now. Go get yourselves dealt with real fast, get your food, get all that stuff. Because that's what we actually came for, is what's in this room. So let's see what our injuries are. We have some bruises on you. You took 1 shotgun hit and a couple of minor burns. And a whole lot of heat stroke. Because when that one lit everything on fire in that room, is a bit of a rough time. Okay. Oh, did we ever get you your title? Oh, yeah. Because we've been theming everyone's titles after undesired solicitors. So, you know, where like the people come up and try and like harass you into getting solar and all that kind of stuff. We got a bunch of them, but Earthrush, we haven't got them to set to have one yet. So wanna come up with a title for you, because we got like the Prolicizer, you know, whatever religious group shows up, knocks on your door and starts bothering you. We got the solar people, the aluminum siding, like car warranty, telemarketers, all that. All right, so we got a raid showing up. Mostly packing shortish range weapons. I am curious if they'll go in here and take care of that for me. Oh, and there's another group up here. Yeah, that's actually some pretty respectable weapons. Because the only time you heard of EVO was when some dude had like 15 frame perfect counters in Street Fighter. Like 10, 20 years ago. Oh, I have no idea. So keep everyone here. Because I want to have my people heal up for a minute. So I got a raid. I'm low-key... Wait, is there... You're preparing, right? Yeah, you're preparing. I'm low-key really hoping, because these are hostile, that they will target that and go after that. Are you just... They're just preparing inside that base. Just running around in there, no problems. Mutter was never the smart one. Mutter down there was never the smart one, putting themselves in a defensive position between the sentry guns. And has died for it. Don't waste materials on my shelves, please. Honestly, if I had unlocked those doors, there's a chance they would have gone and raided that too. No time for that now, sadly. But I'm willing to bet they would have just gone in and cleared stuff out for me. Okay, let's get our people in position. Range team, there you go. Melee team, there you go. Yeah, so they are going in for those sentry guns. That'll be good. They'll probably win, but they'll take some damage and they'll clear them out for me. This group is probably coming after us directly. Ooh, they actually have a shield belt in the lead. Yeah, this is actually the worst of the two groups. That one actually has some power going for it. And you are high on Go Juice. You are high on Go Juice. Let's see. Marksman and Combat Command. Let's just go for it. Yes, they're winning that fight. So, I already have my plan of how we're dealing with the strong melee one when it runs in. I appreciate that you put up the shield, and then you ran away from the shield. So I'm going to have you shift over here real fast. Okay, so Infinity took some hits. Not even that bad, just got downed. So you go rescue Infinity. How are you doing over here? You take any nasty hits? Not really, but we'll get you out of there. The rest of you, just try and run through to the other side of that ship. See if we can't catch any of the runners. Oh, there's still a second group. Hang on. Hold up. Yeah, I wanted to go after them too, but that's fine. Okay, is there any other survivors? Okay. Then go after Slob there. You're basically already dead. Okay, to shift a little bit farther over. A little bit farther over, they're being smart and trying to use that terrain to their advantage. Yeah, it's fine. Okay, so unfortunately we didn't down any, we just killed all of them. So no easy loot. Oh, actually, let's check, see if there's any in there. So they did take out all the sentry guns, so that's pretty awesome. They went ahead and opened that up for me. We can open up all these, and we're going to have stuff to kill back there, but let's heal up first. What? Infinity, buddy? I need you to go back to bed and get yourself patched up. You are bleeding from your leg pretty badly. Alright. Simpson's voice, I'm in danger! Yep. Nah, but you did well. You got chain shotgun. Let's go and take that chain shotgun over your, over that. Let's start moving people around to be better based on their range kind of thing. Yeah, you could... We honestly could base around the heavy SMGs. They're not bad. I'm mostly going to be waiting for, like, the unique weapons to roll in. So we can go to this one. We will stop keeping bolt-action rifle. We're getting better stuff in here now. Telemarketer can work remotely from bed to puts on headsets and starts cold calling people. Yeah, was yours the title telemarketer? Yeah, we gave you the telemarketer title. Oh wait, you're not the one who knew the title, it was you. Phone scammer. So like all the stuff where they call you about your car's warranty and all that, we'll put that under there. I appreciate your cloud watching over there. In the meantime, let's go ahead and put the corpse stockpile over there. But that is actually a title, not the previous occupation before crashing on the rim. Yes, we've been giving everyone titles loosely based on just like, you know, undesired solicitation. So you're like, again, the people who show up at your house and be like, hey, you know, have you considered solar? I was just talking to your neighbor. Uh-huh, and they probably told you to beat it. I was just talking to your neighbor. We had a good conversation about solar. Have you ever considered it? The fiber optics people? Yeah, I don't run into that much. There's only one company who does fiber optic in my area, and I actually have it. Like, the moment it came available, I was like, I want it. Because the internet offerings we had before then here were pretty appalling. Alright, so we don't have an obsidian there. That doesn't stop him from cold calling you? Yeah, no, it doesn't. We'll have, like, the one I get is I'll have, like, the local ISP that I have fiber. They'll have a person who drops by. It's like, hey, I see you're signed up with us. Have you considered, like, I could save you whatever amount of money. It's like, I could save you $60 a month on your internet. And you're like, I don't want it. No, see, all you have to do is you just bundles, like, I don't want it. Like, I'm trying to be nice here, but I don't want it. I have the internet. Do you know what I want? The internet. Do you know what I don't care about? Anything that's not the internet. Look, man, I got away from, like, all the cable bundling. Oh, there's an ancient danger. Oh, yeah, we did notice there's an ancient danger. We'll deal with that in a minute. Let's get all the important goodies out here. I love being able to say thanks, I've got it right. Well, that's what I used to do, is they'd show up and be like, oh yeah, have you considered fiber? It's like, yep, got it. And you're like, oh, well, because you know they're based on commission kind of stuff. Like, understandably. So it's like, oh, well, if you sign up with this, I can potentially get you this discount. I'm like, no, I don't want to deal with it. Like, I'm good, man. You already sold me the product. You don't need to resell me on the product even more. Alright, so that's some glitter. Alright, let's have all of you pop down here and break this thing. Okay, so that's just a hallway. Yeah, we're just gonna say no to this room. It's just gonna have mechs in it, and we don't really need it. We're waiting for Infinity to heal up, because they had to kind of hold the line, and they got whacked pretty good in that last fight. No long-term serious injuries, just gotta heal up. That's why I had to quit working at Bed and Bath Works, as they pushed manipulative stock tactics on us. You didn't even make commission. If someone tells me they don't want a candle, I'm not going to try to manipulate them into buying a candle. Yeah, no, that was when I worked retail. For us, it was always the store credit card that you could get. And it's like, oh yeah, no, if they go to ring up a transaction and it's not with the store credit card, you're supposed to ask them 3 separate times. Make sure to let them know that they could potentially save $15 by getting it. Not mentioning the fact that the credit card's like lowest interest rate is something like 23%. And then heaven help you if you ever miss a payment, it'll jump up to like 32% or something. Like it was a pretty egregiously nasty credit card. I'm like, I'm not doing that. Like, I'll ask once, but I'm not going to harass the person. Because especially, I was on commission. So he's like, you know what I'm not doing? I'm not going to sit here and be like, do you want to put this on your card? Do you want to put this on your card? Do you want to put this on your card? I was like, no, the person's not going to interact with me, and I'm not going to get paid. That was, like, it's usually very, like, I worked really well with the company, but that was, like, the one thing I, like, had my foot down pretty hard. I was like, nah, man, I'll ask once. That's fine. And if they say anything that does not imply interest, that's the end of it. Like, I'm not going to go through your whole thing about asking them again and again and again. Not even strictly for the money thing, but because I had pretty strong reservations with that whole credit card thing. Let's pop the Ancient Danger before that other mech hive area. That's a pretty big Ancient Danger. Let's sit back just a little bit, just in case there's a bunch of Lancers or something in there. We don't just get someone plugged through the heart. Yeah, and it was an interesting thing too, because, you know, I was sitting there, like, I'd show my numbers. Okay, that's not really that bad. Like, we'd show all the numbers and all that, and generally speaking, I had an extremely low rate of returns, really high commission rates and all that. And, you know, they're like, you know, you do so well, like, what are the things that you find that you do differently that really helps you? I was like, I don't push the credit card. Kind, careful shooter, bloodlust. Okay. Psychopath with great memory who is non-violent. That's an unfortunate one. Kind. Just straight up kind. Quick sleeper. Body modder, nervous, gourmand. Alright. So, I'm not going to immediately go with the violence. What we're going to go ahead and do is we will rescue you. And you were psychopath with great memory, but not violent. That's no good. We're going to rescue you. The quick sleeper. I'm going to go ahead and rescue you, because you're the quick sleeper. You. Put you back to the fridge. And put you back in the fridge. Did you have anything we wanted? And strip that person. Deconstruct. Deconstruct, just because. Okay, so let everyone get all healed up. The only one who took a hit was, like I said, Avenged. I mean, you got poked in the head by a little flesh mass. But yeah, so what we're going to do is we're going to bring in these people, we're going to patch them up, and see if some of them will join automatically, because I only got 2 places I could shove prison cells right now. So if we can get any of them to just join for free, that's a win. We also practice some of our doctoring real quick. Because I don't need to, like, blow up my numbers. Because that has its own liabilities. Can you get that set to hack? Okay, so once you're all healed up, which shouldn't take long because you didn't get hit that hard. Will it go for it? Yeah, so one of these I want to make sure. Walt joins. Heck yeah. Freebie pawn. Please drop all those goodies I left on you. Alright, so Walt's here. Let's go ahead and get your schedule sorted out. You're not technically got a passion for doctoring, but you're actually good at it, so I'm willing to just go with it. You are a researcher, because that's all you're good for. Okay. We'll put plant cut as a low priority for you. And hunting is a low priority for you. Okay, and you were the quick sleeper. You don't have anything you're specifically well geared for fighting-wise. Oh, you didn't drop weapons or anything. I think you're all unarmed in there. Roberts joins. So we got the kind pawn. You're going to be a melee pawn. So Walt's here. Go grab that. Robert's here. Go grab this. That is what you like to see. Is just free pawns. You picked them up, you slapped some bandages on them, gave a thumbs up. They're like, yep, we're one of you now. You're going to be a dedicated crafter. Yeah, I'll have you be a dedicated crafter. And what about you? Are you going to join freely? Because this would be a really good melee pawn. And also a good person for processing bodies. Because with Bloodlust, they won't care about seeing rotten bodies or anything like that. We'll turn that back on. How is our power doing? We can handle that. 2 major break risks because intense pain, 1 serpent, neural supercharge, all that stuff. Are we good for a conversion? Well, actually, okay, so you're already converted. Smoke Leaf Binge, that's fine, new recruit. Sometimes you just have a day. Begin conversion on Waltz. Yeah, no, I'm not a big fan of Bloodlust, but it's a Bloodlust kind pawn, which will mitigate the Bloodlust concerns a lot. Come on, Masterful. Heck yeah, it was meant to be, chat. So now, instead of being very upset about being in intense pain, now they're just cool with it. Alright, so let's get Waltz named here. So our brand new colonist to the team is going to be Zerx. I'll need to come up with something for you to be. But that's fine. Then we got Roberts over here. That'll be chili cheese. Alright, it'll have to be... I forgot, your name's too long. I'm just gonna go with chili burritos because I can't fit all of it. Your name's too long, man. I need you to go into Twitch and shorten your name for me. Don't actually do that. Okay. I'm just waiting to see if you're gonna join me as well. Because otherwise we let the other ones get healed up and we'll be good. They did turn this on in the event we get more obsidian. That's a pawn worth arresting and recruiting? You're not wrong. Okay, so they're not staying. That is an unfortunate decision you have made. So we will be discussing that decision at length. It just is what it is. Prisoner, convert. Okay. We can give our new recruits a chance to heal up from their injuries. This is also about the time where we need to go to Clear Forest, manage apparel. Delete that. Delete that. Delete that. Delete that. Copy. Go here. And you'll be called Melee. So we go to the regular one, Utility. You are not allowed to have a shield belt. And Melee, honestly, don't worry about equipping anything but shield belts right now. Jump pack if I get it, I guess. But for the moment, we are making sure you put on your shield belts if we've got one. Not taking no for an answer does fit the pushy solicitor theme after all. Exactly. We're just in character. That's all. Okay, we still didn't get a title for you. Oh. Surveyor. So the person who just shows up is like, can you answer a few questions for a survey? Specialized limbs are fun. Do you have any plan to use them? Probably. Do we? I don't think we have specialized limbs yet, do we? Yeah, that was over here, I believe. Yeah, we actually have the researcher. Yeah. Yeah, no, normally I do. Normally if I have someone who's primarily doing growing, I'll give them the field hands. If we've got someone who's primarily mining, I'll give them drill arms and that kind of stuff. Chili cheese, chili burritos, ice cream, man. And I know a bunch of people are like, whoa, 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 whoa. Let's be real. That is not an unwelcome solicitor. It is if you're a parent who is trying to get your kid to behave and eat well and all that. Because then your kid comes racing into your house, being like, ice cream, ice cream. Can I get ice cream? Like that kind of thing. I'm sure the reception of the ice cream man is entirely different when that's the situation you're in. Crisis of belief. That is amazing timing, because that means they've got catharsis, and it means it knocked down their confidence in their ideology to like 2, which means my very next conversation will convert them. Thanks, man. You're just trying to like speed run yourself joining the colony. I mean, to be fair, I would probably speed run joining the colony if this was my arrangements. Is I was shoved in a hallway between 2 locked doors and told to sleep on the floor, the slate tile floor. I'd be like, you know what? What do I gotta do to get out of here? Let's talk. Willing to negotiate? Alright, let's deal with this real fast. Okay. Now we don't have to worry about that causing me grief later. Alright, so you are still healing up. Yeah, so those are going to be a minute. So let's grab the others. Oh, right, we already hacked that door. Yeah, we have, that's another one we can add. We'll, the next one who joins us, we'll put a, like, we have both a military recruiter would be an excellent one. Because they can be utterly obnoxious and don't have any respect for your time, or when you're like, no, I'm not interested. But also, like, you know, the TV... Oh, please don't let shoot. Because I don't want to run Infinity in there and get absolutely kerblasted. Let's move you up. Yeah, so like the military ones, or as you were mentioning, like you'll have the ones where it's like, you know, are you looking for an opportunity? I have this contract to hire opportunity, or it's like contract may hire, whatever they use for their verbiage. Contract may hire opportunity. It's only in person. It's like, you know, multiple states away. And the pay is utterly abysmal. Like, it's really entry-level pay, but we do require you to have at least 7 years experience in this technology that's only 3 years old. Would this be a role you'd be interested in? No. Why on earth would you be interested in that? That sounds terrible. Alright, so we got a pikeman. We got the 1 sentry gun down there. We got a scorcher. You have a shield belt still, right? Where did your shield belt go? Oh! Doesn't matter if you set your permissions if you don't actually use them. Alright, well, we'll try and kill these two real fast, and then we'll come back with the shield belt in a minute. That did not go exactly how I wanted. Run in there real fast. No, 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 no. Get in. Who's got the fire foam popper? I need... Oh, he's gonna die because all my people are being dumb. Okay. Get in there. Okay, well that was utterly a mess. And the rest of you just get out now. Do not allow this door, so that you have to leave up this... Don't, where are you going? Okay. Could you not eat directly against the fires? Like, you bandaging yourself up is not the smoothest move right there, but it's not as bad as stopping to, like, have a snack in the fire. Okay, that's fine. We'll disallow this for a minute. Otherwise the rest of that place is all fine. Okay. You're exhausted and it's late. Yeah. Yeah, no, all the people at the mall, it's like, would you like to check out this new hair, like, this new hair product? Would you like this perfume? I was like, no, go away. You had to preemptively block every employee of one agency on LinkedIn because they didn't do sales territories? Oh, jeez. Yeah. No, I've definitely gotten pretty frustrated at times where, you know, you'll have someone... Oh. I missed that you were still in there. Thank you for the heads up. Yeah, no, I had, like, there was an agency that was local that they would call and I'd be like, hey, you know, we have this opportunity, whatever. I'm like, hey, I'm only interested if it's remote work. They're like, oh yeah, well, I mean, it's hybrid, so it's got remote. That's not what I said. Remote. I'm not looking for hybrid. I'm not looking for on-site. Remote. I'm okay if I have the option of on-site, but, like, after going years and years and years without having a daily commute, I want to keep those 2 extra hours of my life every single day that I work, 5 days a week or whatever it is. Like, just the company I worked for, I had, like, you know, 30 to an hour commute pretty much all the time. Okay, so you're converted now, so let's get you recruiting. And just genuinely, when that job went fully remote, it was like, wait, I have so much time now. What do I do with all this time I've got? Like, I have like 2 extra hours every single day of my life. Even more than that when we talk about the amount of prep you have to do getting ready to work. You don't have to go quite as far with it. So it's like getting 2 hours back every single day, and then on top of all that... Okay, Zerx is doing it. I'd rather Krace do it because they're in better shape. But as well as things, it's like, nah, seriously, you consider that just in 1 week. That means awake hours. I'm getting something like a little over 10 hours of my life back. That's a whole extra day of being conscious you're getting back from just not being stuck in a car. And it's totally fine if people are like, no, I don't want to work at a company that requires remote, you know, yada yada. Like, that's fine. We all have our preferences. But for me, I was like, hey, remote only. I'm not like, very genuinely, I'm just not interested in anything that doesn't allow me to do remote. And they kept calling and being like, oh yeah, no, it's a hybrid. It's like, hey, I said remote only. Don't call me if it's not remote only. Like, I don't care if they're offering me more money. This isn't a money thing. This is about me having a life thing. You know, maybe if it was something like there was a 4-day-a-week shift or something, we could have a little bit more discussion or whatever. But yeah, no, that's the thing. That agency ultimately ended up shutting down because they couldn't find people to fit the roles. And I think like that was a combination of, one, they just weren't listening to people who were interested in jobs and actually considering their preferences. So needless to say, people like myself would get to the point of blocking their number and all that because it was just useless to let their calls through, you know, or just tell them not to call back. And it's also just the time that, like, a lot of companies are really, really pushing to get back from remote only to not being remote only. Most of the people I've known who've done that, it was a lot of micromanaging employers. And it's just very hard for them to micromanage while being remote. And again, there's nothing wrong with, like, on-prem. Certainly there's a lot of people with that preference. It was more just the frustration. That said, I've also had a lot of tech recruiters, like I said, they'll be like, oh yeah, the employer's requiring you to have 5 years experience in this framework. It's like, cool, that framework's only 2 years old, so you've literally said that you just don't want to hire anyone. Like, what do you mean? It's like, yeah, no, it's only been out for 2 years. There's literally no one in the planet that qualifies for that job. So you need to figure that out. And you understand the recruiter doesn't know the technology. They're not going to be an expert in everything. That's just not realistic. That's it. Yeah, you're in the middle of moving and saying completely you said it completely unrealistically but supremely motivating and unmovable deadline for yourself. Because procrastination is a thing, by scheduling the movers to be here tomorrow at 9 a.m., not like you can move the furniture single-handedly, but getting things boxed and such, oh yeah, moving is rough. Yeah, you don't want to drive, but they don't want to give up where the job is. Greater Boston area was meant as far as Maine once you interrogate them. Yeah, that's a lot of jobs will list themselves as Central Florida here. And a lot of it will be the greater Orlando metro area, but it's kind of one of those things that you'll be like, oh, it's based in Orlando. I'm like, I'm gonna need you to be more specific, because if you're like on Eastern Orlando and I live on Western Orlando, that could be an hour-and-a-half commute because I'm going through the middle of a big city, and there's not like a really easy way to like go out and around kind of thing. Like, they've got the expressways, but it only helps you if you're off the expressway. And almost always, a lot of those places are kind of not really along that path. They're kind of out there in their own little area. They'll be like, oh, it's a greater Orlando area. Where's it at? Maitland. That's dude, you are out there to the north. You are an hour away from like downtown. And it's not even that bad traffic-wise either. It's just, it's a very widespread area. You're talking a good like 40-50 mile drive. Your work can be remote unless you get like robots. Yeah, no, there's definitely some jobs that remote just doesn't work because they're a service job. You need to be physically present. But for like software dev, where they're like, you need to be in office. Why? Like, I understand we're doing a team building thing, like an event or whatever, or certain important meetings and those kind of things, interacting with the customer. Sure, I gotta be in person. That's fine. I'm not saying it can never be required to show up on the campus. But like, if my job for the day is just working on whatever project I'm working on code-wise, why do I gotta drive an hour to then start getting myself settled in to do some work where I'm just going to not bother anyone to be sitting at my computer the whole time to then, you know, drive an hour again, and you're just like, so you wrecked for all the stuff you had to go to get the house moving ready, plus a little packing you have been able to do, and while packing around a 2 and a 7-year-old, the goal is to get the bulk of it done tomorrow, so we were living there, coming here to just get a few things and clean, rather than living here and only able to move in, thankfully, over time, stressfully, yeah. Allies, okay, wait a second. Alright. That's actually a hard decision. Okay, so what are we actually dealing with here? So, there's going to be a crashed mechanoid platform for 18 days, until she can send a shuttle to collect them. Okay, so it's basically we got 3 Imperials, and we get 2 2x size mech clusters. I must keep their mood above 40%. Man, I don't know if I could do that. We'll give that a minute. Let's finish clearing this up. We're going to be landing a place to get more food anyways. If I do accept that quest, we'll accept it there, because I do really like having a pocket mech resurrection serum. That's always a good time. Alright, so Infinity... go smack it. Wait, did you get your shield belt on? Hang on. Do not go smack it. Did you get a shield belt on? There you go. Okay, you stole the shield belt, you get to go smack it. No. Alright. And a pollock seed. Okay. Yeah, because we got 4 days to accept it. Like I said, a mech resurrection serum, that's a big one. A vanometric power, that's a big one. Both of those are really solid rewards. And what's your deal? Right, you're an ideology who is not really compatible with what we got going on. Okay, everyone's done there. So I'll go ahead and scar people up again. Yeah, no, the vanometric power is definitely a big one. The mech resurrection serum's also a big one. I would argue the mech resurrection serum is more rare than the vanometric, and the vanometric we have more options that work around it. So that's kind of my thought process between the two. But yeah. There are definitely some jobs that must be in person, but there's a lot that don't need to, except for employees wanting to feel control their employees. Yeah. Well, for me, it's a lot of time. There's a lot of managers who, if they don't see you working, the assumption is that you're not working, which is, of course, not really fair, reasonable, or close to accurate. Okay, so storage, important, clear, foods. Storage, foods. That way all the food goes back here. Yeah, hard to say no to free power. Yeah, no, it's just, I feel like power is easier to work around. Like there's enough sources of power that are really good nowadays that while I will still certainly take a vanimetric power, it's also one of those things that if I miss out on it, it's not that big a deal. Because you've had bad experiences moving in the past. Many things got damaged, especially furniture that the company treated like trash. Thankfully, it was cheap furniture that needed to be replaced, but for a while I had to get almost no kitchen furniture. Yeah, I've had mostly good experiences with hiring moving people. Like, most of the times I got friends to help me moving. I definitely, like, after hiring someone to move stuff for me, I would definitely go that way almost every single time now. Because that was just so much easier than corralling a bunch of friends and then having them all chip in, and you don't know if or if not they're going to show up and how long they're going to stay, and, you know, all that kind of stuff. And that's not me trying to badmouth friends. It's just, you know, they're not being paid. They're doing it out of the kindness of their heart kind of thing. So, you know, you gotta work with that. They got kids and all that they gotta deal with. That's bio-coded, if you don't want that. But yeah, so it's like that. Then just, you know, the moving people, as long as you had stuff ready, it's just like, alright, they're just gonna keep loading the truck until it's done. And then we're on the way. That actually went really good. We did have like 1 or 2 things get damaged, but I mean, all things considered, with all the times I had to move, like, in my late teens, early 20s, and all the stuff that got damaged from, you know, again, friends who were genuinely trying to do a good job for you and everything, but, you know, you're moving a bunch of stuff. Like, you're finagling furniture around stairs and all that kind of crap, you're loading into a truck where stuff's getting piled up on itself. Something's gonna get damaged. Just kind of the nature of the situation. But I had really good experience with the moving people. But I'm also sure it's one of those things that, like, it depends on who you hire. Hey, Rachel Sweeney, how's it going? Like, I'm willing to bet you hire, like, licensed and insured and all those, like, moving people, where the business is definitely all on the up and up. You probably generally get better results than, you know, if you hire, like, the discount group, whatever they are. Alright, so we already got the Ancient Danger. We already hit both these things. Okay. So what are you doing down here? There's a little bit of gold I don't care about. Oh, you're probably... Yeah, you're dealing with the uranium. Alright, so I am going to accept this quest for Resurrection Serum. I did not pay attention to how many people you were sending. There is 0 chance we keep these people all happy. Oh, before we get too far. Okay, cool. You're already set to no drugs. Right. And you can be set to social drugs up here. No drugs for the new guests. Man, you sent a lot more people. I did not pay attention that you were sending. Yeah, you're sending the 3 people here and the 6 troops. Okay. How many people do we have right now? 19! Well, that's a problem. Furniture. Schedule. Just recreation the whole thing. Cool. They're social fighting each other. That'll help me. Yeah, they won't work. That's fine. Cool. We're 2 seconds in, and we've already got one of them got down from a social fight. Do we have any night owls we gotta be worrying about? No. That's good news. I did see there were 2 wimps among their actual troops, and a delicate among their special people, because one of them was a genie, so, you know, wimp delicate. Alright, so we're going to chill here for a moment. Till the first mech cluster shows up. How many days do I got to keep these people here? Oh, 18 days. I should not have taken that. That is what we call a mistake. So yeah, basically I want to chill here for a minute till we have the, Or actually, how are we doing on conquesting? We're not doing great. That's how we're doing. Alright, so we're gonna have to do a conquest relatively soon. So my thought is, we have the first mech cluster show up. And after it shows up, we jump to the next location. And then we set up over there to do all that. Meanwhile, this poor prisoner's just sitting there and people are just walking back and forth over them constantly. I was actually curious if they had any psychic powers, but it's not looking like it. Yeah, it's fine. Alright. Yeah, so we're definitely gonna have to bring them with us and... Okay, so everyone's hanging out here. So let's do another scarification thing. Because we can kill some time. If we have a good outcome, it should boost moods a little. Shambler Assault Relationship. Has a lot of shamblers. We don't have exactly the greatest firing lanes. New location. Let's get out of here. Yeah, because with a lot of those rocks, I didn't... Yep, shamblers can have relationships. Yeah, bye-bye, shamblers. Alright. Thruster breakdown. Get a cave entrance detected. Just gonna go right here and say just grow it if you got it. So because you're collateral, I'm gonna make you do all my dirty work right now. Because if we check a couple of you out, that works for me. Okay, so we got a couple of the tri-spikes. Oh, you downed it without actually splitting it. That doesn't happen very often. Usually takes like one decent hit. Alright, there's the ambush. Okay, and we'll bring the rest of the colony in now. Are you a wimp? You keep going down and like, oh yeah, you're delicate. Alright, so all of you go back. Alright. Gonna get these two last ones here, then we can go ahead and clear this area out. Because I figured these are the expendable ones. Let's put them in danger. There's also a possibility they might get downed without being killed and I get stuff for it. Alright. That's one worth actually shooting, because we can't actually see what they got going on there. Well, that's just a fill-in one. For a moment, I thought that was the one where he actually dropped down into. I was like, wait. Okay, what do you got going on? Oh yeah, strip that person. Deconstruct those. That's some weird designed room there, whatever that is. Alright, we'll check this last area here, and then we can set them free to do whatever. Because at some point we're going to have some mech clusters show up. Okay, there's some bricks in the corner, but nothing else. Alright, so the question is, if I let you bleed out, will you still split? I imagine it does. Claim and uninstall those. Okay. Okay, so it does split. I figured it would, but I also wasn't sure. Also, I need to go in here and say zone, dumping stockpile, zone, regular stockpile, low. Cool. Alright, so with that, this is all cleared out on its own fairly easily. I do want someone to... Okay, who still needs to be treated? Okay, people are being treated, that's fine. Alright, you're deconstructing the battery. While you're standing right here, strip this person. Haul that Hellcat back. Alright. Everyone's gonna do their best around here, which is gonna be a, like, unmitigated disaster. Also, you no longer carry meals. That goes in the fridge as well. Lure the fugitive. I'm already doing a thing. Let's also check to see if we have anything of value on the tile to have them mine or whatever. Okay, there's all the compact stuff. We're not going to worry about the steel. I've got tons of it. Alright. I now have another grav core available. Okay, so I mean, we already have room for more tiles. So we got 222 tiles. 225 tiles. So we'll go up here where that splits off. Be 119 or whatever. Actually, let's think about this. So what I want to do is, because I'm going to have more of these engines back here, because they'll be 6 wide. So that'll be the 6 wide there, and then the outside area. Let's cancel those spots. I don't remember how... Can I actually check how big the larger engines will be? Okay, so it needs to be 1 more. Then go here. Cancel that. And that'll make room for 3 of the big engines, because I think we could have 6 of those. There. So I have like another place for engines and all that to be positioned on this. We can put a steel door here so we can reach that area as well. We'll want to put a steel door back here to be able to exit into that area. And again, not super sure what I'm going to be doing in the side area. That might be our xenogenetics lab or whatever. But we'll get there. Yeah, they're collecting all of the sentry guns and whatnot. Okay. Oh, I forgot we've got some of them sleeping on the floor in here. That'll go great for their moods. Meanwhile, we can go to you, convert 0.15 until we get converted. Let's see, you've only heard the same overwhelming positive outcomes for people who had legal, not black market movers to do their stuff. If you had the budget, you can convince them to not get my place with dirty shoes. I'd 100% get them every time. Yeah. Regarding cold cards and survey, all surveys I've answered in the past 10 years are apparently completely legit and had no sales follow-up calls. You've gotten a call by PayPal with old-fashioned automated phone voice system 2 months ago. The first sentence was already scammy, and it didn't originate from a legal calling agency, from all you can tell. Otherwise, only ISPs and such have been trying to upsell you. But when you say no, you never get another question. Yeah, no, I've like there's definitely like some scam stuff that happens around all of it as well. But are we restricted in here? I think we're restricted on. No, we're not restricted. Huh, it's just weird that I'm not seeing them run around planting any of this. Oh, they're getting some done. It's just slow. Alright. But yeah, no, it's just, you know, you'll have some they'll impersonate groups and do all that. You actually do have the ISPs themselves can sometimes get a little pushy. It probably also depends on where you're located. I'm willing to bet some places have far more restrictions about, like, being, hey, you cannot upsell in this way, hey, you cannot do this kind of thing, to try and, like, curb some of the worst abuses. But then I imagine there's certain places where they have a lot more restrictions, being like, hey, you can't just do that. Alright, Jade Masterwork Statue. Alright, so Kraysk has made a Jade Masterwork statue, a crumbling statue depicting chili burritos, holding a book in one hand. The statue's other hand is missing. It's unclear if this is a slight by the artist or a simple mistake. Confusion can be seen on Chili Burrito's face. The statue base appears to be a bluff. The image contrasts with the quietude with anguish. So the Masterwork statue's like, you missed a part. No. That's by design. Look, fine, I'll take 10. Sure, in there. Skip that title. Sorry, can't offer you fiber. How about a new phone? Non-internet related stuff? Yeah, and that was, that's been my experience with, like, the ISP here is just, you know, I've got fiber and all that, and they're just like, hey, we see you already have our thing. Can we convince you to bundle your television? I'm like, well, I don't have a television signal, nor am I interested. It's like, but you could save $60 on the total cost. I'm like, right, but I'd be saving $60 on the cost of something I don't actually want. Honestly, you also get nearly no pushy selling, except, as you say, suspicious spamming calls, typically from out-of-country sources and numbers. Those who don't care about the law are easily, Ooh, I don't know that word. You know, easily, like, discernible. Yeah, no, there's actually a lot of them will deliberately they'll, kind of lay tidbits so that if you're someone who is not going to fall for the thing, that they get you off the phone as fast as possible. It's one of the reasons why a lot of scam emails will deliberately, like, misspell, you know, use the wrong words kind of thing, so that people are a little bit more savvy will very quickly pick up on it, and then, you know, see it as a scam it is and move on, because they just want the marks of people who are going to potentially fall for it. So someone who picks up on stuff like that isn't going to fall for it in the first place. They just want to get them out of the way. I guess for right now, we can do the steel doors. This will be inefficient, because I'll have more doors than I need. But until we can get the back doors, that's what we're going to deal with. That's also getting rid of some of the steel that's piled up in here, so that'll help as well. That is a really busy wedding. That is a lot of people. I'm pretty sure we need to talk to the fire marshal. I'm pretty sure you have exceeded the capacity of that room. There is 19 people in this room. I am pretty sure you are beyond capacity. I'm going to have to ask like 6 of you to leave. And no one else is going to be admitted until, you know, until we have some people move on. Alright, and before that goes any farther, let's go ahead and get another scar. Keep those scars coming. Okay, so, meanwhile we've got the allies under threat. We still have 15 days till that arrives. The good news is I'm pretty sure this tile that we took did count as a conquest. Yeah, so we're not in a pinch for time right now. Alright, so we got another scar on the roster. Okay, so from here we can go ahead and get that all built. Okay, and I won't be able to actually build them yet, because we need backstone. Because you can have 6 of these, if I'm not mistaken. Alright. You wouldn't happen to be big enough for me to put down a shovel thing, right? No, I didn't think so. Alright. So that's fine. So get this all built. You're getting 2 marketing emails to throw away to your throwaway inbox that you visit once every few months. You change your contact number to one that isn't active anymore because their calls were super annoying. I'll have to send you a physical letter if they want anything important to convey. What mods are you playing with? The big mod I am running right now is RimWorld Explorer mode, which basically gives you Fog of War. Otherwise, random research, the semi-random research mod, so I don't actually control what research I'm doing. I just get what I get. And then the no starting research mod, which is just called no research mod, but it's no starting research. Gene processor. So they are giving me stuff to start pursuing a bunch of the stuff with genes. I don't really have the power to do that. Right now, I just want to get this enclosed, mostly because we have the tiles. So you want to just kind of get this stuff built. Okay, we can go to our zones. All right. New recruit has joined the colony. Heck yeah. You're going to be our melee recruit, and I don't have a melee weapon for you. So right now, you're going to go ahead and take that Hellcat till I get something to swap out. But let's go ahead and bring you involved. So you got that. Now what we're probably going to do with you is I'm probably going to make you a dedicated hauler as well, even though you've got a lot of potential to do a bunch of things. And the reason I'm doing that is you are a psychopath. Or, sorry, not psychopath, bloodlust. So you won't get mood penalties for hauling corpses. So we're going to go ahead and do that. And then meanwhile, let's go ahead and get your name on the roster. So that's going to be... let's see, Kaka Gringa. Oh, and I need another unsolicited annoying kind of thing. For a title. Because we're unwelcome solicitors is what I've been doing. Oh yeah, we have mall kiosk sale. I have prolicizers because I don't want to also single out any individual religious group or whatever, regardless of my individual opinions about certain ones. So I just did it prolicizer. So just big umbrella, random person who shows up at your door and is like, "Hey, religious nonsense." Because I don't have a problem with people being religious or anything like that, but I do not appreciate people showing up at my home being like, "What are your beliefs?" Don't care. You should believe in my beliefs. It's like, hey man, that's super disrespectful. Like, my problem isn't your beliefs in that, whatever. My problem is you're being pushy. Okay. So go over here. 7x9. Which point it drops back like this, and then across. And then that, and that. I usually don't care about symmetrical. That is not symmetrical. That is all sorts of not right. Oh, is the whole thing off center? No, it can't be. So you go like this, then that. I believe in being left alone regardless of my beliefs. Exactly. You just like anyone who knocks on your door? Yeah. I am definitely of the mind I would rather people not be knocking on my door. Again, unless there's something going on, you happen to notice that where the hose attaches to the house, it's gotten damaged and it's leaking. Someone's like, oh hey, no really, this is a problem, help me out, let me know. That kind of thing. But if you're knocking on my door for anything that isn't kind of for my benefit, or you're in an emergency, that's also another thing. Your car broke down in front of my house and you're like, hey man, I got no cell reception. Any chance you'd call someone for me? Yeah, it's awkward, uncomfortable, whatever, but at least, you're not trying to take advantage of me, sell me anything, while I'm at my home trying to just live my life and enjoy my privacy. You're someone who's just dealing with an emergency or an inconvenience and trying to get the help you need. So I can respect that kind of thing. Alright, so there's the first of the 2 mechanoid clusters. So Psychic Suppressor, that's fine. And I also think I just noticed you literally have the entire surrounding area here is set to not do anything with that. Let's go ahead and open that up. Maybe if I make it large enough, it'll be less likely to get flagged. You're just hiding from heat waves and people and weather and the outside world and you and everything else. Leave me alone. Exactly. You haven't had any of those in the past 14 years. We had someone to establish Jehovah Witness community in the neighboring town. There's a mine with like 20,000 inhabitants and spread out. You only had them once. Yeah, no, that's, is my house on fire? No, then leave me alone. Basically, it's like, is my house on fire? No. Is your house on fire? No. Okay. Like, again, unless there's, like, a valid reason to be bothering me that isn't 100% just self-serving kind of thing, leave me alone. But yeah, no, we used to have Jehovah Witness here. I can't tell you the last time we had one stop by. Like these days when it comes to people trying to rope you into like their religious stuff is we'll have like the local churches will send you these they look like they're handwritten, but it's just like very, very careful choice of font kind of thing. But all right, so what are you gonna do? Because right now, you wake up in one day, but you shouldn't aggress me as long as I stay away from you. So let's go over here just to play it safe. That is our home zone for the moment. Stay in it. Because you will kick on the Psychic Suppressor, which only initiates after 4.2 days. So what I think we do is we just kind of park our butt here until that activates, and then we leave. Because I could fight it. But that's honestly a pretty bad one. Like, the mechs wouldn't be too bad. Went to high school with some Jehovah Witness, and she was one of my best friends. Graduation came, and she got away from her parents. That's actually good. Well, that's what I think happens with a lot of the more pushy kind of religion stuff, where, you know, you have expectations about, like, the focus is on bringing more people into the religion and all that kind of stuff, or, like, you know, Amish Meta Knight, where you're literally supposed to kind of not, like, if you leave the religion, you're not supposed to communicate with people outside anymore, like those ones. I find there's a lot more resistance to being involved in that for younger people these days. And it's not that's like they're smarter or whatever. It's just a change. And so I've just been seeing like participation in a lot of that going down. And again, that's not speaking about any of the you know, any other like religion or whatever, but like some of those ones that are a lot more ostracizing and all that. Or again, ones that just show up just show up at your doorstep and knock on your doors and all those kind of things. A lot of people don't have the patience or the respect or anything like that for that kind of behavior anymore. It's seen as very disrespectful nowadays. And brain farting. Yeah, so you'll go out to here. Okay. And yeah, we're just having them build and just do what they can. We're going to run out of uranium before we get through all that. Did I run out of grav panel? Gotcha. So it's 2 grav panels short of being able... Sorry, 3 grav panels short of being able to finish walling that side off, which is fine. As they were supposed to not be... we're supposed to not be pushing our argumentative when preaching. At least we're being trained like that. But a lot of the older ones are still in the old mindset of pushing their beliefs a little harder. Yeah, no, and you get it, because, like, if you truly believe that, like, hey, you know, this thing's gonna happen, and, you know, people who aren't whatever are gonna have, like, this awful time and all that kind of stuff, you know, assuming everything's on the up and everything, you're gonna want to help people and all that. But yeah. No, it's just been a change over time. Alright, so we got heat stroke, that's fine. Oh, do we not... I have steel and all that. Why are we not getting flak stuff made? Okay, so with this, I should be able to go here. And that should slowly become a freezer. It won't be a very efficient one, but with the vac doors and all that. Let's see, your video doorbell has saved me from having to deal with religious people on the doorstep. You check the video feed, decide not to answer. Well, that's, I think, another thing that's been happening is just between, like, you know, all the video doorbells and people not answering their doors anymore and all that sort of stuff. The going door-to-door to harass people has become less of a thing. It's still a thing out there, like, you know, I certainly know a number of people who get, like, I have the, for me, the big one we run into is, you know, people representing the ISPs showing up, being like, hey, have you considered switching to this cable provider? And my usual response is like, do you have something like the speed of fiber? And they're like, oh yeah, we have a download speed of whatever. It's like, okay, but what about your upload speed? Well, our download speed, that's not what I'm asking you. What about your upload speed? I do a lot of stuff that I'm putting out a lot of data. I need that upload speed to be fast. Yeah, so we still got a couple of days till that kicks off. We can't do that right now. I'd like to, but we don't have vac suits and all that. But yeah, so it's just one of those kind of things. Oh yeah, we can also go over here. Deconstruct that tile. Deconstruct that tile. Odyssey. Remove the foundations back here. We got this big wire frame here. Because I'm kind of, like I said, I'm kind of hoping if we leave this big open area like this, that it will ultimately help with that. So I've got, what, 2 gravlite panels? Put 1 there and 1 there. Deconstruct that fire. And I'll remove that panel. And that should give me enough panels to finish that other side down here. Considering that was literally just a fire sitting there for the sake of sitting there. Okay. What I'll also do is way back here. Let's add doors in those back corners. And I'm thinking that that way, you know, if we have fights, you have to run around through here. And like I said, I don't really know what we're going to be using. One of these rooms will probably be biotech stuff. Most likely will be what I do with that. The other room I haven't quite figured out, but that's okay. We'll deal with that later. Right now, they're not actually enclosed because I don't have the vac stone. Once we get vac suits, we can get that set up, and our ship will be fully upgraded in that regard. All right. And then probably our next expansion, we'll be putting a grab core extender at the end of the bedroom here. That way it can extend this defensive position a little bit. And then also probably figure out how I'm going to extend this kind of thing. One thing we'll definitely want to do is add a hospital. Which usually you want that behind, like, really close to your defensive position. So I actually debated that this becomes the hospital. And then maybe we put, like, I can even see, like, putting the bedrooms back here. This becomes the hospital. We put, like, a biotech room up here somewhere. Because we're not quite at 1,000. So if we look at the size of the ship, I'm not quite halfway to the size of the ship that we can get to. Alright, so we're just killing some time here. Yes, we have 10 more days till it's time to go. We're going to wait till this initiates, and then we're out here. I'm really kind of hoping the second cluster lands here, and then we can just leave and not even fuss with it. I don't have any quests that can trigger a bunch of attacks to take care of them, right? Not really. Okay. We also still need a relic room. Because that's what one of these could be, is it could be our room for our relics. Because while I haven't been grabbing relics in a lot of runs, it'd be worth doing. So let's go to the, this and not that one, the art bench. Temporarily suspend the art bench. Because then what I could do is, once we get this enclosed, I can put, like, 3 reliquaries back here. And we can go out of our way to try and get all the relics we can. I really don't understand why you're not... let's check our unfinished. Oh, I'm finally out of cotton. That's what's happened. I don't have the cotton to make flack. We've been making... Like, we got like 2,000 flack, like, or 2,000 cotton way by the beginning. And then never worried about it again. So we finally did deplete the entire cotton supply. Alright, so that's just got a cavern. We can't see any of the other local interesting points. Alright. Usually don't... Let's see, you don't usually enter gates mostly for your own safety. They might have a puppy or a child. A puppy or a child, yeah. Let's see, I have lost track of a lot of things. Apparently in Australia, it's sufficient to put some stickers in some legally meaningful form on your door or mailbox. They can be downloaded for free or ordered. Would that help? Oh, I have no idea what we were... Yeah, I've lost track of that. If you don't notice to show up, place a no trespassing sign, clear view of the property entrance. Unless you're invited, you cannot legally enter the property. Yep. And then if you're in an HOA, they say, hey, you're not allowed to put up a sign that says no entry. But it's okay. Don't worry. We have a thing that says no soliciting for the neighborhood. That works. It does not work. It does nothing. HOAs can suck it. Man, I wish. Florida with its laws that make it so just about every development has to have an HOA unless you're, like, literally living in the swamps or your house is, like, before the 70s is really infuriating. Okay, so you're about to kick on. It's okay, I have a no HOA sign to counter their no sign sign. Excellent. Just what we needed. Alright, so let's go here and, we will want to make low shield packs anytime you can. Make a shield belt. Do until you have 1 spare. And let's see here. I forgot we had the drill arms and the hand talons and the knee spikes and all that. So I know we're going to want 2 drill arms, and I know we're going to want 2 field hands. Okay, so who is our growing person? Yeah, it's Illyspid's our primary growing person. Yep, we're good there. Oh, while everyone's standing around, go ahead and scar yourselves up more. Yeah, no, it's like... I understand that in some places they have served a purpose. I also understand where HOAs originate from is not good, to understate things wildly. They became a thing for some pretty awful reasons that we don't need to delve into. But man, it sucks that they're just everywhere. Did you stop killing each other? Alright, so that thing's about to kick on. So let's get out of here. So if I attack a group while we've got these people with us, I wonder how that goes. Yeah, that's just a cavern. Sure. Well, hang on. Actually, wait. We need some food. Please just go out there, harvest those potatoes, drag it in there. I just forgot. I looked up here a second ago and saw that our meals are getting low because we got a billion people. Oh, if we're getting that, go to the oven, turn off the pemmican. Those are packaged survival meals. Because I want my growing people to go out there and get that sorted. Because we are going to get the psychic suppression going on. But it shouldn't be that bad. I want to say... I mean, 50% is pretty awful. I think we'll just endure that for right now, because the 50% psychic suppression doesn't hurt your mood in itself. And like I said, if we can get it to the point that, as I say, if we can get it to the point here where the second cluster drops and we can just leave, or these people get out of here, which shouldn't be a thing. It should be the second cluster drops first, which is just 7 or 8 more days. But I need to keep the food coming in the meantime. All right. Yeah, so these are all going to get grown, and then we should be okay. All right. Make sure that's included in the home zone. Yeah, so basically just try and keep them producing that food for right now. Then keep up with that, that should be okay. Like I said, we pretty much just want... I mean, if we do switch tiles, the challenge we're going to run into is our food is going to deplete extremely fast. But just trying to keep people moving as quickly as possible. What's the pink ore? Oh, that's not pink ore, that's flesh mass. Oh, that's anomaly stuff. A busted shuttle. You are willing to give me brain wiring. Alright. I'm wondering if that'll be close enough that we might have aggro from the troops keep coming by here. I'm going to stay out of that one. That one feels like one of those situations where you can accidentally chain across things very easily. Or actually, you go help your own. Okay, they actually brought some proper kit. Honestly, they're holding up pretty okay. Because these are expendable people, so I'm actually not worried about if they get downed. Alright, so order, allow all. And I'm going to change up the zone, so we have the danger zone. So let's go here and make sure none of the area over there is included. Nothing in there is included. So schedule, you can go to the danger zone. Actually, because I'm going to want them to run out and grab those meals and bring them back. Just really expecting the next cluster to be up here somewhere. There's not a lot of places it can drop. Hopefully they grab this stuff out of here quickly. Alright. There's the rescue shuttle. As soon as this person gets patched up. And with that, we'll have Zerx quickly apply that. They got her payout. Okay. Can you haul the food instead? The corpses are all well and good, but not really what we need. Please stop social fighting each other. Alright, so far we're kind of just treading water with our meals. We're not running out, but we're not doing good. That's fine. They'll get that food on their own, it's okay. Yeah, so I'll end up pulling up all these potatoes pretty soon. Because we should be getting pretty close to... Yeah, we got 7 days till they're just out of here, regardless of anything else going on. We got one more mech cluster is supposed to show up. And that's kind of my thought, is keep trying to get food and all that until the mech cluster shows up. And then, like, you know, if it's got a mortar or whatever, we leave. If it's just nothing, we can just kind of camp out here, continue to pull up our food, wait for this whole thing to get done. And it's for a mech resurrection serum, that's why we're putting up with this. You really wish you could put, you really wish that regular walls could go diagonal like the ship ones? Yeah, no, they're cool. It is a weird choice to make it so that they can't. But, I'd like to see it. Orbital tech. Heck yeah, that means we're going to be very soon able to go into space. That does also mean we're going to go here, add package survival meal, do forever, do this. But with that, we'll be able to go and put the back door things there. And with that, I don't need the double doors anymore. Because the back door things are like perfect insulation, if I remember. They don't bleed air at all. They may have adjusted that. But the point is, people will be able to run in and out of the freezer without nearly as much heat loss kind of thing. Okay, they got 2 last meals there, and then there's 6 down there, but they're kind of on the fence of what's probably fine. So let's go here and say danger that tile. Let's see, with how many you could punch raiders through corners up to version 1.5, and get a million scythers to a 1-tile cell, and have them blend apart enemies through the corner surgeries? You'd think Ludin had trouble with the corners work. I mean, I think it's just they have to actually take the time to program logic into their stuff that's like, hey, these corners, maybe stop letting those do things. All right, so let's go down here. And do not make that a home zone. We're basically disposing of the corpses. No shame there. Can't imagine it's easy to program. I mean, I don't think it'd actually be that hard to check if there's like another block diagonal to it. It'd be like this is enclosed, or like if you have 2 blocks in a diagonal, something on this side can't go that way. It's a relative position thing. I don't think it'd actually be that hard compared to a lot of what they actually do already. But it is another thing to do. Which is a fair enough thing in itself, is like, is that something to prioritize or not? Maybe, maybe not. Insulting spree because you observed a rotting corpse. Oh, okay. Oh, actually, I don't even think you got that many insults in. Yeah, you only got 1 insult. You're just like, it's too far of a walk. I'm tired. I don't wanna. Just getting ready for walkies. Has actually started losing weight again. Nice. Congrats. And also, before I forget, for those who don't know, Treacle, another fantastic content creator on the platform, plays a lot of RimWorld as well. So, you know, if you're into RimWorld, which I would assume you are if you're here right now, definitely go check them out. Good times over there. All right. Anytime. Always try to share the love. Meanwhile, since everyone's standing here, let's go do another scarification. I'm worried about doing too many of these because it does interrupt everyone's production for like 3 in-game hours. I doubt that'll get done, but that's fine. Okay. We got 5 days until they're out of here. We should be seeing a second mech cluster here. And how are we doing on our conquest? We still have recent conquest buffs, so we're doing fine so far. Okay. Alright, so you're going all the way out there for those chunks. Yeah, trying the best to keep up with all this stuff. Cool, so we can grab those last couple meals and bring them back. And they'll probably restrict them back down to the home zone just to keep them nearby. Okay, and those are ready for harvest. So yeah, so we should just see them start pulling up a bunch of potatoes. And then it's a matter of if the cook can keep up, which is probably a no. But so you need to know, what is your all-time favorite management simulation game, i.e. Factorio Satisfactory? Well, I mean, I put those under automation, and, like, automation game, I'd prefer Factorio in general. Like, Satisfactory is really good, but if I had to choose between the two of them, I'm probably going to go with Factorio. Now, like, management simulation game, like, I think more on the line of, like, Tycoon games, that's, well, Tycoon and City Builders and all those, that's kind of a harder one, because there's just a lot of really good options there. And it's definitely one of those ones that kind of falls into what are you immediately interested kind of thing more than anything of, like, actual weight. You know what I also need to do? You need to be way higher than that at this stage. We're going to bump that all the way up to 100. No, we're not. We're going to drop it to 50. 50's plenty. That said, I tend not to be the kind of person who has, like, a favorite game or whatever. It kind of ebbs and flows where, like, sometimes I'm really feeling like this game or sometimes I'm really feeling like that game. I really don't stick to, like, one game as being the thing I'm after. Alright. So we can go to you. We can get you finished being converted. Cool. So all of our actual colonists are converted now. We're all in the same ideology. We do have plenty of raw food now. We're struggling on the meals, but that's because we're under psychic suppression and all that. 4 days. I'm still waiting for this, the second mech cluster, because if it doesn't drop soon, I can ignore it because it won't be active in time to be a relevant thing. Like, the only way I could still see it being a proper threat is if it had, like, a mortar and it was going to activate in, like, 1 day. But usually when you get the auto mortar, they do give you a couple of days before it really kicks in. It's one of the things that low-key Odyssey has made a lot of the mech clusters just a non-issue. Because as long as you don't let yourself get too low on food and that kind of stuff, you know, when something properly scary shows up as a mech cluster, because there is a delay to activate, because otherwise they'd just kill you almost instantly. You just leave. You just pack your bags and leave. Versus, you know, raids and all that coming in from the edge of the map just start to attack. Let's see, they need to make one of the potential buildings you can drop a grav jammer. I was surprised they didn't have that. I was honestly expecting that certain threats when you'd attack it, you wouldn't have the possibly. Okay. So they do have an auto mortar, but it is asleep. And it activates in 5 days. So what that means, we're gonna go right here. We're gonna switch everyone to the home zone. And with that, we can just wholly ignore this entire thing. So we'll just stay here basically getting our food up until the point that these people leave. Because we got 5 days, 16 hours, and the quest is done in 3.8 days. Dyson Sphere program is good. You just want to give it another go recently, but forgot. Yeah, no, I enjoyed Dyson Sphere a lot at the beginning. My whole thing was like, if you removed the combat entirely, it felt like it was really missing something, but also the combat in Dyson Sphere was honestly pretty underwhelming. And to be fair, I think that's one of the things I really liked that Satisfactory did, is yeah, there's things you can fight, but it's not like you have to defend your base. And I kind of appreciate a lot of factory automation games that have moved away from like, oh, you just get ready to fight everything. You know, it's basically like tower defense, but you have resources you gotta produce kind of thing. Because very genuinely, while Factorio does a really good job of it, but even that, after you've played enough Factorio, you either get to the point where you're just mortaring the bugs and you just don't have to worry about them anymore, or you kind of get tired of them and how much CPU they just eat for whatever. Let's see, you don't like the combat in your automation games? Good thing most of them let you disable it completely. Yeah. Now I remember way back in the day in Factorio, you had to have the biters on, because they were the source of one of your technologies. That you physically couldn't get the research if you didn't have them. You had to destroy their nests and then the research would drop out of their nests. You recently looking at some strategy or management games? Couldn't find anything that interests you. Yeah, no, it's been a conversation we've had on the stream as well as, you know, other content creators I've had in between there. That a lot of games have released recently, but by and large, like for the type of content we cover on the channel, there hasn't been too many new releases or major updates that land kind of within the types of games that we play in a while. And my suspicion of what a big part of that was, is if we think about it, we're in that window that GTA 6 was supposed to release. And so I think for people planning out like their next major release, their next major update, that kind of thing, they were deliberately trying to avoid this time frame so they just wouldn't get lost in all the noise that GTA 6 is bringing on. But, you know, then GTA 6 got delayed. And so now it's kind of, all their schedules have already been set that they had planned. So they can't really move the date up a bunch. So we're kind of in this weird dry spell of game releases because I think everyone is trying to avoid GTA. Which it's funny because on one hand, honestly, that makes sense. If you know there's going to be this blockbuster game that's going to absolutely capture everybody's attention, you kind of don't want to be competing with it. Because there's been many games throughout history who were amazing games, but they released at the same time as something that ended up being way more popular and just got forgotten. It's not even games alone, like movies, it was the same. That was what happened with Titan AE. Is, you got a game suggestion on Discord? Cool, I'll check. Actually, I can peek at it right now. Tiny Bookshop. I think I might have a key for that. I believe they sent me a key and I haven't had a chance to check it out. Yeah, because I know I'm planning on doing Plan B Terraformer when it full releases. So that'll be after I get back from traveling. And as again a reminder, like I've got a command for it, but I've got one more stream after this one, and then me and Tomb are gone for about 2 weeks, and then we'll get back to our normal streams. But Plan B Terraformer comes out on the 28th. Like full release is when it's going there. It's been early access. So I do imagine we'll probably play that for at least a stream or two when we get back. RimWorld will certainly be back. We'll see what else comes out in the meantime. We got all that going on. But yeah, so we got all that stuff, which will be fun. No Rual for 2 weeks? Yeah, I know. It's to celebrate our anniversary. We're doing an Alaskan cruise. She's been looking forward... I mean, we've both been looking forward to it for a while. But at the same time, I'm getting that, like... You know how before you travel, you start getting antsy, being like, alright, do we have everything sorted? Okay. I don't love that. Did you not put stuff on fire the last second? Alright, Orbital Tech. So, let's go and see if we can't just pop right over here and say Odyssey. The back doors. But yeah, and also on top of that, what we're doing is while could someone put out that fire? There's like 10 of you standing there. While I'm away, I've got set up. I did a full playthrough of Discounty, which is a game coming out very soon. That's kind of like a Stardew Valley-esque game, but it's sort of okay, that is the home zone. It's sort of like your, kind of Joja Mart as a certain extent. But it's really fun. I've already done the playthrough, and I've been, I finished editing. I still got 2 videos to finish encoding and then get all uploaded. But the plan is it's 10 episodes. I plan on putting it out on the YouTube channel while I'm away, so that, people who want my content, they can find it in the meantime. So obviously, if I'm gone 2 weeks and we only got 10 days of video, you get the idea. So it'll be the 21st as it'll start, and it'll go through the whole set. Just 1 video each day. But it was fun. I really enjoyed it. But it's about to come out. It's not a game you're going to put hundreds of hours in. It's not going to have nearly the replay value as like Stardew Valley is, which is fine. It tells its story, it does its thing, and then gets out of the way. But with all that, it's like 20-ish hours would be my guess. And it feels like a game that's kind of a one and done. You do a playthrough and then you move on. So there's no like romance and getting married or anything like that that's common in the genre. Which, on one hand, I know there's a lot of people that's not really their jam. Yeah, so if you do !YouTube, it'll take you there, but it's the same screen name, Rual Storge. But yeah, I mostly do where I dual stream, where I stream to Twitch and YouTube, Twitch being my main platform. I mostly push it to YouTube so that way we have the VODs forever, versus on Twitch they disappear after, what is it, like 30 days or whatever as a partner creator. So when people ask me, it's like, oh, would you ever be willing to check out Subnautica? I can be like, it's right there. It's right over there. You want the whole thing? Whole playthrough right there. Check it out. Because that is one of those games that once you've played through it once, you kind of know where to find everything. So it can still be fun on a second playthrough, but it doesn't hit the same. But there's lots of games that are only good for one playthrough, and then once you've got the thing. Plan B Terraformer? Yeah, we played it on the channel a while back. So it's sort of factory automation, except for instead of ruining the planet, you're terraforming it. And it has a little bit more of instead of like conveyor belting everywhere, there's a little bit more of like what are you in the proximity of kind of things, and then different transportation way. Anyway, they'll be gone. Yeah, and that's the whole reason I have the dual streaming over to YouTube. Like we get occasionally we have nights that a lot of people turn it. Like we actually have a pretty very genuinely YouTube's been popping off a lot. So far as viewership goes, most nights I've been starting to okay. So YouTube seems to have less of a people hang out and tune into the same live stream again. There's definitely a number of people who do that, but instead it seems to be a lot more of like what game you're playing. So like if I play something like RimWorld, it does really well over there when like whatever's the current trend. But if you play something like off the trend, the viewership is non-existent on YouTube a lot of times. Now, granted, I do have some people that become regulars over there, but it definitely seems to be a lot more vulnerable to like the ebb and flow of what is currently doing well and what is not doing well right now. Very nice pastel graphics too, easy on the eyes. Oh yeah. No, and the music is very relaxing in that game. That is one of those games that I could see if you're just kind of like zenning out to it, you could just fall asleep at your computer. Not like in a bad way, like the game's just not engaging or whatever, but just, it's easy on the eyes, the music's nice and relaxing. It's not a game that has like high intensity stuff going on. So you could just kind of slowly get sleepy and drift off kind of thing. Alright, we're almost done. We got one more day of these people, and we are struggling hard to keep those meals stocked. It'll be really good when we can get that out of the way. Now, granted, we're getting our shelves full of potato. Ah, you take Gravlite panels. I should have read first. So that's not going to get done until we go for another Grav Core thing, because then we get... It's only 2 Gravlite panels each. Honestly, with that, I'm probably going to do... There's 2. We're going to pull up those, shorten that defense right there, get those there. Because if I do that, I can lock these 2 doors open, and they'll just run back and forth through there at speed and not even slow down. Like, if it wasn't for all the negative from, like, the defensive position side of thing, I would potentially just make all of my non-exterior doors vac doors. Even though they can walk through every single time they step there, it's canceling it. Alright, so they're low power use. Now, it should happen is I can latch these doors open. And that should stay super cool there. And now they're no longer losing heat from the passing in and out of the door. So you can see that's a fantastic one. Now, we are going to have to expand our power, realistically, before I can put up the oxygen thing so we can go into space. Which, granted, we're not doing that anytime soon because of other needs. You're getting all of that loaded. Penny Bookshop is also nice and relaxing, lets you decompress. You think it'd fit the vibe? Yeah, no, that's, I haven't gotten to play as many of those as I typically do. A bunch of those, like, you run, like, the little store kind of thing, and you just kind of zen out to it. Really, really cozy, fun game. Yeah, and that's, that might be one we'd poke at. Maybe we'll try to get some more of that on the schedule when I get back from the trip. Set aside a day or 2 a week where we pop into some of those games. Because I used to play a lot more, like, we played Stardew Valley and Coral Island and Sunhaven and a lot of those slice of life games, you know, right along with Project Zomboid and RimWorld and all that. But I haven't played any of those in a while. Now, granted, Coral Island dropped version 1.2 this past week. I think I made the comment that I think I will revisit Coral Island, but I think I'm going to wait for 1.3, which is when the kids grow up to teens and all that kind of stuff. Because for the immediate knowledge, that's going to be the next one with, like, a decent, like, you know, movement of content. Because, like, the 1.2, it adds a bunch of, like, things around the dating and all that. But for as long as it takes to do a playthrough of that game, I don't think that is enough. Oh, you 3 get out of here. Beat it. And we got our rewards. Okay, so haul that in immediately, because that's the big thing we wanted, is we wanted the Mech Resurrection Serum. They also gave us gold and stuff. I'm not as worried about that. Now, this is going to be all hell breaks loose soon. I think they're going to be walking off my ship towards the mechs and all that. But right now, I just want to get them off the ship. We've got way more food than we know what to do with. Oh, they're going to leave to the north? Do we chill? Okay, well, we got the auto mortar turning on. Oh, that startled me. Right in the middle of the potato field. Yep. And hey, Aaron Burr, how's it going? I hope you had yourself a good stream, and thanks so much for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. Can we get a shout out for Aaron Burr? Playing some Project Zomboid, so I do hope your Project Zomboid went well. And, you know, the only nomming was on food and not you. But I do hope you had a good time with that. But welcome in, Raiders. I am Rual Storge to play. Let's see. I'm doing great, but doing the zombie rat race. Gotcha. Well, again, if you're looking for Project Zomboid, you can find that over there with Aaron Burr. Playing the rat race, which is a you play on really sweaty try-hard settings. And the goal is aiming for 1 million kills, which is not a goal I think people realistically expect to hit. I think the idea behind that goal is just, you know, some absurd thing, and just to see how close people can get to it. But with that said, for those who don't know me, I am Rual Storge. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed. You'll notice there's a past tense on that, because that record has been beaten. But with that said, I'm a variety streamer. I play a whole range of game, and right now we're playing some RimWorld. You're treating the game as Project Stardew hard mode. That's honestly fair. So when that turns on, the auto motor turns on, so we're leaving before that. I'm just kind of giving them a chance to try and grab a bunch of potatoes, because if we get a bunch of potatoes loaded up in here really fast, it means I don't have to worry about food for a long time, since we have a freezer. It's doing its thing. But we got the psychic suppressor that's really slowing us down. The other thing is, where's our next target? So we can hit this place that they got the pemmican. I don't need the logs. That's gonna be near the South Pole. Now it says it's temperate forest. Huh. Okay. Yeah, so start working our way to the southwest. Are your colonies living Matt Damon life with potatoes only, or turning them into meals? Oh, we're turning them into meals. But we've been eating a lot of stuff. It's just this particular map, a lot of the soil is garbage, so I went ahead and went with potatoes because it's far more forgiving on that. Alright, get rid of these sleeping spots we had in here. Alright. Yeah, let's not push our luck. Let's get out of here. Because my luck is someone will have a mood break right before I would want to go. And that gets us in trouble. Alright, so we can attack that to go for an immediate conquest. That's not the worst idea. It's just going to give me pemmican. Yeah, let's do it to make sure we got a conquest on us, because we are a raider ideology, so we do need to raid regularly, or people get big mad. Oh, I need to set up the thing to make our vac suits. Your run has done 6,000 kills so far, but the leaders in the rat race have over 500,000 kills. Yeah, no, that's yeah, it ends up being like a really big thing to deal with. Okay. Alright, so let's land you here. Alright, we got grab nausea. So we're going to keep everyone restricted to the home zone for right now. Because grab nausea means a bunch of them are going to stop moving and throwing up everywhere and all sorts of stuff. There's a chance they might attack us first, while we have the grab nausea. Okay, they got 4 bows and a whole bunch of clubs and all that. Meanwhile, we can go in here. Okay, and we don't care about that. I will want some steel. We've got silver on the map. We've got uranium on the map. Got more uranium on the map. Okay, and how are we doing on our grab nausea? We have 2 in-game hours till that's sorted. Meanwhile, I can go over here. Say dumping stockpile. Regular stockpile. Low priority. No rotten. And no human-like corpses. And we're not going to be staying here very long. So the moment we're over our grav nausea, we need to get out there and start causing mayhem. All right. Okay, well, they went to attack right away. Let's go ahead. We've got our short rangers up here. You need to be moved over to this group. We got our long rangers in the back. And let them feed themselves into our guns. Alright, and pop the fire foam. We exploded that one into meat. Yeah, I'll need to find a better position for our melee. Alright. Well, no one got knocked down, they all just got killed. You get a minor burn there. Meanwhile, we'll claim all these doors. And we're no longer under any kind of restrictions. Cool. And now I'll clear up most of those corpses so I don't even have to worry about them. Let's see, super important question. Neural supercharges, how far, as far as you know, do not contribute to the room of any type? Do you think having them in the same room as ideology altar will make it count for an ideology ritual room? The big thing to check would be if the altar mentions that it, and actually that should be fine because it'd be an ideology thing. I think you're actually okay with those. I've never tried it. But I think it'd be fine. Okay, meanwhile, everything's getting burned, which I'm okay with. And we'll go ahead and make another dump zone way over there. That's low priority. So that way, they'll put all the stuff over here, except the rotten corpses and the human corpses, and I'll drag those way over there and drop them. Yeah, so the only injuries, we got a minor burn on Infinity, and then that was like it. It was just the ones that got close enough to spit fire who did any damage. But yeah, so with that, we should have under here recent conquest plus 12 right here. So we're just good to go. And we have how many people? 11 people and 14 beds. So we are actually slowly getting towards our limit. Because you got this stupid long corridor with a lot of space, but not enough to do anything with. But 13 neural chargers lined up. Thinking if you just cut the open end and meet the ideology requirements easily on the ship. Yeah, like I said, I've never put the neural superchargers with the ideology stuff, but I think they would work together. We can probably go over to you and suspend the marvel. Because we got all our shelves built back here now. We've still got this room to put something in. I'm not putting stuff in these rooms yet, but we will want to put stuff in these rooms once we get the engines to enclose it. Happy to give it a try later? Yeah, no, I hope it works for you. Let me know. Yep, so we're grabbing all the uranium so I can finish walling this one off. All right. I honestly wonder if it'd be worthwhile clearing these off and just putting sentry guns the entire width here. Because, like, the pro and con of it is I would get that much more firepower out of it. The con is, if any of them go, it's going to take them all out, and they're going to chain react. So anyone standing there is probably dead. So it's really not something we want to do. This is honestly dangerous enough, but we did put the little bit of wall in between it, so if this one blows, it'll hit that wall and not damage that one, and so on. Chain the Bakooms. I also debated going in here and like putting little inlets in here with the sentry guns in the little inlet. The plus and minus being anyone who tried to rush my people would be shot at by them. But then the downside being I would also run into the problem where like they would destroy the turret and then someone would use that for really good cover against me. Now what we can do is when we get to the space part, I can potentially put like a couple of sentry guns like along these areas with just platform and one piece of platform that goes the length of it. And then the enemies will run down that platform to reach us because this will be vacuum. And then be just shot at and they have to walk the whole way there and then come back around to attack them. Just feed themselves into the gauntlet. Okay, so we still got more time. Let's go ahead and do some more scarification. I need to keep that rolling. Did you get that Masterwork belt, by the way? No, you got a good one. You got the Masterwork. That's fine, as long as someone got the Masterwork. Alright. Speaking of which, we also have... So, you do our mining, Illispid. So it's potentially worth considering giving you the operations, field hand left, field hand right. Now go ahead and bump that all the way up. And then we have our mining person, which is Lunar. So go to you, drill hand left, drill arm right. We're going to bump them both up to having really high-end medicine. Meanwhile, you two do not do surgery for a minute. There are plasteel turrets? I don't think so. I don't think you can choose material for your turrets. I could be wrong. I haven't really looked into it. Security. Why? There we go. No, you can. You can make plasteel turrets. It takes 30 plasteel. Shooting accuracy 96%. Yeah, so it's... Yeah, so it's 96% accuracy. That's weird that has like all these different breakdowns. I don't think it's a big difference. Versus if we go to you, it's still 96%. I think what it probably is going to be, so that's 100 hit points. Yeah, I think it's literally the same stats. Versus, I'm willing to bet this will have a much higher hit point. Yeah, so it's got almost 3 times the hit point. Well, that's good to know, because what I would likely do, honestly, with all these ones here that we've been collecting, I'm not going to use them. Let's deconstruct those from materials. I could see making these out of uranium. I don't think I would burn plasteel on them unless I was just really sitting on lots of plasteel. What is the health on a uranium one? It's almost the same. Yeah, so you're probably better off with the uranium. It had 250 health versus the plasteel was 280 health. So I wouldn't say it's a particularly substantial difference. Alright, so please don't botch those surgeries. I have you using Glitter World. You're in a lit room. You're the 2 best doctors we've got. There's 1 drill arm and both field hands. That's an interesting thing. Alright, surgeries were all successful. For the specialized limbs. I don't think there's any other specialized limbs I really want to do, because, like, the power claw can be fun. I usually only use the power claw when, I usually only use, like, the power claw when, I've got, like, ghouls that I'm going to be juicing up in a big way. Because then those can be really nasty, because it does stack very well. Okay, so you got 18 hours till you're ready to go about your business. Let's go to everyone, assign those, assign that, have everyone carrying medicine just in case. Confusion because of the anesthetic. Yeah, no, that's, I've seen a bunch of people using the uranium slug ones just because they have the materials. They're not terrible. The problem is, like, while they hit hard, their fire rate's really rough, their accuracy's not amazing, which makes them very difficult to use. Because plus, they can only hit one target at a time, so they might hit a target and absolutely demolish, like, a militar or whatever. But then everything else just hits it. It doesn't have that much life to endure it. Again, not that you couldn't use it, but it's pretty difficult to use just the sentry guns, not without, like, doing stuff for, like, space cheese. The farthest range is their best range? Yes. It's kind of like the sniper rifles and all that. That as you get closer, it gets worse. Okay, and you are researching hospital beds. Okay, that'll be good, because then when we get our grav core... I mean, this could become a hospital. Not a very big one, but we can put some beds here in the middle. Probably want more than that in case you get, like, a really messy fight, but... Probably wouldn't want people running back and forth through it. Yeah, we can make one of these into a hospital. Normally I want the hospital to be a bit closer to where the fighting's gonna happen. That's fine. Moisture pump. Cool, I guess. Oh, right, the vac suits. Right. Go here. Make vac suit helmet. And then make vac suit itself. Okay, so what's going to need to happen is... This is where things are going to get a little rough. I need a vac suit helmet and all that for every single person. So we're going to go ahead and set that. And we're going to say details. Only consider if it's over 80% health. But include any that are equipped. Because we have 14 people? No, we have 11. So we'll cut that down and we'll make it 12. So I have one spare. Alright, so the ship is ready to rock and roll again. We have nothing else here we care about. Oh, they put a ceiling over the top of this. I was hoping by making it that much larger out there, they wouldn't try to sealing it off. That is something I feel like they've got to get a workaround on that. Like, be able to have it so we can set a zone around our ship. Okay. So we've got that down there, so we're going to keep hopping between these points of interest in that direction. Because we can't see whatever anything is. So I might as well land on points of interest just in the off chance we get something good, like a medical one or whatever. With almost 200 tiles available after your 43x43 ship, you could theoretically have like 50 autocan turrets surrounding your ship. Yeah, you just have to have all the stuff to power them. You kept forgetting to turn off the auto expand homeowner setting, or homeowner home zone setting. Yeah. Okay, we can land you over here. Hey, Warren! Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream. But how did it go and all that stuff? But welcome in raiders and all that good stuff. For those who don't know, Warren, an absolutely fantastic content creator. Plays a lot of RimWorld, does like a lot of 500% naked brutality, you know, no pause, all that good stuff. So if you like some difficult and sweaty RimWorld, will absolutely deliver. Warren had to go sleep? Absolutely no problem. 100% understand. Absolutely get the raid and run and self-care and all that stuff. But again, I realize you might already be gone and all that, Warren, but thank you again so much for that raid. I really do appreciate it. I do hope you had yourself a good stream and all that good stuff. But, you know, again, check out Warren. If you like RimWorld, you're probably going to like the content over there with Warren and all that. If you don't like Warren, I'm confused as to how you got here by, you know, being in a channel that does a lot of RimWorld. You get what's going on with that. But anyways, welcome in Raiders. I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. And at the moment, we are doing a Raider colony where we have pain is a virtue. And we're living our best Raider life. We are running the RimWorld Explorer mode mod, so we can't really see much of the map. I'm still trying to make my grav ship bigger because we're a little cramped in here. But it's going really well. We are violent, we are terrible. We are covering our bodies with lots of scars. That way we can go, you know, to the local alt-rock scene and not feel like posers. You know, getting all our scars and piercings and tattoos and all that. You know, you just got to do what you got to do. But it's been going pretty well. It's been actually a pretty smooth ride. Unlike the... Okay, so we got a prisoner. A Masterwork sniper rifle. I am not against that. But in the meantime, so we've got attacks immediately. They do have a relationship with someone. Oh, they're dropping directly in on us. Okay. So we're going to have to cancel the scarring. And I got to wait for it to give me my control back. Because we've had this weird one. When I cancel some stuff, it kind of hangs for a moment. We don't want to unpause while this is stuck like this, where I can't control anything. There we go. Because we're about to have them all drop in. And we don't know what they're bringing to the table. This is not a place to make a stand. That is a lot of, you know, things that will explode, potentially. I think I guessed the wrong room and I'm moving my people into where they're getting hit. That's not what you want. Let's get all of you back over here. Hopefully no one has a pod drop right on them, because I've lost colonists to that before. Alright, we got 2 people got pods landed on. They didn't die. That's actually not too bad. You lost your ear. That's not my favorite. Alright, this is going to be spicy because we're cramped in here. There's not a lot of room to work. I didn't leave myself room to fight from this position. Let's marksman and commanding shout. Let's just go. Just send it. Okay, so we're bringing bolt actions. Why are you stopping to burn things while I'm actively shooting you? Oh, right, I had fire foams in there. Okay, so you need to inch forward, so you put out that fire. You inch forward to put that fire out, because this is going to get really hot really fast. I just need to get through here. We do have a fire foam popper in our group. We just get right here in the middle. Oh, it's already out because of fire foam. Okay, so grab everyone. Get over here to deal with this. And we'll see if any of these people are people I want to keep around. Oh, you're in Go Juice, aren't you? Yep. Will it be fast enough, though? Alright, well, you get to get away. Okay, so, unfortunately, they did blow up both of our fuel tanks. And we still have fire there. Who's the one with the fire foam popper? Is it you? Yeah. So you're going to run in there really fast. And see if you can't put out this fire. Yeah, and that's the whole Go Juice thing. It can take quite a bit. Actually, honestly, you can just deal with it. Okay, so of the people that we downed, is there anyone who's looking like new recruit material? Bio, psychically deaf pyromaniac, nah, we're good. Teetotaler kind, no thank you. Yatkin, just in general, absolutely not. Because I do have 14 people, I really don't need more recruits in here. Yeah, so they did blow up pretty much all the chem fuel we had here, and our 2 fuel tanks. So that's cool, I guess. Didn't really destroy that much else, fortunately. Right. And everyone's unrestricted, so they'll start getting all that dealt with. Put a couple fishing zones on the river, just in case. Let's see what else you need to do. So let's go ahead and put some grow zones here. I don't think we're going to be here that long, but just in case, we'll put cotton on that side, rice on this side, and then potatoes. Alright, and you need to be treated, and you're being ignored. Per the usual RimWorld, has doctor. Doctor will not care. Priority 1, you say? Don't care, want sleep. Yeah, it was a pretty big raid. It's a good thing they didn't have any, like, actually respectable weapons. It was just a bunch of bolt actions for indoors, which are good guns if you're outdoors at range. But literally dropping into a very tight and close space and being like, hey, what if we had a bunch of long-range weapons? While we have a pretty good mix. Alright, so, now we're at that. Let's go and actually make sure we're exploiting whatever materials we had in the map. Yeah, let's go and add more. Oh, I didn't even see that we had that here. The ancient uplink. Let's also check for entrances. Because we're doing this where I can't see the world map, when I'm jumping to these points that I can't see what's there. Yeah, so you got heat vent, high geothermal activity, a river, and an ancient uplink. That's fine. We probably won't be able to do anything with the ancient uplink, but at least we finally unlocked our orbital tech. I am doing no starting research, random research, so I don't actually have control of my research. So if it seems like I'm making really weird choices on my research, that's because Randy has the keys. And Randy makes some interesting decisions. We're going to need to also create a low priority stockpile for the corpses. So I can get those out of here. Now the good news is they actually had a bunch of chem fuel in the other room because I overproduced at one point. So we did actually fully refill these and all that. That also means I'm going to need to cut down trees. It's actually the first time I've landed on the heat vent one. And it sucks. That's actually a real problem. How long do I have before my engine's ready? 2 days. Okay. I don't love that. So for right now, passive cooler here, passive cooler there. Passive cooler here. I put in there. And I need them to get on that. Alright, I need you to actually... You don't have the wood. Alright, let's grab whatever people who can grow. And then go out of their way to cut down a bunch of these things really fast. If it's going to be 120 degrees inside my ship, that's a problem. Let's try to at least get the passive cooler in the bedroom and the rec room up. That way they can recover while they sleep. It also means we're most likely not staying here super long. I do wonder, I missed if those turn on or off. You are still out of wood. I think we have plant cut. Put that on 4, so anyone who's got some availability deals with it. Oh, because they're also making chem fuel with it. So people are fighting over the wood. It wouldn't be so bad, but we just lost all of our wood because of all of the chem fuel nonsense. Okay, so we've got that. It's still hovering at about 100 degrees. New lovers. Zerx courted Kaka by describing her as magnificent sun. That's actually wholesome. Weird. It's wholesome. That's not what I'm used to seeing here. Alright, so you've got a raid that's going to try and breach the walls. They are full-on melee. It is 14. I believe they're Neanderthals just at a quick glance. I didn't look at them carefully. So I'm going to try to do is they're going to try and go over this way because that's where my bedroom is. So plan is going to be get everyone here. We can start opening fire as they go this way. We got a couple leading out clearly on Goji's. Why are you moving so slow? Heat stroke. Yeah, that'll do it. Okay, so I'm hoping since those two went so far ahead, we can dispatch them before anything major happens. Honestly, with the chain shotguns, I think we just hold. You know what? That's fine. Okay, so you deal with all that. We'll have you check out the map, which with the fog of war we have going on with the mod, it just reveals where a location is on the map. Mostly I'm using it for scouting. It's not reliable enough to do much. Okay, any of you people we want? Tortured artist, annoying voice. Not particularly. I got a lot of stuff, so if they're not amazing, they're just not something I'm worrying about. As far as our injury goes, nothing serious, nothing serious. Pretty solid leg hit, but otherwise good. And where are doctors, and why aren't you doing anything? Ah, you're playing hoopering. Because that takes priorities over patching up the holes in people. Nope, nope, no sleep. You got a lot of people who are bleeding from lots of places. I'd rather you get those holes patched up before we move on. Okay, so what should happen here is everyone's going to drop their heat stroke while in that bedroom. Hoopering is life? Oh, yeah. No, it's just funny because if you have them set to, like, recreation, they will prioritize it. Makes sense. That's how it works. But it's just that oh, I totally miss I have a grav core still sitting in here. That's fine. I don't have grav plates to take advantage of it. So I still got 14 hours till we can leave. We don't want to stay here. With as hot as it is, this is just going to be an obnoxious place. Yeah, so toggle to not refill these. Alright, so what we're going to want to do is, this is supposed to be temperate forest. So we're going to try and jump down that way till we can get some temperate forest or something of that range. Tropical forest, swamp, whatever. But want to get down that range, hopefully to just drop in, tear up a bunch of trees, since we just had about 3,000, 4,000 chem fuel exploded in that drop pod raid. Honestly surprised that we didn't have this whole room obliterated. We did lose both our containers, and the shelves had all their stuff destroyed on them. The shelves survived, though. All things considered, the shelves actually held up. But yeah, I'm gonna need to get cotton plants going relatively soon. That's the other thing, is if we get our power into a better place, we can get some hydroponics up. I've got the tech. Because I'm going to need at least some amount of cotton going on so we can replace our flax as it's wearing out. Because that's why Akagrin here is in the vac suit, is because I've run out of cotton, and because we're a raider colony, we don't exactly have much in the way of friends to trade for it. They some reason don't like the fact that I murder them regularly. They're really kind of mean about it. You think they'd be more understanding. Okay, so everyone's all healed up. Let's just go ahead and move on. These heat vents are a bad time. Violence for fortune. Flea here, are you amazing? No. I'm gonna leave that alone. Oh wait, was that a survey site quest? Survey site quest for a fuel optimizer. We'll accept that. So where is it at? Arid shrubland. I'm willing to do that. Raiders will be raiders. Exactly. So I'm going to hop over here because I can't reach that all in one go. We're just going to move on to the next point of interest. And hopefully we don't have to worry about that. And once we get our vac suits, we'll start going towards getting the vac stone to try and get our engines built. I've already got them placed and everything. Literally, I just need the, 300 vac stone to build them. And I honestly feel like we're at the point that if I see impid colonies, we'll start attacking the impid colonies. Like the actual colonies, not just the regular workplaces. Oh, is this a oasis or lake location? Pond. Alright, well that's a relatively benign one. So let's try and get somewhat near the pond. Well, it's mostly with the impids, it's not hate, it's of the different places to attack, the impids are one of the easier ones to fight. Because while they breathe fire, and that can be pretty obnoxious, they don't take much damage to drop. They're usually running around in just like loincloths and that kind of stuff. Alright, so we got our fish. And go ahead and get that going. So zone. Dumping stockpile. No rotten. No human-like. Zone. Regular stockpile. Low priority. Oh, we got jade. Components. We could use more steel. Components. 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 Components and components. Some of those are a little dangerous because they're on the edge of the map. And components. I'll leave that steel alone. We don't want to mine all the steel. I mean, I got some spare inventory. We'll hit a second steel node. Okay, and I don't think we're going to stay here long enough to do any amount of farming. We're not going to bother with that. I will go down here and say orders. Pre-cut. Get it. Get it. Get it. All of it. Alright, so we actually apparently are okay enough with someone that they're trading us. Oh, hey, we actually somehow have a slight positive with one of the factions. Are you high? Oh, you lost your ear. That's unfortunate. You've got high social as well. I'm gonna wait to replace the ear till we have a bionic. What's your issue? I think you're just in pain. Which pain is a virtue, so you know, whatever. Take the Pollux tree. We're not going to be able to grow that. Give me the glitter. Give me the advanced components. Regular components I don't need. I've got like 300. We'll grab the turret pack thing. I've got a map on my inventory somewhere. You can take my shield book. I've already done everything with it. Archotech leg. Okay. Take the triple rocket. And then gold I've got entirely too much. Let's go for like 600. 550. Okay. So we got some glitter, we got a book, and we got an architect leg. So let's pop in here. Who's getting that architect leg? Right now it's probably looking like Infinity. Yeah, I think you're gonna get the architect leg. Install architect, right leg, orders. Go for the glitter. Make sure we only have our good doctors skewed up. When did we get so much gold? Oh, it's just happening all the time. We're just getting little bits here and there. We'll hit a map, we'll mine a little bit. We'll have like an attack, they'll drop a little bit. Because I'm not using it for anything yet, because we don't have fabrication, whenever you hit like a gold node, you just get so much gold. Okay, we also have a hunting one. This is pemmican and all that. Yeah, so try and hop up here. Quest is expiring soon. The Masterwork Sniper Rifle, and you want me to keep some with Paralytic Abasia with us. I'm on board with that. I am willing to keep a person locked in the cellar for a Masterwork Sniper Rifle. That seems pretty solid. I'm a traitor, please don't kill me. Hey, hang on, let me draft some people. No. Low-key, if you could knock these people easier and actually have a fairly high chance of them surviving, I might consider it. Except, honestly, this whole group is terrible. Like, there was like 3 pessimists in the group. Oh, hey. We'll go ahead and close those doors. Prisoner, we'll go ahead and convert you just because. Well, it's just you look at it, it's like there's 3 pessimists. Like your character, the one here tree, would be good except sickly. So a pacifist with chemical interests. Honestly, its great memory is good. That's kind of neutral. It's like neutral to slightly bad. Chemical fascination is the one I dislike. Sickly is rough. Sickly is real rough. You have a drill arm. Or do you even drill? You have a drill arm. You have 0 mining skill. So, you've got a passion for mining, but you've never actually mined before. You have a dream. You have a dream of mining someday. And you were so committed to that dream, you had your arm replaced for a drill. You're just really committed to that dream. Okay, you didn't try and sneak some... You didn't sneak some roof on back there. Looks like you're actually behaving now. My drill will pierce the heavens. Alright. So it's probably going to need to happen is, first, are you set to actually cut slate again? Yeah. I'm probably going to want to go and get some stuff back here. Let's go to our furniture. What type of brick do I have on this map? Sandstone and limestone. Those are pretty awful. What I'll do is I'll unsuspend marble for the next time we hit a marble tile. And we're going to go ahead and put down here a bunch of the mannequin things. So that way we can put all the vac suits on. It's better to look at a glance to see how things are versus right now we're just heaping them on the table, which is fine, but it makes it really hard to keep track in the long run. Okay, you're hauling all that stuff, that's fine. You got 2 days till you get to leave. Xerx is over here just pulling up fish. Catching tilapia and catfish. Yep, so we got people mining and we're just getting the ore back. Because, yeah, we're vaguely moving our way down towards this grav core. We'll see if we can't get to that one. It's for a, the fuel thing. Yeah, because we could do that, and I could pull up a harvest of cotton. And that'd let me get back to making our flak suits before the ones we're wearing start to disintegrate. Because that's those things I have to do once in a long while. Okay, we got moisture pump. Cool, and it's automatically chosen flat screen televisions for next. We already have a mega screen television that I think I got in a trade. Well, more people liked us. Oh yeah, we've almost got that person convert. We've already satisfied that drill guy, or that guy with the drill. I mean, we've already established that that drill guy, or the guy is a drill otaku. I have no idea what that means. Medium psychic drone. Oh, we got 1 day. We're just killing time. And we got our freezer back here. Honestly, like, we just had the 1 vanometric power, the 2 chem fuel generators going, and that's our entire power on the ship. Like, the last Odyssey win I did, I had something like 11 unstable power cores. Just, it's kind of this weird, like, hallway that went, like, the whole way around here in the ship and then, like, went behind the defensive position. Just the whole wraparound of just unstable power cores. And basically ran that until I got to the grav cores. And then just, you know, went after the grav core power because grav core power is broken good. You know, yeah, you gotta fight, take a little bit of risk to get one, but it's not that bad most of the time. And that's 1200 watts forever with no effort, so that's pretty slick. Okay, so maintain only, we did convert them. And that's for a quest for a masterwork sniper rifle, which is something to keep on the shelf. Let's see, you've been in too many VTuber channel lately. Basically, just someone who's super into something. Gotcha. Now we got friends at channel who are VTubers and all that. There's no dislike of VTubers here. I just don't know. Alright, breakup between Lunar Bell and Krask. Cool. So who's the one who's upset about this? Because I missed who broke up with who. Okay. Let's just go ahead real fast. And, console you. Alright, so 83% chance of a good outcome, and you have shape flesh. Yeah, I'm sorry, you're not welcome here. Alright, so everyone, we want to talk to Shriek. I'm going to go on the assumption here that Shriek here is going to shriek. But I have a solution to this problem. You see, it's going to be really hard for Shriek to shriek if, you know, things, no, We're not gonna bullets. Hey, Shriek. Let me show you a cool trick. Goodbye, Shriek. Because you can't have a negative response if you can't defend yourself. Because if I shoot them, they have a chance to do their whole thing where the sight stealer pops out and everything. But if I instantly explode them into a pile of flesh, you know, there's nothing to cause us a problem. We just have one creepy joiner have a discussion with another creepy joiner. They got an understanding of each other. And that understanding is there can only be one. What? What book did you get? You got a book that is Serums of the Ocean, which teaches us disruptor flares but can cause a mental break. Honestly, if you grab it, great. If you don't grab it, I actually don't care either. But we're just going to go ahead and go to where it says anything and do not read tomes. Because they can just give us a research bonus. You can get things fishing. Yeah, you can actually pull up some ridiculous stuff. I haven't had that much luck, but I've heard of people pulling up like Archotech limbs and that kind of nonsense. I've had a couple pretty good pulls. Can't remember what they were though. Because honestly, with a lot of stuff I'm doing now, I don't get that much time fishing a lot of times. Because fishing's only like okay as a food creator, but that RNG chance that you pull up something really good does have thing. You got an Architect arm a few hours ago. Yeah, I think I got a unique weapon. I think was the best I've got. I can't remember. There was something I pulled up I was pretty excited about. Oh, I did have where one of my people ate a charge lance, hit to the torso and lost a lung, and like the next day I fished up a lung, which we put inside them. I'm sure it was fine. You fished up a dead child and a dead seal, a bit of a theme. People have pulled up hearts or dead bodies. Yeah, no, I pulled up a bunch of like rotten corpses before, of like animals and all sorts of stuff. Let's have a civil discussion over here and over there. And oh noes, I got some civil discussion on the visor of my helmet. You always have to wear your safety glasses when having a civil discussion. It's just good safety measures. All right, so we don't really need much on this tile. We're just going to go ahead and move on. We pulled up some fish, made some meals, cut down some trees, got more chem fuel produced. Okay, so we can reach this thing. So you're going to be in arid shrubland as well. Alright. So what we're going to end up doing is landing over here. We'll do this protect the thing, because it's going to give me a fuel efficiency thing, which will be nice, especially since they exploded all my surplus fuel. And in the meantime, we'll get things done. But it also means I'm going to be sitting on a map for at least a little while. So it's a good map for me to slap down some crops. Or you are an interesting map. I'm okay with this. This honestly seems like a perfectly reasonable map. Because what I can do is I can park my ship right here. Force the enemy to have to walk through the water to get to me. So they could just get sprayed with shots the entire time. Okay. And more fish. Oh, absolutely. So, fishing zone right at that spot. Fishing zones here and here. Fishing zones there. Fishing zones here. Whatever door you want, there's a fishing zone. Oh, it's all shallow water? Yeah, that's all shallow water, and then there's deep water way back there. So what I could do here is, meanwhile, grow zone. Get the cotton going. Get the potatoes going. How is our medicine? Get our medicine going, because we're actually running out of medicine. So deal with that. Okay, that'll be good for right now. We'll need to disassemble this. Okay, and we're all good here. We'll also need to go dumping stockpile, just put it in the water. And for our decent stockpile, put it out here. Low priority. Okay, and so with that, we want them to go ahead and start cutting brick, because I'll just put this thing in a little box. Because I put in a little box, they'll most likely go and attack to this defensive position. Okay, meanwhile we've got compact. Let's actually search for what we have in the map. Compact machinery, it's all that. You know what? There's like 2 sections of rock on this entire map. Yeah, literally there's a spot of rock there, and there's a spot of rock right there, and that's all the rock on the map. Well, people have nothing else to do. We'll have our construction person just tear apart all of this junk. So at least give me some resources and some bricks to work with. So you've got the marble being made. So there is marble on this map. And I don't remember why I set aside the marble or something. Oh, I was going to build the things for the outfits. Okay, so let's go to you. What types of stone do I have in this map? Marble and granite. That's actually perfect. So I'm going to go down here to this stage. Granite is not suspended. And then once we get some granite blocks, like I said, we're going to box that thing in so that when it comes to the raids trying to target stuff, it's just kind of not really in a good position to be targeted. So like I said, they'll most likely target our sentry guns and stuff back here, or the lights or whatever. Almost everything else will be just door or wall. So it'll be pretty limited on targets. Okay. Alright, so you got the granite coming. So let's go here and go to structure, granite wall. Because I just want to box that thing in. In other words, I want my growing people to get the crops planted as best they can. Because while this isn't going to be great, it would be good to try and get the get some of this grown. I'm not sure if we'll wait for the grow zone here for the medicine, but if it happens, it happens. If not, and if not, because you never know what's going to show up. Like I've had where I'll be sitting here for 15 days and I'll be like, oh hey, mech resurrection serum if you build this thing, and you're like, all right, well, I'm doing that now. I'm here now for that prize. Yes, I will stay. Thank you. Yep, so you got almost the entire cotton field planted. You're already making good progress there. We've almost got all the potatoes planted. I don't really need that many potatoes. But I figure, what the heck? If you got nothing else going on, just keep planting, man. Yeah, all that's going to be overkill. We'll definitely not get most of that up. It's been a long time. Let's add some dye. And I know it's burning all the steel. I actually don't care. Yep, so we got all of that boxed off. So we're going to go ahead and back over here to our crafting bench. You're no longer doing granite. Actually, do I want them to do granite? Maybe we will do granite. Okay, so let's go bills. Suspend the marble, unsuspend the granite. And go over here and furniture, outfit, granite. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is this something I should be doing? No. No. This is a waste of a room. But, I don't really need these rooms back here right now, because I want to set up a xenotech room, or, you know, biology room or whatever. The big thing I got going on and why I'm not bothering with that right now is just the fact of the matter with all this, that, I don't have the power for it, nor do I want to set up, like, 3 chem fuel generators or whatever. I don't want to do the whole thing where I depend on plugging into the geothermal everywhere. We actually don't have the geothermal tech, do we? New lovers. Chili burritos and pretzel bunny. Chili burritos charm pretzel bunny by telling stories about hooves. Pretzel bunny questioned chili burrito's sanity, and they fell in love. Because that's a weird thing. It's like, have you ever heard about hooves? Go on, I am intrigued. I've heard of worse. Yeah, considering most of the RimWorld ones, considering most of the RimWorld romances, where it's like, such and such insulted this person's physical appearance. They became, like, this person became aroused, and you're like, please have higher standards. Please. I really need you to have higher standards than that. Or, such and such questioned such and such's heritage. They're aroused and they became lovers. Why would that make you hook up? The standards in this guy, hey man. Like, don't get me wrong. If my choices are be insulted or be single, I'm going to be single. The guy you started dating in middle school's first birthday, can I eat your orange peels? We've been together for 11 years. Hey, you know what? That's honestly fair. You just happen to share a passion for orange. And just unfortunately, their interest was in the peels. They just were going for the whole thing where you use orange peel for making, like, drinks and all that. Just, you know, skipping the whole fermenting step. And also doing that while in school. They complement each other. He found you appealing. I'm sure they've heard that joke a couple of times. You once nearly lost it on stream when one of your colonists seduced another one by talking about their grandmother. The guy then became aroused and they became a couple. This is deeply upsetting. Hey, alright, Luxray, you take it easy. Yeah, and again, definitely check out Treacle. Really fantastic content creator. We were talking about how much vitamin C is in orange peel in science class, but it was still very out of the blue. Yeah, no, I can see that. I can see that both being done, and I can see that also being like, you know what? That's weird. I'm not really for or against it. I'm pretty neutral on my feeling about this person's desire for orange peel, but also kind of weird. And that's not an insult. Like, literally me and Tomb, like, have made comments to each other like, thank you, like, thanks for being weird with me. That kind of thing. Alright, so we gotta just chill for 11 days while this thing does its thing. Take care, actually. Extra fish heads for you tonight. Nice. Evidently it worked. Hey. I've kind of learned over the years, like, you have a lot of things that are presented as the things to care about in a relationship and all, and there's genuinely important stuff, of course. But, like, honestly, being comfortable just being yourself, no matter how weird it might be, is a pretty good pretty good metric that the person just kind of accepts you for who you are, regardless to how unreasonably into certain fandoms you might be and all that. Okay. So they want to stay with us for 15 days with 7 court allies. Ooh. I was going to be like, absolutely not. But then I see this 1,000 plasteel sitting here. And that's made that a harder thing to say no to. Hey, you know what? Go ahead and just plant some more potatoes. You know, this whole place here, what if you just... Oh, heck with it. What if we just went over here and just went ahead... We'll throw some strawberries in there, too. Why not? We have 10 days of scan. That's what I'm thinking. My only concern is the food. It's fine for now, but this is a decent number of people. Okay, so you're bringing them in. Alright, so that gives us a total of... That's more than 14 people. I don't care how you count it. Oh, they haven't gotten off the ship yet. 19 people, and I have, I believe, 14 beds in here? Alright, so we're going to go ahead and have some more people who are going to be having a little sleep back here. And we're going to give them the 5-star arrangement. The best in class we got. Which is some sleeping spots thrown on the ground in a hurry in a hallway. Which is, like, genuinely the best we're going to offer here. Meanwhile, all of you, full recreation schedule. Because I want to keep you happy. It's going to be awfully bad when the Empire hates us. I'm surprised, honestly. We've attacked some of the Empire stuff a couple of times. I'm really genuinely surprised they don't hate our guts. They've gone negative on us a couple of times. But they just keep coming back for some reason. Let's go ahead and home zone that entire surrounding area. And restrict you to the home zone. They admire your chutzpah. I don't know, man. Oh, one of you needs a meditation spot? Yeah, we don't really have one of those. I will go ahead and just chuck it in here, because we can. Meanwhile, I'm sure they'd enjoy a nice scarification. Let me share my culture with you, where we all get together, and we artistically scar each other's bodies. Also, we murder people. Or as most famous poets of our time recognize, game recognizes game. Yeah, so we're still working on those scars. We got a lot of people who need more scars. They need to have 5 scars each. But I've been kind of sleeping on the job for the scarifications. There's a lot of scars we're giving each other. We've had to do that ceremony. It's going to be something like, by the time we're done, like 70 times or something like that. Alright, so let's see. Does anyone have anything we need to worry about? Any night owls? We do have a night owl. So you here, schedule. Your schedule is getting flipped. That's not the right person. Your schedule is getting flipped here. Because you're a night owl. Hard worker. Okay, you are also a night owl. Okay, so we got our night owl sorted. Hey, Nethercloud. Thank you so much for the raid. I do hope you had yourself a good stream. I think the tagline of your religion is literally, want to know how we got these scars? Yeah, through ritualist scarification every single day of the week. But check out Nethercloud, another fantastic content creator. Plays a lot of RimWorld and all that good stuff over there. So definitely check him out if you're into RimWorld, because one would assume if you are here, you're probably into it. Okay, a group of mechanoid pods are landing nearby. Lunar, I'm going to need you to fall back right the F now. Run, run, run. Lunar, please. Lunar, please. Okay. All right, come on. Come on. You just got to get around that corner. You're almost there. A lung and a leg. All right, and that's just RimWorld sometimes being RimWorld. The schedule, everyone stay in the safety of the ship. So give them a moment to move on. Yeah, because there's 3 Lancers and Pikemen. No one is going to get there to help you in time. That's fine. So rescue Lunar. Meanwhile, the rest of you can undraft right this second. So actually, you rescue Lunar. You recover the gun. Right, so we have to go to you. We'll give Infinity that. Okay. So that's a pretty annoying setup right there. Yeah, so the bummer is they blew off. Actually, you were already missing that long? No, you... Okay. It just stopped bleeding for whatever reason. Alright, so we're going to have to add onto this a prosthetic leg. It looks like Lunar's not going to be in this next fight. Yeah, no, so just... Unfortunately, Lunar got caught where the pods dropped almost on top of them. And then they just got blasted by a bunch of Lancers. They honestly almost got, like, literally they were like one step out of line of sighting them. But just ate a torso hit, ate a leg hit, and went down. That is genuinely kind of a bad time over there. Even with the EMPs, I'm not going to have a good angle to deal with that. Because my best luck is probably... Alright, so we didn't get that far. At least you got bandaged up. Okay. I don't really want to fight this straight up. What we're probably going to do is we're probably going to engage them the best we can from back here. And then once they start to set up with the Lancers, I'm hoping the Lancers will lead in. Yeah, no, this is perfect. Those Lancers and Scythers lead in real close. We might be able to drop all of them before the Centurion and everyone gets involved. And that Centipede, the Centipede just missed the boat, man. So we want to watch it. We see the Lancers just start going for the ranged hits. We just back off and we fight them in the hallway here. But we can drop those Lancers. Okay, who has it? Who has it? You do. That's actually perfect. Okay, so you'll get the shield up. Yeah, burning a shield's not my favorite, but in this particular case, we could take out all of the dangerous stuff here. How much longer do we have in that shield? 0.6 seconds. Alright, so the plan here, we're going to pop that door, going to drop you back here, and grab all of you. This is not going to be a great angle for dealing with this. Or... slight change of plan. This is going to be a little bit of a mess. I'm gonna pop this door, because if it follows me around, I can duck into that corner. We're just gonna get out of the way so we don't just get picked at the whole time. And that's because the Centurion's giving cover to that. We're gonna let it just roll up in there. Okay, are you coming around? I don't feel great about trying to go for the cover. Okay. So now, its shield's helping. Trying to keep an eye on those shields. Come on. Finish the job. Come on, you got Obsidian Longsword. Finish the job. Getting a little worried about Chili Burritos just tanking that. Come on, you're missing multiple limbs. Okay, so you got that. So I'm gonna run you back over here. And you're not actually bleeding, you just fell. So you're fine. So what the plan here is, we wait till that gets over here, and we finish it off. So walk away with no real casualties. The only casualty being the opening salvo and all that. Alright. Get in there. Okay, all sorted. Alright, so that was not the most elegant. We had two big losses here. The primary one was Lunar just having those drop on their head. Didn't give him a chance to really do anything. Alright, so Krask, I'm gonna have you actually schedule. Yeah, so we look at the injuries. I think most of the people are okay. You're just bruised up. You're just bruised up. Lunar's the one who got just shredded by the Lancers when they dropped on them. And all that stuff. Hey, Arch, how's it going? Can we get a shout out for Arch Play Stuff? Another fantastic content creator. Been playing a whole lot of RimWorld as well. Someone I definitely recommend. One thing we're going to do here. Cancel these sentry guns. And we're going to go here. We're going to make them out of uranium. Because they get so much more life and uranium's just not a big deal. Okay, so we're patching everyone up. Okay, we do have it scheduled to make a prosthetic leg. Because we're going to need that for right now. But yeah, Archplace is another fantastic creator. Fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team, the stream team I'm on. Plays a lot of indie games, also plays like a lot of RimWorld and a whole bunch of other stuff like that. So definitely good times over there. Highly, highly, highly recommend. Okay. Yeah, Lunar losing a leg and a lung is pretty bad. Just got one charge lance to the torso, blew out the lung, second charge lance, took the leg off. But worst of all, it took the scar off. Because they had a scar on that leg, and so now the scar's gone. They're going to be upset because they won't have enough scars. Here we got visitors. Wait, did we get an Archotech leg, or did we already use it? Yeah, no, we yeah, we already put it on. I think it was Infinity. Yeah, that's fine. That was the right call at the time we did it, so... Could have been convenient now. Right, you're missing... You're missing your ear still. So let's get... Lunar's the other one. It's fine, you're just gonna do it anyways. Okay, so let's go in here about this different stuff we have. We got the face mask we'll get rid of. We got some worn out flak pants. We got some shirts that are all worn out. So those gotta go. You don't actually have that much money. We'll give you the drugs. I'll take your components I don't really need, and your packaged meals I don't really need. I'll take your medicine. And I think that'll settle it for right now. We managed to get them to drop it in the ship. Bionics, the ultimate scar. Well, that's going to be the thing, is as we replace our limbs with bionics, the bionics I don't believe can get scarred in any way. Alright, we have a Wanderer joined who has a shooting skill of 14. What are you bringing to the table? You are a great memory, trigger-happy baseliner. You are very old, which is a problem. But a trigger-happy, great memory, extremely skilled shooter, I'm willing to see if we can't deal with that. So, we're going to try and keep him alive. So we have Chooch Day. I'll need to come up with a title for you later. We're bringing you in. Do we have a weapon for you? We do have an SMG. Just put him on Lucy. Honestly, not the worst thing. I am sitting on 50-something Lucy that I do plan to use at some point. It's not going to help us too much right this second. Oh, and I need to go to your stuff, so there's your recreation. Work. And so you're willing to hunt, and you mine. That's honestly fine. You go grab your weapon back. Alright. So everyone's getting their stuff sorted. It is what it is. But we will be able to pull up some medicine and some cotton and all that and getting their stuff sorted out. We will need to go here. Begin conversion ritual. We want it on our new colonist. So you do your best to convince them. I want a master conversion. You recently recruited a teenage raider whose only good skill was shooting. He's a nudist. You've been Gene ripping Yatkins. No streaker sniper is here. No, streaker sniper is here. And masterful, and we can reform our ideology, which is interesting because we were doing the thing where every time I reformed I went for a higher level of scarification, but we already maxed that out in the last one. So usually I have a rule that I'm only allowed to change one thing per time, so this time we're going to change insect meat from despised to loved, so that, you know, we can partake of the bug and not get upset about it. Okay, and how are we doing on that prosthetic leg? Yeah, it's just stealing components, so at least that'll get going. They're working on it. Drifters hope for alms. Terrible. Nope. Awful. Honestly, for a 7-year-old child, not bad, but I don't feel a particular need to kidnap a child right now. So let's go here. I'll give you a bunch of cash. So Lunar went down. Right, and you also had an SMG when you got knocked. So let's go ahead and have you grab an SMG. So that way everyone's equipped. So let's move you forward, because I generally very loosely filter, like, arranging them by the weapon range. One of these is intended on being another melee person. We've just been holding off. They've been saying don't make weapons less you know, it's long range. Oh, wait, quest? I should have done this earlier. Get our monolith back, because we need to get chronophagy researched. Because we do that, we can just de-age people. Okay, get back to researching that. Because we are working on disruptor flares. So we're running out of those, so we haven't gotten lucky enough to get the chronophagy, but we're basically running out of things that isn't chronophagy to research. I just need to stick with that and keep that going for a while. But we're here for at least, like, 7 more days. Probably longer, because I am going to give enough time to get that cotton pulled up, so that we can make more fiber corn, not fiber corn, more, black armor. I also realized... Go for the quest? Yeah. Oh, we should also go here. Orders. Allow. Cool that you have those trees. I wish you wouldn't kill my crops for it. Yeah, and with that, we can keep them fishing for right now, instead of hunting. Yeah, poor Lunar is not moving around very fast. So right now they have a 22% top movement speed, because they're missing a lung and they're missing a leg. I can't do anything about the lung really right now, but the leg we're working on. Okay, we got the leg. So you need operations, right leg, install prosthetic leg. We're going to bump up the medicine to like the highest level for that. Take those two off of doctoring till it's dealt with. Hopping on one leg everywhere is probably tiring. Yes. I would imagine it is. Because that should at least get you to like 55% movement speed if we get that prosthetic leg in. Flat screen TV, advanced lights, that'll give me a little extra power at least. Now I definitely want better than a prosthetic leg, but that's what's going to have to do for right now. Now, if something happens and Lunar dies, I do have Mech Resurrection Serum on hand. Okay, so you're good. Put you back in your regular medicine. Assignments. Work Frenzy. Also, you can have drugs. Everyone's already converted. Yep, everyone that matters. I got some people dealing with heat stroke now. I don't have the wood to deal with that, but if they go into the freezer for any reason, they can cool off. Okay, so Lunar's back up. So they're still under the anesthetic. So under the anesthetic, they're at literally the exact same movement speed. Oh, right, because you also have the drill arm and then the 50% breathing. But I don't have bionic stuff yet. So I can't do anything about the breathing part. And we don't have the multi-analyzer yet available, so bionics is not on the table. Okay, you should be departing in 14 days. So you're here for a while longer. A lot of these should start coming up soon. I am wrong. A lot of those will come up eventually. Okay, they're up to 50% movement speed, and that's still with the anesthetic penalizing them. Yeah, so that should be pretty good. They'll get to like 60% movement speed, which is still bad. It's pretty appalling, actually. But compared to 22, you take what you can get. Alright. So Shelter for Royals. Yeah, so that's the one where we got 11 days. We got 13 days on that one. We got 6 days on the scanner. We'll have a raid probably relatively soon. for the scanner. Usually it's around like the 5 to 3 day mark. I think it can happen at any time during the time frame. But it is one of those things that, you know, just whenever it shows up, it shows up. So for right now, let's actually restrict Lunar to staying close to home. It really sucks to do that. But I think it's just the reality is if Lunar runs over here with her penalized movement speed, they're not going to escape whatever happens. Okay, and how are you doing on the disruptor packs? You're like, one more time we'll get it. Alright, so here's hoping we start going towards the chronophagy. Because that way when we get a raid, we can start de-aging, you know, de-aging that new person we got in here that's got like the ridiculous high shooting skill. And trigger happy. That'll be, if we can manage to get them de-aged before aged claims them, we should be able to do some pretty fun stuff with that. Yeah, so that's going to be grown soon. Yeah, we should be about the point we get these quests done. The cotton will at least be ready. The the heal root might actually be close as well. The downside is we got all these animals that are eating everything here. So I think we're actually going to start killing all the animals that don't immediately react violently. Rare catch. Human leather. Okay. That's upsetting. Alright. So, we're going to try and spare some of our plants. So what I'm going to do is we're going to go and attack the rhinos. Because the rhinos eat a lot per pass. Kind of hoping they would manhunter pack against us so I don't have to chase. Let's bunch you all up again. Okay. It's just the concern is they'll go down and eat like 5-6 different pieces of plant. All in one go. So just dealing with that, because plus also, oh here, while we're standing right here. That's another one they'll fight back. Yeah, we got a lot of ostriches and all that. They're not as bad in the amount of stuff they eat. That's the reason I'm primarily targeting the rhinos here. I've had a colony before where we used rhinos as our like main fighting force, and it was fun memey, but my god, did those things eat. Okay. So with that, we've got all the big animals out of here. They'll be all sorted. We still have, like, the emu and the ostrich, and that's fine. I'm not gonna bother trying to chase them all. Okay, yeah, so you're up to 55% movement speed. Now you're fully recovered. Once we get another lung, you'll probably get up to, like, 65, 70%. Would be my guess, just off the top of my head. And if we're lucky, we'll actually get time to cook them, but I'm not actually super fussed if we don't manage to get the chance to deal with the stuff there. Who is our cook again? Avenging. So you're sleeping right now. Disruptor flares. Frenzy inducer. Not what I needed. It's fine. They'll make good progress. It's okay. Eventually we'll get chronophagy. I've already got 4 rounds of chronophagy worth of bioferrite sitting around. So we're good there. I'm just going to let them finish all these, and I'm going to queue those up to take the vac suits. Vac suits and or black vests and all that. Let the people take stuff on and off of it. And use that as a way of having all our suits for when we need to go into space and flip things over. Okay, so stop cooking the meal, start butchering. Let's try not to waste all those rhinos. Colossal construction. No. I got 3 overlapping quests that... Medical emergency on you. Heat stroke extreme. Okay, 1 second. We can solve this. Carry this person. Alright, let's go ahead and cool you off real fast. Is that what you needed? You just need a little time in the freezer? I got you. It's hot. I understand. We'll get you sorted. Advanced lights, long-range mineral scanner. All right there, buddy. Let's get you back. Let's get you back to your cell. I know. Laying in a tiny little room on a map that's like, why is that so hot in there? It's like a whole 20 degrees hotter. Like sometimes it's just plain hotter indoors, but okay, rare thrombo. You know, actually, slight change of plans. We're killing the thrombo. Confused and wandering. I'm a little weirded out that you're standing over there. Okay, so let's get over here. Grab our ranged people. Cool. Hey, Smashy, how's it going? Yeah, I was debating Tame. I was like, you know, we don't have that much food right now, and they're also going to potentially eat up a bunch of the cotton. They're actually, like, hanging out right by all the stuff I don't want them to eat. Let's just go with kill the thrombo. I haven't had much luck in trying to actually tame them this whole time. Okay. Let's get the last one, and then we're going to want to make sure we butcher those as well. Because I'm also thinking the thrombo fur will do us some good. Alright, so this will be a little bit more dangerous because it can't take advantage of the fact that the water slows them down a lot. Okay. Just who got that shot off? Kreese is like, hey, you made me the range specialist. Look what I can do. Pop. Thrombo brained. It was old and frail anyways. Yeah, no, it was the thrombo going through it. Then you dibs on the sniper rifle. I honestly think, genuinely having you with a charge lance, when I have like a really good shooter, charge lance is a really good weapon to be using for that. Okay, who is our... I keep forgetting who our cook is. Venging. So you're sleeping. I'd rather you not get back to butchering while we got those thrombos. That's lots of pawns. Keep in mind, all of those are guests. So we do have like 14 people, which is usually around as big as I like my colonies to get. Once you start pushing higher, it gets to be a bit obnoxious to manage. But, we did take on something like 8 guests for really good rewards. I think it was like 1,000 plasteel or something like that. Still a lot for the duration. Yeah, no, it's definitely a lot. Oh, also, before I forget, you need to close that door. Yeah, so you are out of here soon. 11 days. This is done in 4 days. We haven't had the actual, like, special raid or whatever for it yet. Don't do the boom lope so it doesn't... Or boom, whatever. That thing. Succulent plasteel. Certainly a choice adjective. Okay. So when they wake up and they eat their food, we're gonna do a quick scarification, keep those scars rolling. Yeah, I left the rhinoceros leather out there. But Thrombo fur I do have set to store. Okay. So they are waking up soon. I'd rather be fishing, it's just I don't want them to eat all the crops. Actually, we've knocked them down enough. Yeah, we got all the big ones out of here. The little ones only eat like 1 crop a day, which is not too bad. Let's go ahead and start the scarification, which does mean we'll almost certainly be raided as soon as this gets going. I think the last 3 times they've gone for it, it's been interrupted by a raid or some other event that I had to cancel it. Because I do need to keep up with a lot of that stuff. Okay, so I should be harvesting all that. At this stage, we'll tell it to do not sow anymore. It's terrible, I don't even care. Terrible's fine. I just needed to get done. Rats are good shooting XP? Yeah. I'm not super worried about that right now. I need them to just get projects done is what I need. Did you just immediately get zapped by lightning? Jilly, did you upset someone? Because the heavens opened and immediately slammed you right out the gate with a zap from lightning. Yeah. Did you go and be like, Zeus is overrated? And it's like, I'll show you overrated. Zap. And we got Cuz Jackie on the 25 stream streak. Catch the last 25 streams without missing a single one, so thank you so much for that. Also, decreasing the cost of winning Twitch. Which was immediately countered by the increase in cost of winning Twitch. There can be no happiness here. It's just the way it is. Alright, so we got another Scar knocked out. We'll let everyone do a little bit of self-care because we're right in that zone that any second now we should be seeing this raid. I've never had it be like less than a day from the end. We haven't had like the actual raid that is from, you know, that is for doing the scanner. And everyone's sleeping. We got rain. It'd be actually a pretty good time for that to trigger, and that's just a matter of what shows up. Because if they just are willing to straight up attack my ship, I can get the cover bonus and deny them the cover bonus. Granted, we don't really have a good setup here. It'd be good if I could sit there and, like, narrow this, like, put this a little bit longer and narrow it down. As well as, like, try to limit the ability for enemies to use cover. So do the whole thing where we go up here to the end. Have, like, wall, barricade, or column. And then, like, a wall here so you can't stand on the end easy. They could still go to cover because they're better about that now. But it would work. How goes the rimming? It's going pretty good. It's been a solid day. We've expanded our ship twice. I actually have a grav core for another expansion. I just don't have the grav panels. We're knocking out a bunch of quests for good rewards. I'm sitting on 2 mech resurrection serum just banked. Like, we managed to get 2 of them from quests. Oh no, one of them was from a sealed crate. The other was from a quest. Masterwork vac suit helmet. Cool. We're getting all our stuff ready for being able to go into space. The big thing right now is we're kind of pushing the edge of our... Oh, actually, no, we're not, because we just got advanced lights. Okay, so Odyssey. So oxygen. We're going to need oxygen for this room, oxygen for this room, oxygen for that room. Put oxygen in the freezer. Put oxygen back here and over here. And there. In these 2 rooms, there's no point. It's still vacuum exposed. And there's a good chance we'll end up needing to turn off stuff we're not using. Honestly, we could turn this bench back off right now. Until we get obsidian, it's just going to sit there. And I'll free up another 210 watts. Alright, you're harvesting all the potatoes. The cotton's nearly in. Where is this raid? We should be having a raid by now. That's going to be trying to attack this. Like I said, usually I get it around 3 days. I think it'd be the entire window, but usually I've had it like 3 days, maybe 2 days. Most likely it'll be a walk on the side of the map raid, but it could also be drop pod or whatever. Regardless, Royal Tribute Collector, that could be interesting if we do have just a walk-on raid. There's a good chance you're going to be here until after that's done. They're usually here for the better part of a day. You need medical for your asthma. That's fair. Okay. I mean, honestly, short term, I could put a containment room back here. Probably not what I should use it for, but once we get that walled in, that'd work. I could toss like a couple site stealers where back there to at least have a trickle on the research. Yeah, we're one short of these being done, and then I'm going to be really restricted of what can be put on those. I'm just waiting for them all to be done so I don't have to like constantly like relink them and all that. Because then we can get all this vac stoots off of here. Alright, so allow removing, link together, storage, okay, apparel, and weapons. So weapons, you can allow unique weapons. Don't worry about anything else. So apparel, let's actually go here. So weapons, allow unique weapons. So for apparel, do not allow tainted, do not allow biocoded. You are going to not worry about any of that crap. Armor-wise and headgear-wise, you can allow cataphract, black armor, marine. You're not going to probably get any of those, but that's fine. So basically all the endgame kind of stuff. Same with all this. Allow all of that goodies. A not plate. And then utility. Disruptor flare packs are fine. We'll probably use those. Fire foam, jump pack, low shield. Orbital bombardment collector, power beam. Insanity lance, shock lance. Shield belt. I'll put the smoke pop on there. Mini turret we probably won't have. And we will not have any of these other things. So they don't matter. Okay. Make sure you include the flak pants. There we go. Yep, so basically we're going to have all these set. They're going to be storage. Set that to critical. And so now they're going to start putting all of our equipment for our vac suits and all that. Obviously, we'll need to make sure we put on our vac suits before we go in space the first time. But that was already a thing. Oh, also for going to space, before I forget, we need more heaters. So you have a heater in this room. The storage room I don't care about. We'll put 2 here. You've already got 1 in the bedroom. We'll probably need a pair of heaters back there. And a heater over there. So that's going to get to be a bit of a power problem. We're going to get to space, which more than like the way we solve is we'll just like turn off the machining bench when we're in space or whatever. Alright, I mean, the Empire's leaving. We still haven't been attacked for this thing. We're at less than a day. And we still haven't been attacked where it's been accredited for attacking this, which is usually what you get. You have a raid that says like, such and such finds the thing to be an atrocity or an affront or whatever is here to deal with that. Medical emergency on you. Okay, hang on. I forgot I need to go ahead and carry you over. My bad. Let's get you back in the freezer, friend. Just getting a little overheated. That's understandable. We'll just cool you off. Yeah, it's an illicit antenna. You're only allowed to have a 10-foot antenna, and that's 12. It's right out. Coming by to burn it down. How dare you? Cool, so we are getting... Oh, that's the thrumbo fur. Okay, so now this is basically overflow for armor and medicine and any weapons we care about that aren't unique. Okay, here it is. Let's see. They're attacking you immediately, they're dropping right on top of you. Not in my room with the chem fuel again. Come on. That's twice in a row that the raid is dropping in on my chem fuel. All of you, I need you to run over here for a minute. Every time. Yeah, no, the fire foam got destroyed. They keep targeting that room. Now, the downside is I actually have to fight my way through this fire because I didn't think about this side. What we're going to need to do is to prevent this from getting way too out of line. I'm probably going to have to tear down a wall. You know what? Change of plan. We need to just get through this wall now. This room's already heating up. So grab all of you, and I need you to shoot that spot of wall right there. Because I gotta get through it fast. The room's already 100 degrees and picking up heat fast. You're not one of the ones I need to care about, right? Okay, so we've got that sorted. So let's have you all go out here. Go around here. Over there. And I'm gonna need to just pop a hole in this wall so we can start putting the fire out. Oh, that's a problem. I don't know how I save you. Oh, you're getting superheated already. Grab that person. Grab that person. I grabbed the one slow person. It'll just have to do. Don't want to lose it right at the end. Okay, get out of there. You're fine. No, don't go that way. That's like pop a hole in this. Because once I pop a hole in this, it won't be superheated anymore. Because right now it's 1,000 degrees. Oh, I don't care about them getting away. Right now I'm trying to salvage the burning interior of my ship because I keep dropping in on all my chem fuel and exploding it. Okay, you can now put out the fires. And you can now capture that person again. Well, the good news is they got a bunch of steel and all that. The bad news is I think we're actually stranded until we get some chem fuel remade, because they took out all of our chem fuel. Period. Oh, all of you can get back to living your lives. My bad. But that's like the second or third time they've targeted that spot. Okay. Fuel optimizer. Cool. Love to see it. I'm actually glad that that didn't arrive until after all that stuff exploded. So at least it wasn't caught up in the middle of all that. For right now, I'm just going to chuck it in this room. Schedule. You're all unrestricted. I was about to say, please tend to that person that's bleeding out very, very slowly from a single injury because no one's bothered. Now, the good news is I've got a small army of batteries sitting here. And they did go straight to getting that sorted. Okay, bills, add, make chem fuel from wood, do forever, details. Details if it is very short range. So in that same room. Build chem fuel, do forever, details, not do forever. Do until you have 1,000. And then bills, do it from organics. Until you have 100. We're gonna end up having to use food. Because we've cut down all the trees in the tile. And we're out of chem fuel because they blew up my shelves with it, they blew up my reserves with it, they blew up my generators with it, they blew up my everything. So we're just gonna have to burn potatoes for a little while. Okay, so the power's coming back online. Okay, we got a smoke spewer off tile. I'm gonna just ignore that entirely. That should reduce the sun in the area. These should still grow. No, it's not gonna still grow. Just get out there and harvest it, man. Where is it? Oh, we don't. It's actually far enough I can't see where it is. So we could send a caravan to go deal with the smoke spewer. Yeah, it's gonna be right up there. I'm gonna send the caravan. All right, caravan up there. We're gonna send a couple people. Infinity, get out there. And you get out there. We're gonna try and send the two of you to deal with that real fast. And Krask, get out there. Just move, get out of there, because I'm worried if it stays dark too long, these will all start rotting before it can harvest them, and that would mean putting in all the time and only getting a little bit of what we actually came for out of it. Which would be a very Cassandra-coded thing to do, to like get you right up to the finish line food-wise, and be like, oh, that's so unfortunate. What if we just killed off all your crops at the last second? That'd be really rough now, wouldn't it? You'd genuinely probably be upset about that. Alright, so we're repairing all the ship. We're getting our people off the map to go caravan over. Alright. And meanwhile, for the quests, 4 days, 7 days. Yeah, so I'm having them pull up as much as they can to try and get it done before it starts rotting. Which should be good. I mean, I'm going to get a giant pile of everything. And that's going to be hauling. That'll be the bottleneck, which is totally a fine problem. Okay, we happened to get it right. So we're just going to caravan out there. We're going to deal with it really fast, then caravan back. And that'll probably be more than our freezer can handle. Okay. And if it seems like the game's hanging every so often, that's just one unfortunate downside of this particular mod, the Fog of War, the RimWorld Explorer mode, is it does cause lag whenever you reveal a little bit new part of the map. I think it's generating that part of the map, but it does make it hang for just a second or two. Kind of like when you have autosave. But once you've revealed a tile, it doesn't seem to do it again after that. And also, if there's like mountains in the way, you won't reveal stuff every single step. Alright. So we can go ahead and deal with this. Any second now. You can do it. There you go. Oh, okay. I was like, what the? All right. We're definitely not dealing with that while we're here. So let's go and avoid waking these up. We'll need to make sure to leave to the right. Okay, you just stand aside. I don't want you walking that proximity thing. Okay, get in here. We can deal with the smoke spewer. Like I said, the big thing is that when I leave, I want to go up and along that wall, so that these won't be able to get a good angle on us. Yeah, we brought a smoke grenade. We could deal with all our smoke grenade launcher or anything smoke related. We could deal with that very easily. I don't really need the materials from it. And you never know when, like, something's going to go out of hand. Let's see. That's just going to make pikemen, but they won't have a chance. I'm not super worried about exploring the complex. It did throw me on when I pulled up the map, and it's like, for just a second, it's like, what on earth? I was like worried of some like new version of the thing where you had to like explore the whole base, where I was like, I'm sorry, what? Okay, you're like right on the edge of being able to be shot by that one. Okay, turret pack. That's from a book, I believe. Yep, let's just get out of here. Because then we'll be good to go. Smoke spear is gone. I destroyed the smoke spear. There it goes. Just minor delay on it, that's all. I was like, wait a second, I destroyed it. Because we had a while back that there had been some mod, I can't remember, something like little mod, that it bugged that I destroyed the nuisance nearby, but it didn't actually stop working. And that was before Odyssey and all that, so it's just like, alright, I guess we dev mode delete it, because it's one of those things that, like, you know, that's, you couldn't really pack up your colony. And I think it's like psychic suppressor or something. I was like, well, I can't run a colony that's permanently psychic suppressored 50%. It's not gonna last. Why are you getting upset? You're drowsy. Well, go to bed. Very, very typical child behavior. I'm sleepy. Go to bed. No. I just want to be upset. I don't actually want to solve my problems. I just want to be mad about it. Oh, I missed. I'm doing good. I'm sorry if I didn't say it. Unfortunately, Huntsman meme has been spread. Yeah. No, Huntsman thing is, getting around the community. We definitely had a raid the other day, and granted, it was a version of the Huntsman pawn that was, like, no good. I can't remember, it had, like, a bunch of negative traits on it. But we did down them as, like, oh, they gotta go, and just Zeus hammered them. But, you know, it is what it is. You're all good. Yeah, no, it's a whole thing. There's for those who don't know that meme, it's with Mortal Smurf that taking the pawn Huntsman and just had Huntsman just caused so many different grief, like griefing kind of situations, like typical RimWorld grief thing, but it was the same name pawn again and again. So it's just like, nope, can't trust Huntsman, gotta go. So it is a full-on meme in the category now. When Huntsman shows up, so far as the pawn in the game, that they gotta go. They're your enemy, all that kind of garbage. It's just a fun meme. Alright, got a distress signal. We're not going to worry about that. We're just going to try and collect all this junk because we have taken the time to harvest a bunch of this. We're getting more of it. That's part of the reason we stopped here and let it grow, is we wanted to get these quests done. We wanted to get this thing done. And I need to restock on some cotton because we need flax suits. And I need cotton for flax suits. And because we're a raider colony, we don't exactly have many friends. Somehow we actually have one faction that seems to be okay with us, which surprises me because I've definitely raided them a good couple of times now. I think I'm just probably raiding enough of their enemies that it's making up for it. Granted, I haven't hit many actual like colony targets. I just haven't had much opportunity. It's been mostly work sites and that kind of thing. But I'm definitely feeling like we're at the point, you know, impid colonies are definitely no problem. Neanderthals will be a bit spicy. That really depends on the number. If it's like a dozen, I feel perfectly comfortable with knock it down, no problem. But if we hit one that's like 20-something strong, it's doable. It'll definitely be some work of like, you know, cutting through my ship and then coming out the other side, so they have to either fight their way through the ship or whatever to try and split them up. Because it's like the 20 of them just running straight in with the amount of firepower we have, it really kind of depends. If I got my buffs up, the Empire's our friend. I think they're neutral with us, leaning hostile. So far, they've not gotten too bad, but that's because they don't give you many work sites to attack for the Empire, so I haven't had much opportunity to cause problems for them. Because I'm not just like murdering people for the sake of murdering people when they land on my tile. Mech cluster nearby, so let's go ahead and really quickly get all of you over to this side of the ship. Alright, so we got an auto mortar that's going to kick on in 5 days. And of course, it landed directly in the middle of my cotton. Like a big old jerk. That's also kind of a spicy one, because we got a bunch of centipedes in there. I don't know if you could put a ceiling over it. I was never one to dealing with a lot of the more cheesy strats for it. I'm worried we'd walk in there and just immediately get engaged by the centipedes. Now, what we might be able to do is I might be able to get along here somewhere. We shouldn't be able to get shot at by these two, but I should be able to destroy this and whatever pops out of there. And then hopefully then I can back up here and draw the centipedes around. I don't really want to deal with that, if I'm being honest. You got 5 days. So we got 5 days. So it's the combination. Yeah, no, I think the correct answer is just to nope out. I'm just really annoyed because I was trying to get all this, and we do actually have these laying down here. But I'm worried about running up too close, even with the proximity detector. Let's go do this. Expanded, danger zone. Anything up here is free game. And we won't let them get closer than that on this side. We're gonna try and grab that stuff. And we should be far enough away until we wake them up. It'll be fine. So I can snag a couple hundred more cotton. And And that should be plenty. We can snag all this food up here. But yeah, so I think we deliberately do just... Every time they're getting close there, it's stressing me out. We should be fine. It shouldn't be able to trigger unless we're, like, right in there. Sowing prevented? Yep. We already turned that off a while back. Once I planted all of this, I turned off sowing immediately. Yeah, that'll be fine. We're gonna get, like... Yeah, we're gonna get, like, almost 2,000 cotton out of this. Plus whatever we manage to pull into the freezer, we might top it off. Yeah, so I think that's okay. It was just the fact that it landed on the con. I'm like, are you trying to kill me right now? And the answer is yes, but, you know. If it scooched a little to the right, it would have fully blocked it. I mean, I'm not getting the medicine, because I'm not taking my chances running past that. But I'm also not that urgent for the medicine either. If we hit, like, a medical stockpile, we'll be set. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, heat stroke on almost everyone. Because this tile is just hot. But other than the prisoner who can't do anything, anyone who gets too hot, they can just take a quick run to the freezer. But that's okay, because we have 1 day till they're out of here and 4 days till they're out of here. And honestly, worst case, I can actually just leave the tile. I would just much rather get all this stuff we bothered to plant. Needless to say, for almost 2,000 cotton, we're good for a very long time. Which is part of the plan. Because then later on, I could just trade it away if we have the opportunity, or just dump it outside if we need to. And I can't do the passive killer, I have no wood. How does leaving the tile affect quests? Depends on the quest. Some quests will specify that you need to stay on the tile, for whatever reason. Some quests, they're just like, hey, watch over these people. So, like, the quests I have, the prisoner and them, I believe I could just leave the tile and it'll be fine. Okay. And you're having a party. Watch it be something like the shuttle lands here and technically causes damage to the segment of the wall. Where are you going? You can be restricted in the home zone. How are you down there? Small child. Get the hell back to the chip. You shouldn't be allowed to go there. Assign, schedule, home zone. There's no home zone down there. Small child, you're breaking the law, man. There, you're attending the party. That's acceptable. I need you all to finish your party so I can carry the prisoner into the freezer. Okay, so you carry the prisoner into the freezer. Yeah, now I'm getting paranoid that the kid's gonna just run off and go hug a mechanoid. Alright, so we're just cooling off the prisoner. Multi-analyzer, good stuff. That means you can start going to bionics to deal with all that. Okay. And everyone else has got heat stroke, but like I said, they should be able to just walk into the freezer to deal with it for a little while. And a lot of them are leaving in less than 1 day. So you're upset because serious heat stroke. You know what? Alright, hang on. All of you are getting bad heat stroke. I can't actually get you all in here. Okay. You go do whatever you gotta do to self-maintain. We'll do a rotation of people to get heat stroke off the schedule. So I'm watching that Bringus at the very bottom there. I'm watching for that name to drop off. So you're still there. Okay, and the less we can deal with, they get bad. Like, no one's serious heat stroke. You are. I can have you pop in there. Shuttle has arrived for all of our guests. Okay. For the love of everything, get the hell out of my colony. Give me my 1,000 plasteel. May we never speak of this again. Who am I missing? Who is missing? Why are you not leaving? Oh, I have to hit send. That does matter. Okay, so they're all out of here. Thank goodness. Now I got a giant mountain of plasteel, which is why we did that whole thing. And then a tome I don't care about. Ah, the bar is visible again. And then you get out of here in 2 days. So everyone's bringing in the plasteel, which is excellent. We're probably getting close to mood penalty. Now we had the recent conquest because hitting that filter this thing. There's still like 3,000 cotton outside. Needless to say, we don't need more cotton. We overplanted it deliberately. Don't you dare attack anything here. Otherwise, we'll just let them keep carrying the food in. We'll get the prisoner out of here. And then we should be good. It's a bummer we're going to miss out on all that medicine, but... Oh, you are stressing me out getting that close down there. I'm not loving that. Honestly, if they're able to go that far over and be okay with it... Oh, it's in there. Oh. Okay, it's clearly fine. They're walking right up to it. Yep, that's going to be full. Needless to say, I'm going to have to chuck some of that. Honestly, leave that alone. I've got 2,000 of it in there. I don't need you grabbing more of that. We got 4 days till that goes active. About a day and a half till this guy's out of here. I'd like to sneak that last little medicine that we did harvest down there. Because that's probably, honestly... That's only 39. That's actually not that exciting. It's whatever. Just pick up what you can, load up the ship. It's still more medicine than I would have if we didn't do that. I just don't want them cutting through here, because my luck is something would go wrong and then activate. Like, there'd be a meteor strike would activate while someone's standing right here and just die. Alright. That said, chat, I have delayed the ad break as long as possible. So if I don't raid out soon, you're all getting stuck with an ad, then I'm going to raid out right afterwards. So we don't want to do that. So we're going to be wrapping up here. As a reminder, tomorrow is my last stream till I'm on vacation for about 2 weeks. So we are going to try and have some kind of conclusion to this run by then, because by the time 2 weeks go by, no one's going to remember what's going on. But if you have enjoyed tonight's content and you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. If you're watching over on YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe. But the stream will be ending abruptly for you because I don't have a host ready for the YouTube side. But thank you for tuning in. For everyone over here on Twitch, though, I'm going to go ahead and go to my ending stream screen, see who I can find.